And what we did is that instead, just before I go to the ministry, a decision was made that instead of a new system, we are upgrading the National Employment Integration System under NEA with a grant of 400 million shillings from ILO. And when this is upgraded, it will have all this information that is there. Currently, as we speak, the NEA website has all the information about the valid recruitment agencies. So mtu akisema anataka kupeleka ngambo, you just go and check, are they valid? Is this person in that agency and their name? And are they following the laws and the principles? And most of the people who are taking overseas have Form 4 university degrees. They can do due diligence, and we're encouraging them to do so. Thank you also, Senator Nyotu, for your question about the issue about Saudi. It is very good to clarify here that in Saudi Arabia, we've got Kenyans who are doctors, Kenyans who are nurses, Kenyans who are teachers, Kenyans who are drivers, Kenyans who are ICT experts, Kenyans in the hospitality industry, Kenyans who are working in a variety of jobs, including in the government of Saudi Arabia. The issue we've had, you hear of Saudi Arabia, are issues of people working in homes. So we cannot say that it is Kenyans working there. It's a segment where we've had this small issue of people working in homes. So that is why we have had the new BLA, the working of the BLA. The Saudi Arabians have appointed somebody to deal with those issues, to respond to some of those challenges in homes, so that people are well protected. The issue of Europe and Canada and jobs is the fact that jobs are, people are taken to jobs according to available positions, the demands that are given. The difference is this: if you're going to work in Saudi Arabia, you're going to work in Qatar, you're going to work in these countries, the amount of money you need to pay your agency here is little, because a lot of the monies are given over there for your ticket and others. Even though they're not given in the UAE, it's low cost, it's just here. If you're going to go to Australia, for example, to work, the average money that you need to come up front with, even for the visa and everything, you're paying about 700 to 1 million shillings. So the jobs are there. But the amount of money you need to go to Germany, Poland, 700,000 shillings. That's why you see a lot of Kenyans who can afford are going to countries. But the positions are there and they're open to all Kenyans. They're not set for any community at all. Senator Osotsi, good senator from Vihiga, you gave an explanation of a person who has passed away. I'm not aware of that. I will investigate, and I'll find out the cause of death of this person. You say they were murdered. We will find out. Murder is a police case. It means that somebody actually committed the murder and they need to be arrested. Investigations were done. Is it murder? Where were they murdered? Where were they at the time of murdering? Were they still working and all that? So I will find out. But it's also good to designate roles here, Mr. Speaker. I'm the Minister for Labor. I deal with Kenyans when they're here before they go overseas, and I monitor how they're doing. But the work of repatriating Kenyans when they're overseas is the State Department of Diaspora under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And that's where the embassies come in. So we work as a team to collaborate. So some of these issues you're asking about, the ambassadors would rather be asked to the minister in charge of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Senator Osotsi, you know you cannot pose a point of order against the CS. Proceed, Honorable CS.
Senator Wakili Sigei, thank you for that, pointing out about that error in spelling, and we will correct it. And we have posted labor attaches to Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, to Geneva in Switzerland, to Doha in Qatar, to Dubai in the UAE, and to Berlin in Germany. Those are the main sources where we are getting more demands for jobs. And I'm changing the labor attaches, and we are posting new ones within the next 2 to 3 months, but we require a budget of about 300 million for us to be, for us to be able to send them. And so we hope that if we had more money, we'd have more labor attaches in many countries that we'll be able to. But the consular services in those countries, we work with them, and so the teams on the ground with their embassies are able to undertake that work. Mheshimiwa Mazoya, umeuliza kuhusu dada yetu Maureen Yajua ambaye ni mgonjwa. Ningependa kufafanua, namwambia augue pole. Anaitwa Maureen Najua ambaye anaumwa, namwambia augue pole, namtakia mema. Ningependa kujibu hivi, lazima tufahamu mimi.
Senator Mazayo, what is your issue?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Stewart Mazayo.
Honorable
Mazayo.
CS,
And
the senator for Kilifi is Stewart Mazayo, not otherwise.
And the lady I've spoken about, she's called Maureen Nyazua Ya.
Thank you, Senator Mazayo. I think I said Senator Mazayo. And then I said the lady is called Maureen Najua. That's why I made a mistake here, Jua. But I think Mazayo, I know you for many years. Everybody knows you. So sorry if I misspelled your name, but I think I pronounced your name properly, if I try to recall. So I think they mixed up because I said both names following each other. About Maureen Najua, ambao ulisema ameugua katika nchi nyingine. Mheshimiwa Speaker, ile maktaba, the agreement that we have, na mtu yote anapoenda ng'ambo, hizi nchi zinampa full medical care. Kama Saudi, uko na full medical care. Ukiugua, tumeona Wakenya wameugua sana huko, wamepelekwa hata the Royal Hospital, wanatibiwa ICU mpaka wanapona. It's fully covered. Na unatibiwa, unapona. Na katika pia kandarasi wanajaza, iko na return ticket. Sio lazima arudishwe na yule ambaye alimpeleka. Kuna return ticket as part of the agreement. Ya maana ukimaliza kazi ikiisha, au kukosa kazi, maybe umeugua, una return ticket imepeanwa na yule amekuajiri uweze kurejea nyumbani. Lakini ikiwa bado unamfanyia huyo kazi, sijui vile Maureen hali yake nitachunguza, lakini kwa ujumla simtaji, anasema kwa ujumla unakuta ya kwamba umepewa kazi na mtu fulani umfanyie kazi, wewe unatoroka hiyo kazi, unaenda kufanya mambo mengine.
Honorable CS, just go straight to Senator Mazayo's question, and if you're not aware of the circumstances of Maureen Nyazua, you may plead to bring up more comprehensive response, because that is the general principles under which a minister operates. But in regards to Maureen, if you're not aware of the details, you may seek time so that you give us more detailed and comprehensive response regarding this particular girl that Honorable Senator has talked about.
Well guided, Mr. Speaker. I will find out about the case of Maureen Najua and about Mr. Mohammed, and just to clarify that if she was still working for the same employer, then she should be getting medical care, and we'll investigate why that is not so, and I'll be able to give a comprehensive answer to this House. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Now we have a second question directed to the same ministry by the Honorable Senator James Murango. Yes.
I'm standing in for him.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm standing in for Senator James Murango of Kirinyaga County, and these are the questions that he has for the CS Labor and Social Protection. One, what has led to the increase in the number of street children in major towns across Kirinyaga County, including Gurufani, Kutus, Kagio, Sagana, and Kiruguya? B, could the Cabinet Secretary provide details on government programs for the rescue and rehabilitation of street children in Kirinyaga County and provide a status update on efforts to reintegrate these children with their families? And C, Mr. Speaker, what is the government doing to support street families to access formal education, obtain national identity cards, and secure job opportunities within and outside the country? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable CS, you may respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and thanks for this question from Senator James Murango. The increase in number of street families in major towns across Kirinyaga County and several other counties has been attributed to several factors. One of them is the influx of destitute children and families from neighboring countries attracted by engagement by the business community, especially those in rice business. In other words, what I'm saying is that some of these people are not Kenyans who are in those areas. They come and they undertake menial jobs like pulling carts and carrying other market wares from one place to the other for some meager pay. Others are Kenyans that have been attracted to those areas, not necessarily just from the street. The second question, Mr. Speaker, sir, on programs for rescue and rehabilitation. Street Families Rehabilitation Trust Fund developed a national policy on rehabilitation of street families. The policy provides guidelines on implementation of programs which include prevention of more persons going to the streets, rescue, rehabilitation, reintegration, and resocialization. This will ensure that the programs are effectively implemented in all urban areas, including Kirinyaga County. The Trust Fund is establishing Street Families Rehabilitation County chapters, which are structures that coordinate rehabilitation of street families at the county and other lower levels. Kirinyaga County level is scheduled to be operationalized in the current financial year. In the third week, Mr. Speaker, of February 2025, the Trust's implementing partners operating in Kirinyaga and Murang'a counties in conjunction with the Director of Children's Services in Mwea Sub-County rescued a total of 14 boys working on the streets of Ngurubaini who have now been placed in rehabilitation center in Murang'a for further assessment and relevant placement. The business community is normally involved in such rescue missions as a way of sensitizing them on the plight of street families. Upon rehabilitation, the beneficiaries are integrated back to society after provision of economic empowerment strategies to ensure they sustainably settle within their community. They also link to relevant services and integration. And I've listed there some of the things that we are doing for Kirinyaga County. The last question, Mr. Speaker, is what is the government doing to support street families to access formal education and obtain IDs and secure jobs outside the country? The government, through the Ministry of Labour and Social Protection, has developed the following strategies to assist and to ensure welfare of street families is taken care of. One is a rescue aspect, process of identifying, assessing, and helping persons out of street situations for eventual rehabilitation, reintegration, and resocialization for better living. Two is rehabilitation. This is where you able to restore their human dignity, privileges, so that they also understand, and through counseling, how they can actually fit back into society. Upon rescue, beneficiaries undergo an assessment to determine suitable placement within the education system so that kids can go back to school. The ones who are over 18 are also given their ID cards, and internship opportunities are provided on those ones, for those ones who have been able to be trained. Any person with a skill, because the idea is if you're a street child, you're over 18, and you've gone through training, skill development in a TVET, or we take you through rehabilitation, you are open to compete for any overseas job that is there. And we'll try as much as possible to ensure that street children get a livelihood by having a program whereby they are considered first in terms of overseas jobs. By linking rehabilitated beneficiaries to potential workers, we are trying to ensure that they also have a way of being able to continue. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, is to say that we, as the ministry, we continue to lobby Parliament, particularly through the Social Protection Committees, to allocate sufficient funds to enable the ministry to implement vital and effective programs aimed at securing the welfare of street children. And to finalize and say, Mr. Speaker, I've had meetings with my people, and we are reworking the rehabilitation and identification of street families. Some of the street families we are seeing in our country are foreigners from foreign nations that have come to Kenya because Kenya is an economic giant in the region. And so we are working on that so that we can be able to get them sent back home to their countries and also get the ones that are here taken back to the countryside where they come from and also taken to school as part of the rehabilitation. I submit, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Yes, Honorable Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've listened to the response by the CS, but I may want a little more information, especially on question number 1. Because, Mr. Speaker, the CS has submitted that the increase in the number of street families in Kirinyaga County, and indeed in the whole country, is because of most of them are foreigners. Could the CS provide us the details? I mean, profile the locals against foreigners so that we can know how many street families are locals and how many are foreigners. And Mr. Speaker, because every foreigner that comes to this country, of course, is not supposed to be here illegally. What is the responsibility of the ministry on street families from foreigners? Because, of course, these foreigners are here legally. So what is the responsibility of the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, especially under social protection? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable CS.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Majority are Kenyans, some are foreigners. It's not majority are foreigners. Some are foreigners, and we are taking a census. We're just waiting for budgetary allocation so that we can have a breakdown not only of which are foreigners or Kenyans, but also where they come from in Kenya, and also identify what is the main cause, what made them come to the street. Because we want to find out, is it a family breakdown, is it poverty, is it they being used as child labor, especially the children, to come to the street. So we're undertaking that census, and we'll be able to provide a copy to this House with more details. Because we're very concerned about also trafficking and child trafficking. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they are working with us also, the Ministry of Interior, to identify these foreigners that have come into our country, to find out how they came here, did they have documents, what are they doing in our streets, and how we can be able to send them back to their countries. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kavindu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. My question is to Honorable CS is that what happens, or what measures do they put in place, especially for, like the answers he has given here, in case a CS is moved to a different ministry, to make sure that the same things are implemented by the next CS? Because I'm asking this because, like him, he has been moved from Foreign Affairs. There were questions about Foreign Affairs, especially us. They've not been done up to date. And also, when he was in the tourism, there are things to do with tourism and wildlife conflicts and fencing of... let me finish. No, Mr. Speaker, please, let me finish, because it will answer these questions here.
Senator Kavindu,
it will answer these questions here.
You're not supposed to answer to any question. You're supposed to ask.
Yes, I'm not answering.
Just have your seat. Take your seat. Senator Kavindu, take your seat. Now, the main question has been asked by Senator James Murango through Senator Joe Newton. Your supplementary question must flow from that particular question. Anything outside that main question will be deemed not to be a supplementary question and therefore disallowed. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is about the questions that Murango has asked, and the CS has answered very well. But I'm asking, just in case they are not done while he's still in that ministry, what measures do they put in place to make sure that the next CS follows up and does it, just like the questions we had asked from the former ministries where he was, and they've not been done to date? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable CS.
Thank you very much, my Senator Kavindu. A government is perpetual. As a government of Kenya, we are still implementing policies that were carried out in the 1970s during the reign of Jomo Kenyatta. some of the issues that I've discussed here, some of the things and there are policies that I'm talking about today, I found them in the ministry. And we are continuing because the technical teams are there and the ministry continues regardless of who the minister is. The minister can add volume, can bring better policies, but the incoming minister should be able to carry forward. And it's a very good question. And it's a good question to ask the ministers who are in the dockets that maybe I was, where they have reached in those government policies. Because I'm carrying out the policies that I found in the ministry and adding new ones, and that's how the perpetuity of government is assured. Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mariam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I have a question of the first one, not this one, so I can continue.
No, you may not continue. Just take your seat. Senator Chiranke, not N. Senator Murgo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm asking a question in regard to the attaches that they have sent to particularly Saudi Arabia. When we were there...
Senator Murgo, it's got nothing to do with the question by the Senator Morango. That relates to the first question, which is now closed. Senator Maruma is walked out. Senator Methu, not present. Senator Osotsi.
Mr. Speaker, mine is just a concern because the first part of the question, I am not satisfied with the answer given by the CS. And that's why I was trying to raise a point of order. So, Mr. Speaker,
Senator Osotsi, I think the CS undertook, just like he did in respect to the question by Senator Mazayo, to find out and come back to you.
Mr. Speaker, that has been a trend, even with the predecessor.
So let me assist you, Senator Osotsi. Honorable CS, within 7 days, we need to get a detailed response to the question by Senator Osotsi and the question by Senator Mazayo.
Very well, Mr. Speaker.
To be filed with the Office of the Clerk.
Very well, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Sigei, Senator Wambua Enoch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've had the CS talk about a national rehabilitation program for street children. I would want him to clarify how many children are in this program and where is that facility that is doing the rehabilitation. The Speaker, if you allow me, the Speaker, apart from being the Senator of Kitui, I'm also the principal assistant to the minority leader. And he has received information, just as we are seated here, about the question that he had asked about Maureen, and if the CS could listen to this, the Speaker, that lady is said to be in very, very critical condition. It may not actually wait for 7 days, the Speaker. The Speaker, I would request that you direct that the ministry moves with speed, actually even today, to contact Maureen in Saudi and find out what help can be extended to that lady, because we are actually running a risk. We have just received information from the minority leader that the lady is doing extremely badly. I thank the Speaker.
Senate, Honorable CS, as you respond to the first limb of that question, take note of the concern about the lady who is critically ill in Saudi Arabia. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The National Rehabilitation Program is one whereby we work with different agencies and whereby we monitor as a government to ensure that they're being rehabilitated. As a government, we are about to set up a center here in Mavoko and others with funds coming in so that we can be able to take our street children to some of those centers. We have a few that are set up that come and go, and I'll be able to align the system. I'm trying to fix the system and ensure that we eliminate street families so that we rehabilitate our children, and especially identify why are they on the street. Are they on the street because they don't have a home, or are they on the street because it's better to be on the street financially and all that. Mr. Speaker, I take cognizance of the concern about our Kenyan who is ailing, Maureen, and I undertake that within 48 hours I'll provide this House with a letter detailing what we have found out and her status, and will ensure that she is assisted. The life of every Kenyan, the condition of every Kenyan, the livelihood, the health of any Kenyan, whether they're in Kenya or outside Kenya, and especially when they're outside Kenya, is critical. And it doesn't matter where they are or how they got there. It is our responsibility to help them. And I'm going to communicate with my colleague, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, to ensure that we move with speed to find what is happening and to be able to assist Maureen. I'll deal with both issues within 48 hours, Mr. Speaker, sir, with your indulgence. I submit.
Senator Miraj.
Asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipa fursa ya pili. Ningependa kumuuliza waziri kama ako na takwimu za wale watoto wanaorandaranda ambao wameongezeka na wamekuwa watu wazima kiasi cha kwamba na wao wamezaa watoto wengine ambao sasa wamekuwa watoto wa kurandaranda pale mjini Mombasa. Bwana Spika, imefikia kiwango cha kwamba familia hizi zimeingia katika makaburi mashuhuri yanayojulikana kama Mbaraki Cemetery, na wameweka makazi pale. Ningependa waziri atueleze ni mikakati gani inaweza kutambua watoto wanaorandaranda, ama kuna kipimo gani cha kiserikali ambacho kinapima jamii ambazo zinarandaranda, nikiazimia hao watoto na familia zao. Na suala hili la hawa watoto limeleta sintofahamu kubwa hadi kuongezeka kwa masuala ya utovu wa usalama katika maeneo yetu ya Mombasa. Je, kuna hatua gani ambazo zinachukuliwa kuwajua hawa kweli ni watoto wa kurandaranda na ni sababu gani wanaishi katika mji wa Mombasa? Kwa sababu kuna vidole vya lawama vimekuwa vikinyoroshwa kwa gavana pindi anapojaribu kuleta usawa katika hawa watoto. Je, kuna hatua gani zinazochukuliwa kuwatambua kwanza wapi ni watoto wa kurandaranda halali, na ni kwa nini wameongezeka kwa 80% katika mji wa gatuzi wa Mombasa? Asante Bwana Spika.
Honorable CS.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Miraj. Hesabu ambayo tumesema tutaifanya ile census itaweza kutupa takwimu ya kutosha, tutaweza kufahamu ni wangapi ambao wanarandaranda katika maeneo yote ya Kenya, pia Mombasa. Ni ukweli ya kwamba wengine wamezaliwa hapo, wamezaa hapo, na hata wengine pengine watakuwa wana wajukuu hapo, wanaishi kwenye barabara, wanaishi sehemu tofauti. Kwa hivyo ni jambo ambalo linatatanisha sana, kwa sababu kuona watu wanaendelea kuongezeka. Ndio nimesema kwamba tumeona idadi imeanza kuongezeka tangu wakati wa COVID. Baada ya COVID kumekuwa na hii shida kwa sababu ya upungufu wa hela, na tunataka kuangalia ni kwa nini weko hapo, na kama wengine wameingia katika hali ya kutumia madawa ya kulevya, hali ya upungufu wa usalama, kuwa wahalifu, kwa utaweza kuchangia wakati kuweza kuokoa hawa watoto na vijana na kina mama wenye kwenye barabara. Ni jambo ambalo linaendelea kwa kila wakati. Hatusimamii, hatusemi tunangojea mpaka wakati ule tutafanya ile hesabu. Ni mpango ambao unaendelea, nimeutilia mkazo. Nilikuwa na mkutano wiki hii tu kujadili mambo haya kwa sababu yananikera. Ni mambo ambayo sipendi kuona wa Kenya wanahangaika kwenye barabara, na tuko nchi huru. Lazima tuwapange waweze kurudi nyumbani, tuwape hali yao ya maisha ambayo ina heshima. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Thank you so much, Honorable CS. That terminates our interaction with the CS. You may leave at your pleasure, Honorable CS. We will now move to the second CS to respond to question number 15 and number 25. Clerk, you may usher in the Honorable CS in charge of Treasury. Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this morning of Dr. Godfrey Gitau Mwangi, the National Chairman of Former Councillors. He is in the Senate to follow proceedings and particularly response by the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and Economic Planning on question number 015 by the Senator from Meru County, Senator Kathuri Murungi, MP, in today's order paper on the delay in the implementation of the resolution of the Senate of 18th of October 2018 and the subsequent recommendations of the Interagency Task Force on the payment of honorarium and monthly pension to former councillors. Honorable Senators, the said Senate resolution arose out of a motion filed by the Senator for Kitui County, Senator Enoch Wambua, CBS MP, on payment of a one-off honorarium and monthly pension for former councillors during the 12th Parliament, which was passed by the Senate on the 18th of October 2018. Honorable Senators, on behalf of the Senate and my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to Dr. Mwangi and wish him a productive visit. Thank you. Now, the Honorable CS is in the House. We will straight away go to question number 15. Honorable CS, welcome to the Senate. Question number 15 is by the Honorable Senator for Meru County, Honorable Kathuri Murungi. You may proceed, Honorable Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to ask this question on behalf of the former councillors who cut across the Republic of Kenya. And so, Mr. Speaker, the question I'm asking is question number 15 to the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning. And I want to thank my former colleague in the National Assembly for finding time to come to respond to the questions from the Kenyans. Number one, what are the reasons for the inordinate delay in the implementation of the resolution of the Senate of 18th October 2018 and the subsequent recommendations of the Interagency Task Force on payment of the honorarium and monthly pension for former councillors, despite the undertaking given by the National Treasury for a letter dated 28 September 2021 and addressed to the Senate that it will factor the payments in the ensuing financial year 2022-2023. Number B, Honorable Speaker, could the Cabinet Secretary provide the status update on the establishment of the requisite legal and policy instruments to authorize, process, and facilitate payments, and if not, state the reasons for such delay and whether the eligible former councillors have been enrolled in the Inua Jamii program. And number C, when will the former councillors receive their full gratuity payments, and could the Cabinet Secretary state the measures put in place to ensure that for those who are deceased, the rightful beneficiaries are identified? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable CS, you may now respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and Honorable Senators, I am grateful for the opportunity to appear before the Senate, conscious of your critical role in our nation's governance, ensuring accountability and representing the interests of the Kenyan people. My aim today is to provide you with a comprehensive response to your questions to achieve the best possible outcomes for our country. I was invited here actually to address two questions, and the first question has been asked, so I will straight away go to address the question that the Senator for Meru County has asked. That is question number 015, asking me to explain the following: that what are the reasons for the inordinate delay in the implementation of the resolution of the Senate of 18th October 2018 and the subsequent recommendations of the Interagency Task Force on payment of the honorarium and monthly pension to former councillors, despite the undertaking granted by the National Treasury via letter dated 28 September 2021 and addressed to the Senate that it would factor the payments in the following year's financial budget of 2022-23. Number B was for me to provide the status update on the establishment of the requisite legal and policy instruments to authorize, process, and facilitate payments, and if not, state the reasons for such delay and whether the eligible former councillors have been enrolled in the Inua Jamii program. Number C, which is the last one, was when will the former councillors receive their full gratuity payments, and could my office state the measures put in place to ensure that for those who are deceased, the rightful beneficiaries are identified. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to respond to the questions raised by the Senator for Meru County regarding the payment of honoraria and monthly pensions to former councillors as follows. Number one, regarding reasons for the delay in the implementation of the Senate resolution and task force recommendations. Mr. Speaker, the delay is in implementing the Senate resolution of 18th October 2018 and the recommendations of the Interagency Task Force on the payment of honoraria and pensions to former councillors has been primarily due to legal constraints. The Attorney General, who is the official government advisor on legal matters, in a legal opinion dated 8th May 2023, advised that there was no legal basis to support the proposed one-off honoraria payment of Kenya shillings 200,000 to former councillors who served for less than 20 years. The opinion also referenced circular number 13894, issued by the then Ministry of Local Government, which limited pension or gratuity payments to councillors who had served continuously for 20 years or more as of 13th December 1993. Furthermore, the legal advisory highlighted the absence of a structured formula to determine benefits, given that councillors were not salaried or being paid, they were not being paid salaries, but received allowances that varied across different regions. Consequently, implementing the proposed payment of 2,383,800,000 to about 11,919 former councillors lacks the necessary legal and policy foundation. The second question was the status of legal and policy instruments to authorize and facilitate the payments. Mr. Speaker, given the legal constraints that I've just mentioned, the National Treasury has considered an alternative approach through the Inua Jamii program, which is designed as a social protection initiative for elderly citizens. Former councillors who meet the eligibility criteria form part of the persons for inclusion in the program. The State Department for Social Protection, in collaboration with the relevant government agencies, including the National Treasury, has been verifying eligible registrants into the program. We shall collaborate with the State Department for Social Protection to identify the number of former councillors already enrolled and facilitating the registration of those who have not yet been enrolled. In addition, the National Retirement Benefits Policy, which was approved by the Cabinet in October 2023, also aims to provide a harmonized framework for administering retirement benefits across all sectors. This policy will guide future considerations on the retirement welfare of various categories of public service workers, including former councillors, by ensuring a structured and legally sound approach to retirement benefits. To further strengthen the legal framework, the government established a multi-agency committee on 17 September 2024 to review and align public service pension schemes with the Constitution of Kenya 2010. This committee is expected to provide recommendations on how best to address pension coverage for different categories of public service workers in a sustainable and legally compliant manner. On timelines for full gratuity payments and measures for identifying beneficiaries of deceased councillors, Mr. Speaker, in light of the legal challenges, the National Treasury will engage the Office of the Auditor General to conduct a forensic audit of the 328 former councillors who were initially identified as eligible for benefits. This audit will verify those who are still alive and identify rightful beneficiaries for those who are deceased. The findings of this audit will guide the next course of action in ensuring that only eligible former councillors or their rightful beneficiaries are considered under existing government social protection mechanisms. Mr. Speaker, the government remains committed to addressing the welfare of former councillors within the confines of the law and available resources. While the initial recommendations of the Senate and Task Force lacked legal backing, the alternative approach through Inua Jamii, coupled with the broader national retirement benefits policy, seeks to provide sustainable and legally sound interventions for retired public servants. I submit.
Yes, Senator Kathuri, you have any supplementary question?
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much indeed. You know, Honorable Speaker, this is a matter of national interest. And if you can indulge us, maybe you can give us a bit of time to ventilate on this matter, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this matter was canvassed during the last Senate. And I'm happy that the member who raised that matter is in this House. There is for the Senate. Honorable Minority Leader. Honorable Minority Leader. No, you know, I wanted to catch the ear of the Speaker because for sure this is a matter of national interest, Honorable Speaker. And we want to, maybe if you can give us some indulgence, especially when asking the supplementary questions, because our former colleagues, councillors, have really given an input to this republic. They actually laid the foundation where today we lay our legs on. So, Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, maybe the senators who might be interested, you can give us some leeway to really ask the right questions, because those councillors have no other forum except this House, especially the Senate, so that we can canvass this matter. And Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Dr. Mwangi for availing his time also to appear here on behalf of almost 1,500 councillors as their chairman. So, Mr. Speaker, you can see the interest that this matter has. And therefore, first of all, I want to inform the CS that the payment of these councillors was an undertaking by Honorable Ambassador Ukula, who was the CS, National Treasury and Planning. And this matter came through this House, Mr. Speaker. What we are trying to unlock today is the resolution of the Senate on the 18th of October 2018. When this matter was canvassed here, the matter was raised by the one and only the Senator for Kitui, who is, by God's grace, he is present in this House.
Senator Kathuri, just proceed to ask your supplementary question. Because
So,
the dashboard is
Speaker,
full here, and the more you...
It is the first time we are hearing that there was another legal opinion which was sought with the AG, and the AG gave an opinion that there was no legal basis for payment of these honorarium or the pensions to these councillors, Mr. Speaker. That was last year, 2023. So from the time this matter was canvassed up to the 2023 legal issue that the AG raised, we don't know what happened and who is this trying to frustrate the councillors. Mr. Speaker, it is actually, if there is no legal basis, it is the AG who should work tirelessly to ensure that we have a legal framework to give them their pension or whatever they worked for. So, Mr. Speaker, the CS, you know, I don't want my former colleague to go into this route, that is the one who has not been able to pay the councillors. He has been unable
Senator
to pay. Okay,
Senator for Meru, Senator Kathuri. What is your question to the Honorable CS?
My question is, Mr. Speaker, is that I have fully stated my stand that it is the first time again this matter is arising. Even the chairman is not aware about the legal opinion by the AG. I don't know who sneaks these opinions so that these people don't get a very little money, less than even 200 million, Mr. Speaker, sir. This country is ashaming itself. These are former leaders who really need support. They don't have even money to pay for SHA. Because I met the former councillors from Meru. Very old ones, they have even no 300 shillings to pay for SHA. And then there is a group somewhere which is frustrating them not to pay them 200,000 per councillor, those who served for less than 3 terms. So, Mr. Speaker, my question is to reform back the Treasury. We don't need that legal opinion. It can be quashed again by this House, Mr. Speaker. So these Wazee can get their pension, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, that is why, you know, this matter is not about the questions, but needed to seek.
Senator Fomero, with all that, what are you asking the Honorable
The CS to set aside that legal opinion and pay the councillors without further delay. That
so
is,
your question is, could the Honorable CS set aside this?
Set aside, yes, he set aside that
the
opinion.
legal opinion and proceed to pay. Is that your
And,
question?
and if he cannot be able to set aside, he can still request the AG through Treasury. He has that power.
Good.
To request the AG to set aside that opinion or to come up with a legal framework that will enhance the payment of the pension and honorarium to the former councillors, Mr. Speaker.
So, Honorable CS, there are two supplementary questions from Honorable Kathuri. One, are you in a position to set aside the legal opinion? Secondly, if not, can the AG come up with a legal framework within which the former councillors can be paid their money? Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Am I able to set aside the legal opinion of the Attorney General? The answer is no. I don't have that capacity. The Attorney General is actually the legal advisor to the government, and once she has given the opinion, or he has given the opinion, then that opinion, I cannot set it aside. The other issue before us is whether we need to have a legal framework to pay the councillors or former councillors. The answer is yes. I believe legal opinions are based on legal provisions. And so the Attorney General must have been informed by a clear foundation of the law. So the people with the mandate to bring a legislative framework through which councillors can be paid is actually this House. What my advice would be is for Senator Kathuri to make a provision in law that would allow these former councillors to be paid. It's not that I am not interested in supporting these councillors. Many of them come from my place. I know them personally, and I've even met them during my times in politics, and they have complained, and I know what they go through. But for us to be able to pay these former councillors gratuity or pension, there is need for legal framework. Remember, Mr. Speaker, we even have cases of former members of parliament whom I personally made an attempt to provide a legal framework through which they could be paid. And I brought a bill in parliament, which bill was passed, and the president refused to assent to it. But this was in realization that there was no legal framework to pay former MPs. There cannot be lack of legal framework to pay former MPs, which made us to attempt to amend the law, and yet there is a legal framework to pay former councillors. To be honest, if these former councillors have to be paid, there must be change of the law. We all know that even our constitution talks about any money that is paid to anybody who is appearing like a public officer, like I believe councillors would appear, needs to go, that needs to be processed through SRC. But lastly, I want to say that, you know, these councillors were not even drawing a salary. So you don't even know if you are to pay them. You are basing it on what? And the motion by the Senate was a motion. Motion remains an intent. It doesn't have the legal basis to occasion withdrawal of public funds. So the motion remains motion. If it was a bill passed by the House, then that becomes legally binding. But where we are, there is an intention to pay councillors, former councillors, but we lack the legal framework. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Enoch. What guidance are you seeking, Senator, for Kakamega?
Mr. Speaker, I have listened very painfully the difficulty the minister appears to be having. But listening to it and reading it together, I mean, and listening to it and reading Article 94 of the Constitution, which speaks to the role of Parliament, it says, Mr. Speaker, in 94.5, that no person or body other than Parliament has the power to make a provision having the force of law in Kenya except under the authority conferred by this Constitution. Mr. Speaker, we have not come to Nairobi in this House to speak in vain. We do so under the provision of this Constitution, which I have read, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, is the minister suggesting that the Attorney General has the power to veto Parliament? This Parliament made a resolution.
Senator Boni, I'll give you an opportunity to ask a question.
No, I was asking for interpretation.
Senator Enoch,
Mr. Speaker, I
can see your name on the dashboard. I'll give you an opportunity.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, clearly for my brother, my friend, my colleague, Waziri Bandi, the shoe is clearly on the other foot. That's very clear. The shoe is on the other foot. Mr. Speaker, just riding on what Senator Alwale is trying to ask, can Parliament, Mr. Speaker, can this Senate, your Senate that you preside over, Mr. Speaker, can it legislate in vain? Is it possible that senators will sit here, pass resolutions, and they just talk show, the AG seated in an office somewhere decides, no, this is not good enough? Mr. Speaker, the question is, so when the minister received that advisory opinion from the AG, when did he write to you, Mr. Speaker, to tell you that we have received, you made a resolution on this date, we have received an advisory opinion from the AG on this day, and so please act accordingly? Mr. Speaker, I will not belabor the point. The CS fought with me on this matter when he was pushing the agenda of former members of the National Assembly to be compensated. And in front of the Speaker, as I go to sit down, I have a message for the CS from one former member of Parliament from Gitui East, Honorable Mweu. He is still seated waiting for the day that this administration will live up to its word, that the things that had been done wrongly will be done right and people will get their rights under this administration. The Speaker, can your house legislate in vain?
So is that the question to me or to the Honorable CS?
The Speaker, it's just a clever way of getting you to be agitated because somebody is trying to say that you can sit on that chair, preside over a motion, a resolution, the Speaker, push ministries to sit down and come up with a solution to a problem, and then one person, just a stroke of the pen, says all that we have done is in vain. The question is to the CS, can this house, can any house of Parliament legislate in vain?
Senator, to inform who, Honorable? Whom do you want to inform?
Actually, it's the House.
Proceed.
Mr. Honorable Speaker, the CS has not given the right answer because, number one, this was not a motion, Honorable CS. A task force was formed, which included the Ministry of National Treasury and Planning, the Ministry of Devolution and Asal, and the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection. So, Mr. Speaker, an interagency task force on payment of honorarium and monthly pension to former councillors was formed so that also to go and negotiate with them. And they negotiated and they agreed on what should be paid. The interagency task force gave proposals And the 3 CSs appended their signatures in this report that I will table to this House. Yeah? So the 3 CSs who appended signatures to the amount of money that was be paid to the councillors are 1 CS, National Treasury and Planning. Number 2, that was Ambassador Ukula Tan. Number 2, Honorable Eugene Wamarwa, who was the CS then of Minister of Devolution and ASAL, and Honorable Simon Chelugui, who was the CS Minister of Labor and Social Protection. So it is a negotiated package and agreement which was to be provided. And they understand in the year 2022-2023, that is when their monies were to be put into the budget. So, Mr. Speaker, we are not talking of a motion, but a resolution which was communicated now to the clerk of the Senate, from National Treasury and Planning to the clerk of the Senate, and advising the Senate what the interagency task force agreed. And this is a property of the Senate, Mr. Speaker. So we are not talking of a motion passed by the House. It is a resolution from an interministerial task force. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to table this resolution to the Senate so that as we discuss, this matter is not going to be discussed and then we say today we are finished with the CS, but we must review this decision, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for giving me all these indulgences, Honorable Speaker.
Table. Senator from Mombasa. Honorable CS, just note down the questions. You respond them at one go.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Nakumbuka mwaka jana wakati kwa kamati ya fedha ya bunge hili, waziri wa zamani wa fedha na hazina alikuja mbele ya komiti wakati tunajadili budget policy statement, na akakomiti kwamba hizo pesa ambazo watakana kulipwa madiwani wa zamani zitawekwa katika bajeti ya mwaka 2023-24-25. Sasa je, ni sawa mawaziri waje katika bunge hili na kamati zake kutoa maelezo ama kutoa majibu ambayo hayalingani? Kwa sababu Profesa Njuguna Ndung'u alikuwa ni waziri wa fedha na hazina kuu ya serikali ya Kenya Kwanza. Leo tuko na waziri Mbadi. Je, ni sawa mawaziri kuja na majibu tofauti katika bunge hili? Leo wanakuja wanasema hivi, kesho wanakuja wanasema vile. Asante.
Senator Boni.
Mr. Speaker, our brother Juan Bombadi is a very experienced parliamentarian, and he knows that Parliament does not speak in vain. I leave that to his conscience. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, the former councillors of Nandi County, Uasin Gishu County, and Kakamega County came to see me formally, and they told me that the president had met them and made a commitment just before he won the election that he would ensure this promise by the Jubilee government would be implemented by the... No, that interministerial was during the Jubilee government, that he was aware of that task force and that decision he would implement if elected. Since God has been very kind, President Ruto is now the president, and he committed himself to these councillors. Can the minister undertake, as the financial advisor to the president, to go and make the necessary consultations so that the promise of the president and the expectations of the former councillors converge? We pay our old people. After all, if we pay this 200 million, it's a form of financial stimulus. They will spend the money in public and the economy will be vibrant in their villages, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Olekina.
Asante sana Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, ningependa kufahamu kutoka kwa waziri wa fedha. Je, ni lini jambo ambalo walizungumzia na wakakubaliana kama waziri wa fedha waziri wa kazi, labor, na pia there were 3 of them, walikuwa watatu, na waziri wa ugatuzi, wakakubaliana kweli ya kwamba wanakwenda kusubmit ama kupeana cabinet memo ili pesa ambayo ilikuwa bilioni 2,600,816 iweze kuwekwa katika bajeti ya mwaka wa 2023 na 24 ili iweze kuwalipa councillors wa zamani ambayo walikuwa 11,909, na pia milioni 218 iweze kulipa councillors ambayo walifanya kazi zaidi ya term 3. Ni lini, ni lini mambo ilibadilika ambaye katika seneti hii? Mheshimiwa, najaribu kuongea Kiswahili kabisa ndio councillors waweze kuelewa. Ni lini hiyo ilibadilika ambaye seneti hii inaweza pronounce itself, sijui inaitwaje kwa Kiswahili, kujieleza kupitia namna mbili. Ya kwanza ni wakuwa na ile mkataba motion, ya pili ni wakipitisha sheria. Seneti hii ilipitisha mkataba ikasema ya kwamba hawa former councillors ambayo walikuwa ni 11,400 waweze kulipo pesa. Tukazungumza, tukapiga mikutano hapa. Waziri wa fedha ambaye ndiye alikuwa kabla ya rafiki yangu Mbadi kuja, alikuja katika kamati ya labor. Alipotoka hapa, inakumbuka vizuri sana, ilikuwa Aprili tarehe 23. Tarehe 23 akatueleza ya kwamba hao wenyewe wamekubaliana wanakwenda submit cabinet memo ili hii pesa iwekwe kwenye bajeti. Ningependa kujua hii pesa iliwekwa kwa bajeti alafu ikarudi kaondolewa kwa sababu hawa ni watu ambao wamezeeka, hawana faida. Na ukijaribu kuangalia ni kwamba hao ndio wamefanya tuje hapa. Hao ndio walitengeneza. Kama si hao, ugatuzi ingeweza kuja. So Mheshimiwa Speaker, ningependa kujua katika kweli ni lini jambo hili lilibadilika. Ya pili, nikienda kumalizia,
Honorable
Mheshimiwa,
you're entitled to only one supplementary question under our order paper. No, under our standing orders.
Mheshimiwa Speaker, hiyo swali moja, Swahili ndio ngumu. Naomba tu nikubalie kwa sababu kama ningekuwa naeleza na Kizungu ingekuwa imeflow vizuri.
Conclude.
Mheshimiwa Mbadi ametueleza ya kwamba alipata ujumbe kutoka kwenye Attorney General ya kwamba hii jambo halifai kufanywa sheria. Mimi nauliza, wakati ile Mheshimiwa Ndongo alikuja kwenye kamati ya kazi ya labor, hakuwa amezungumza na huyo Attorney General kumweleza kwamba mimi sasa nakwenda kule nishawishi, na badala kabla hawajapeleka hii mkataba wao katika cabinet, kwa sababu hao wenyewe walisema wakuwa watatu, 3 cabinet secretaries watapeleka joint memo, cabinet memo, ndio hiyo hela iwekwe kwenye kwa nini kwenye bajeti. Ni lini hii ilibadilika? Ama ni ile mchezo ya paka na panya ambaye inakimbia hivi, leo tunasema tunapatia hawa, lakini kwa sababu hawana ile siasa, political clout, wanatupwa nje. Mheshimiwa Speaker, ningependa kujua kwa sababu maisha ya hawa former councillors ni maisha ambaye lazima tuwapiganie, kwa sababu leo hii Mheshimiwa Mbadi akisema ati tunabadilisha tuweke kama Inua Jamii, hiyo itakuwa ni discrimination. Kweli unawezaje kusema na Inua Jamii ya councillor nampa 1,200 na pia naenda kuinua jamii ya baba ya Ledamo unampatia shilingi 2,000? Hiyo kweli inawezekana? Hiyo kweli, hiyo ni ungwana? Asante.
Now, honorable senators, allow the honorable CS to respond, because in his response, I believe he may even address some of the issues that are yet to be raised. Honorable CS, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to state categorically that it's not in my interest to deny former councillors what is rightfully theirs. What I'm emphasizing on is, yes, it is desirable to pay these former councillors. Many of them are suffering, having served this country and having been in public offices and respected personalities in their right in this country. But we must do it within the law. Now, I have been asked by Senator Wambua a few questions, I think about two. One, whether the House can act in vain. My answer is no. The House should not act in vain. Did we write to the Speaker?
Senator Eddy and Senator Fogarisha kindly.
Did my office write to the Speaker on this matter or the opinion of the Attorney General? Unfortunately, I don't think we did. We didn't write to inform the Speaker. So the question here that has been asked is, there was a task force that was set up and the resolution of the House. First of all, let me start with the task force. Is the report of the task force binding? My understanding is no, it is not. Why? Because the Constitution, which Senator Boni Aluale mentioned, provision number 94, or Article 94(5), says no person or body, including task forces, other than Parliament, has the power to make provision having the force of the law in Kenya, except under authority conferred by this Constitution or by legislation. I am yet to see the provision in our Constitution or any written law passed by this Parliament which has authorized a task force formed to approve payment to former councillors. If there is that provision, I would obey and pay. Make provision in our budget and pay, but there is none. So that task force remains a task force. Its report should be implemented procedurally, which has not. So up to now, there is no, out of the task force, which should have, a legislation should have flown automatically from the task force report to now anchor it in law, and that has not been done. Now, on a question by Senator Faki, why I have not respected or obeyed what former CS is committed to do. Unfortunately, I want to report to the Senate that yes, my predecessor, Honorable Yatani, or even Honorable Ndungu, probably made a commitment, but they didn't pay. The person who is paying now is myself. I cannot pay unless backed by the law. Because when now it will raise issues, I am the one accountable. I'm the one responsible. I cannot hide behind people who made commitments or intentions and didn't pay. So the paymaster now is myself. If they paid, I would have come here to report that they paid. But they didn't pay, and they left it for me to pay, and I'm checking the legal framework, and I don't see it. A question was asked about the Attorney General's powers. My reading of Article 156 is this, that the Attorney General is a principal legal advisor to the government. Now, being the principal legal advisor, I take his advice or her advice very seriously. And the Attorney General gave advice on 8th of May 2023 on this, and that advice has not been vacated or changed. Senator Boni Aluale has asked me about, again, Parliament legislating in vain. I want to say again, Parliament cannot legislate in vain. The only thing that I said is, and we have been in this House with Senator Boni Aluale for a while, we know the power and the force that a motion has and a bill, an act of Parliament. A motion usually, and by the way, this has been the legislative practice, that if you want a bill to pass easily, you craft it in a motion. That motion is debated, and once you succeed with the motion, then you follow through by generating a bill to actualize your motion. How I wish that Senator Wambua, who raised this matter, brought it to the House through a motion, followed through by bringing a legislation to anchor whatever the House resolved into law to allow for payment. If that is done, I will definitely obey the legal framework. As to the President's commitments to pay the councillors, I want to again read Article 94 of the Constitution, that no person, and there is no exclusion here, no person or body, whether President or anybody else, other than Parliament, has the power to make provision having the force of law in Kenya except under authority conferred by the Constitution or by legislation. I am yet to see where power has been given to the President to give authority for payment that is not anchored in law. So what I would advise is if the President initiate through the executive a legislative proposal which would now give me the legal basis upon which this payment can be made, I will obey. Senator Lekina, Senator for Narok County, since when did we start? In fact, it was in Kiswahili, but I'm trying to translate it into English, that an agreement by 3 CSs be changed. I am not changing the task force report. What I'm saying is that that task force report has made recommendations. Those recommendations now should be anchored in law to allow me to make payment to former councillors. And when did this change? It has not changed. The task force recommendation still stands, but we have to now actualize it. Did Professor Njuguna Ndungu speak to the Attorney General before coming before the Senate? I wish I knew. I have not consulted him to know whether he did, but I thought he must have consulted, because for the Attorney General to give opinion on 8th of May 2023, that opinion must have been sought from the National Treasury. And the CS then was Professor Njuguna Ndungu. So I am very sure he must have, in one way, communicated with the Attorney General. On the Inua Jamii, I was not saying that we pay the former councillors this gratuity, pension or honorarium through Inua Jamii program. What I mentioned is that we are working with the line ministry to make sure that these former councillors, those who deserve to be enrolled under Inua Jamii program, are enrolled in the normal way to get support like any other qualified Kenyans, including those who have not served as councillors. Thank you.
Now, honorable senators, we need to make progress on this very weighty matter. And I know that if I'm to give an opportunity to any of you, there will be no bigger departure from what has already been said by the senators who've spoken before. Now, you will note that there is a willingness to pay from the executive, right from the president to the ministry. The biggest obstacle that has been observed from the response by the Honorable CS is lack of legal framework. And therefore, Honorable Senators, allow me to, pursuant to Standing Order Number 1, refer this matter to the Committee of Labor, working together with the Ministry of Finance and the Office of the Attorney General, within 60 days to come up with a legal framework within which we can actualize the recommendations of the task force so that the councillors are paid their due. If that's fine favor, we will rest it at that. So, Honorable CS, this matter has now been referred to the Labour Committee, which will work with you and the Office of the Attorney General to come up with a legal framework within which the former councillors can get their dues. We'll leave it at that. We will now move to the second question directed to, yes.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for your guidance, and I'm okay with your guidance. And I've realized the lacuna where it is. So, Mr. Speaker, I was asking, is it possible also to include the Committee on Budget and Finance? Because it is very critical on this matter. That is the committee that can also be able to get CS Mbandi anytime they want to meet him. Otherwise, Labour does not know the corners of Treasury more than the Committee on Budget and Finance. And also it is a finance matter, Honorable Speaker, so it is better also that committee to be involved.
Very well. In fact, 3 committees will work together with the CS Treasury and the Office of the Attorney General, the Labour Committee, JLAC, and Finance and Budget. And we need that report to be laid before the Senate within 60 days. The earlier, the better. We move to the second question. Question number 25. Senator Boni, proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 25 as in the order paper. And Mr. Speaker, allow me to congratulate the Minister for the candid manner in which he has handled this matter of gross national importance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, could the Minister provide a list of programs in Kenya relating to education, food security, governance that were being implemented by the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, at the time of freezing of foreign assistance from the United States of America? B, Mr. Speaker, what is the total funding requirement for each of the said programs, and could the Cabinet Secretary specify the amount of funds that USAID was projected to provide in the financial year 2024-25? C, what interim measures has the government put in place to address the funding gap that has emerged as a result of the freeze of foreign assistance from the US to ensure continuity of the critical services? And finally, D, could the Cabinet Secretary also outline the government's long-term plans to reduce reliance on foreign aid and to ensure sustainability in financing for the critical programs in sectors such as education, health, food security, and governance? I thank you.
Cabinet Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me also to reciprocate the magnanimity of Senator Boni Halwale by saying that I also appreciate the Senator for being proactive in this matter, not to wait until there are challenges out of this freeze of funding to now ask questions, being proactive and asking well in advance. Since the senators read the question, I don't want to read the question again, but it's question number 025. And this is my response, Mr. Speaker and the honorable members. Mr. Speaker and honorable senators, first and foremost, allow me to acknowledge the invaluable support from the government of the United States of America to the people of Kenya for over 6 decades. We enjoy cordial and enduring partnership between the United States and Kenya that has led to healthy collaboration in a wide range of initiatives, such as access to education, improving quality health care through nutrition, family planning, and maternal and child health, including malaria, tuberculosis, HIV/AIDS, and strengthening of the healthcare system, support for economic growth through trade, agriculture, and infrastructure initiatives, fostering democracy, governance, and conflict interventions that directly impact the lives of millions of Kenyans. So, cognizant of the executive order titled Reevaluating and Realigning United States Foreign Aid, issued ordering a 90-day pause on all U.S. foreign development assistance programs to conduct a review, the National Treasury wishes the Senate to note the following: that the U.S. government provides foreign aid primarily in grants form to Kenya using several U.S. government agencies whom we have existing development cooperation framework with, including U.S. Department of State, U.S. Agency for International Development, or what is known as USAID, U.S. Trade Development Agency, the Millennium Challenge Corporation, the United States President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, Development Finance Corporation, and the U.S. African Development Foundation. We signed the Development Cooperation Framework Agreements, DCFA, with USAID on the 8th of December 2019. The initial contribution was US dollars 50,016,204, but this has since been increased to US dollars 1,695,978,754, which is equivalent to 220 million, to Kenya shillings 220 billion 477,238,020. So the DCFA is valid up to 30th of September 2028. Mr. Speaker, with those highlights, now I wish to respond to the question number 25 by the Senator for Kakamega County, Senator Boni Alwale, as follows. On the question of could the Cabinet Secretary provide a list of all programs in Kenya relating to education, food security, and governance that were being implemented by the United States Agency for International Development at the time of freezing of the foreign assistance to the United States of America. I wish to state, Honorable Speaker, that attached to my written response is the list of the United States Agency for International Development, or USAID-funded programs in Kenya relating to education, food security, and governance, which are appended as Annex number 1. And under education, if you go to that annex, it's page 14, my submission. I hope all members have it, or the members who have this response from me have them. Under education, there is US dollars 22.3 million, and I've highlighted where this money would be spent: training of teachers to enhance reading instructions, providing support to Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Maybe I continue. Under education, I said that there is 22.3 million US dollars And just giving examples of where this money would have been spent or would be spent is improving early grade literacy across public primary schools. I want to single out that there was support for provide to public TVETs in Kilifi, Mombasa, Nakuru, and Machakos to align training to industry needs, providing scholarships to youth to attend TVETs, and support for the newly established Open University of Kenya to build systems for instructional delivery and establish partnership with private sector and universities in the US and globally. So that is where, those are the areas where the education money was going to. Under governance, a number of issues being dealt with, but the amount that was available for this was 8.6 million USD. Under food security, it was a little higher, 128 million, and that is equivalent of 16.5 billion shillings. This was supporting a number of NGOs, supporting programs including Dadaab and Kakuma refugee camps, supporting improved farming practices, supporting county governments, NGOs and UN agencies, and especially in asal areas, in providing foods and relief to over 2.5 million people. So, and the details are there, Mr. Speaker. The second question, what is the total funding requirement for each of the said programs, and could the Cabinet Secretary specify the amount of funds that you said was projected to provide in the year 2024-2025 financial year? Now, the amount for the said programs is approximately, the program that I highlighted, food, governance, and education. Those ones, the said programs is approximately 158.9 million US dollars, equivalent of about 20 billion Kenya shillings, while the total assistance, including health and the others, is approximately US dollars 405.4 million, which is about Kenya shillings 52 billion. For the financial year 24-25, from USAID, which, as I've indicated, includes other sectors such as health, economic growth, water, and environment. Now, Honorable Speaker, it's important to note that while official government assistance, or what is known as ODA, from USAID is aligned to our medium-term plan and supplement government investments and largely benefits the people of Kenya. USAID contracts, implementing partners, that is both international and local, are entities who bear the fiduciary responsibility, because this funding is implemented by implementing partners. The money, as I will state, does not come to our budget. Therefore, USAID support is not reflected in the budget. The National Treasury plays a subsidiary role in facilitating tax exemptions. So that is something worth noting, that this has been off-budget financing from USAID. However, provides very critical services. Now, what interim measures has the government put in place to address the funding gap that has emerged as a result of the freeze of foreign assistance from the USA to ensure continuity of critical services? My response is as follows. Regarding the interim measures to address the funding gaps resulting from the freeze of foreign assistance from the USA, the government has taken the following steps to ensure the continuity of critical services. With the affected state departments, we are conducting a review of our existing budget allocations to prioritize funding for essential services in sectors such as health, education, governance, and food security to be included in the budget estimates supplementary 3 if it becomes very necessary, because if this funding stops abruptly and there are critical areas, we cannot wait for the 2025-2026 budget. Likewise, county governments are also expected to act accordingly to ensure uninterrupted service delivery for devolved functions. We are also engaging with other development partners to explore opportunities for additional funding and technical assistance to plug the gap. For instance, the Universal Healthcare Agenda reforms under the Social Health Authority, SHA, vulnerable populations will gain access to a broad spectrum of benefits, including screening, dialysis, kidney transplants, essential medications, and vital medical equipment, and plug the gap by some of the interventions that were being performed by USAID. The other question was that could the Cabinet Secretary also outline the government's long-term plans to reduce reliance on foreign aid and to ensure sustainable financing for critical programs in sectors such as education, health, food security, and governance? And this is my response, Mr. Speaker. Like you have observed, this administrative action has actually exposed our vulnerabilities and calls for concerted efforts to address them to ensure Kenyan self-reliance. Our Vision 2030 overarching goal is to transform Kenya into a newly industrializing, middle-income country, providing a high quality of life to all Kenyans or citizens. The journey to self-reliance requires broad-based economic development. The government is implementing the journey to self-reliance requires broad-based economic development. And the government is implementing policies, programs, projects, and interventions in the bottom-up economic transformation agenda to enhance agricultural transformation, support macro, small, and medium enterprises, provide affordable housing and settlement, achieve universal health care, and support growth of digital superhighway and creative economy for job creation. Mr. Speaker, in this year's budget policy statement, which is titled Consolidating Gains and a Bottom-up Economic Transformation Agenda for Inclusive Green Growth, we have outlined the fiscal consolidation measures to reduce public debt vulnerabilities while providing fiscal space to deliver essential public goods and services. Fiscal consolidation will be supported by concerted expenditure rationalization and revenue mobilization efforts. This will bring public debt on downwards path, consistent with Kenya's debt anchor. To boost revenue, emphasis will be placed on a combination of tax administrative and tax policy reforms that include strengthening tax administration for enhanced compliance through expansion of the tax base, minimizing tax expenditures, leveraging on technology to revolutionize tax processes, sealing revenue loopholes, and enhancing the efficiency of tax system, and focusing on non-tax revenues that ministries, departments, and agencies can raise through the services they offer to the public. The government will also sustain efforts to strengthen accountability, transparency, and a revenue mobilization path guided by the medium-term revenue strategy that makes tax regime more efficient, equitable, and progressive. These deliberate efforts will be put in place to strike a right balance between the need to create a stronger and more reliable revenue stream and the need to protect the critical masses who have been grossly affected by the prevailing macroeconomic shocks. To strengthen expenditure control and improve efficiency and effectiveness in public spending, the government will rationalize and reduce non-essential expenditure, roll out an end-to-end e-procurement system to maximize value for money, and increase transparency in procurement. Operationalize the public investment management information system to automate public investment management process, revamp the public service pension administration through digitization and re-engineering of the pension management system, and expedite governance reforms targeting state corporations. To strengthen public finance management, the government will fast-track the process of transitioning from cash basis to accrual basis of accounting to improve cash management and enhance financial and fiscal reporting, and entrench the adopted zero-based budgeting approach while finalizing the financial year 2025-26 budget estimate to reorient our budgeting and expenditure framework. The government will also operationalize the asset and inventory management modules in our IFMIS for all MDAs, and this will enable the government to have full visibility of all assets and inventory and facilitate optimal assets utilization and ensure idle and unserviceable assets are disposed in conformity with the existing legal requirements. I want to add that most of these measures that I've already put here, Mr. Speaker, many of them are at their advanced stages of implementation. For example, the case of e-procurement, we are onboarding almost all MDAs by the beginning of next month, and we are doing a test run all the way to June 30th, and by July 1st, all MDAs, including county government, should be all onboarded into e-procurement system to make efficient, effective our procurement system and realized economy in the procurement. The case of actual accounting, already my committee is implementing it, which is headed by my PS. I delegated that to him, and is doing an excellent job, even in terms of inventory and investment management. So all these measures that I've pointed out here are already at advanced stages of implementation. They are just not thoughts, not wish list. They are not intentions. We are actualizing them. Now, to crowd in private sector in the provision of public services, the government will scale up use of public-private partnerships, framework for commercially viable projects. I know PPP has actually been scandalized. We are trying to revamp it and re-engineer it and rebrand it so that Kenyans may appreciate the PPP as an alternative to financing major infrastructural development, which would reduce pressure on our fiscal space. The government is also piloting a new human resource management system, which will be rolled out to all national government ministries and departments, as well as all county governments, in order to improve the management of the wage bill, including statutory payroll deductions. In view of the constrained fiscal environment, prioritization during resource allocation will be critical in ensuring low priority expenditures are dropped or deferred to give way to high priority service delivery programs. Ministries, departments, and agencies are therefore required to reevaluate all the existing or planned activities, projects, and programs to be funded in financial year 25-26 and in the medium-term budget. Sector working groups are required to eliminate wasteful expenditures and pursue priorities which are aimed at safeguarding livelihoods, creating jobs, reviving businesses, and economic recovery. I want to add that we have already put a zero-based budgeting model into the IFMIS for this budget that we are just processing at the moment. So sector working groups should also ensure that all expenditure items in the financial year 25-26 budget are justified, and emphasis is placed on allocating the limited resources based on program efficiency and requirement than incremental budgeting. Before I finish, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to point out that the day before yesterday, I actually had a meeting with the Charge d'Affaires of the United States in Kenya, and this is what I want to add to the response that I've just given. We discussed at length, and it is clear, as I said, that U.S. has been giving us support directly through implementing partners, not through the budgetary support. The programs after this, out of this executive order, which have been running in this country, were about 100. With this executive order, the programs may reduce only to 15. So these are the areas that are going to be saved from the discussion I had with them, and I requested him to give me a write-up on what the impact of this executive order is, including areas that are not going to be affected, and he stated that life-saving interventions will not be affected. Emergencies like infectious diseases, e.g. Ebola, those ones will not be affected in terms of fund cuts. Emergency food assistance will also be preserved or not affected or saved. And finally, our mission in Haiti through our police force will also be supported still. So the executive order does not affect those areas. The life-saving interventions, emergency food assistance, and our mission in Haiti, those ones will still continue to enjoy the U.S. funding. So, Mr. Speaker, even as we pursue these risk mitigating measures, we remain hopeful that we shall continue strengthening our bilateral ties with the U.S., notwithstanding of the outcome of the 90-day review on foreign aid. We discussed at length with the team from the U.S. Embassy, and they have also indicated areas where they still want to continue cooperating with us, and they re-emphasized that the foreign policy around Kenya is still intact and remains intact. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I submit.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. Honorable Senators, due to time, I will not be taking any supplementary questions except from Boni Kalwale. You can ask one supplementary question if you're still not satisfied with the response.
Mike, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I am satisfied with the answer that has been given by the Minister, and I want to regret on behalf of the people of Kakamega, Mombasa, Nakuru, Kilifi, and Isiolo that 1.1 billion shillings, which was earmarked for promoting accountability in delivery of services in those counties and reducing fraud and wastage and abuse of resources in the health sector, has fallen on its face. Mr. Speaker, because of where we are, I want to draw the attention of the Minister to page 9 of his answer, bullet 8.3, where you have mentioned the issue of the Social Health Authority. Mr. Minister, since you're trying to look for ways of bridging the gap, the universal health, where it has succeeded elsewhere in the world, the funding model is clearly based on what comes from the National Treasury, plus what they realize from the contributions for members who subscribe into the program for insurance, and finally an element of out-of-pocket. Could you clarify to the country, Minister, that the current funding model of SHA does not factor in any money from the National Treasury? Given, Mr. Minister, that in your budget you have 134.5 billion shillings thereabout to the Ministry of Health, which remains at which is going to remain at Afi House, can I plead on behalf of the Kenyans that that 134 billion shillings that is remaining at Afi House, you should take upwards of 50%, 80%, 60%, and take it into SHA so that it can be the national government's contribution to cushion the program, because the noise I'm hearing across the country, Minister, is about funding. People are happy about SHA, but the funding doesn't appear to be sustainable. Can you undertake to go and learn and borrow from the way it is done in other countries, the UK included, on how universal health care is funded? I'm afraid, Minister, the noise we are hearing is not about to come to an end. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Boni. Cabinet Secretary, please respond.
Thank you.
Proceed, Cabinet Secretary. Senator Cherargei, I did. Yes, so I have told you we have run out of time. There's another Cabinet Secretary waiting. What questions? The question has been answered. This is a supplementary question. Senator Cherargei, we are not going to engage each other in a verbal exchange. Cabinet Secretary, please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Cherargei, that is enough. We have run. Let the Cabinet Secretary reply, please. No. No. Allow the Cabinet Secretary to respond. Cabinet Secretary, please respond.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just to quickly address the two issues that Senator Boni Kalwale has raised. On his regrets, I agree that funding issues like advocacy and support on fight against corruption will be affected, certainly. And we may not have enough resources to support such programs, but it is regrettable because we really need accountability in the country. So I agree with Senator Aluale on that. Secondly, on the issue of universal health cover, again, I want to agree with Senator Boni Aluale that this program is contentious everywhere in the world. There's no country that I know of which has implemented universal health coverage without issues around it, either political, people who feel it should not be implemented, especially in developed democracies, or it is issues around how to implement it. But again, as a country, I think in manifestos of major political parties, we promised universal health coverage. But we must implement it properly. The issues around SHA is not that SHA is not right. It is the good thing, it's the right thing to do, but the issues around it is, are we doing it properly? So this is the question that we need to do. So what am I going to do from the Treasury perspective? From the Treasury, I'm going to insist on rationalization of our budget to put money where it is needed. I just want to tell Senator Luale that it is the Treasury has supported SHA. It's not true that we haven't supported. Even in the current supplementary 2, we have allocation of 6 billion to support SHA, 3 billion to support primary health care, and another 3 billion to support critical care, health care. By the way, it may interest members to understand also from the information I have is that the critical health care was not being provided under NHIF. But under SHA, the government has insisted we must provide it. And we must make resources available. We will, apart from the deductions from members, which is basically insurance, it is not actually expenditure. The money that is collected from Kenyans, if you take the best case scenario that no Kenyan falls sick, that money should not be spent, it should remain there. So it's not an expenditure. That is why when you look at our fiscal framework, we have removed the SHA allocation, the 73 billion, from the fiscal framework, because it is not an expenditure. But the government must also put in money to support healthcare in the country. So you will see in the budget our allocation to support this health program, because it is critical, we must do it. And I hope and I believe that the line ministry will do justice to Kenyans by making this system work, make it more efficient, and make it more accountable. The problems which are there were bound also to be there, because any new thing must have challenges. But those challenges must be dealt with within a period of time so that the system works. We cannot afford to lose this. We cannot afford to lose this system. This system is the best for this country, especially with these challenges around some of the health programs that were being supported by USAID. We need a system that caters for the vulnerable of the society. And so mine was, Mr. Speaker, just largely to agree with Honorable Aluale. And I've taken note of your suggestion and advice to my ministry on how to deal with the funding to the health ministry. I will act accordingly.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. We shall give you leave now. Wish you all the best in the hard task ahead. And probably we'll see you next time here in this house to ask you more questions. Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. Yes, Senator Cherargei. Give Senator Cherargei the mic.
Mr. Speaker, looking at the number of questions that is there, it is good to advise some of us, because we have been sitting since morning, whether now that the Minister of Interior is coming and he has a lot of more than 10 questions, it is good to guide us early that if there will be no space for supplementary question, it's good to advise the House, so that some of us don't have to wait. If we will not get a chance, then why did we put at the standing order that supplementary questions will be provided? In fact, the standing order should only allow the people who are asking the questions to ask the question. Because, Mr. Speaker, it's unfair. Members come here at 9:30, we sit through, we try to ask further supplementary questions, or even to assist in the guidance of the House, Mr. Speaker. We are not being given the chance. I'm not saying not only me, but a number of colleagues who have sat here since morning, Mr. Speaker. So looking at the next minister, he has almost more than 10 questions, and looking at the, even if, Speaker, even if you are to indulge the House to rise at 1:15, it will not be sufficient. So is it understanding order number 1 that you guide, or the questionnaires or people who are requesting supplementary questions, the owners of the questions in words, can drop their supplementary questions and ask and allow other members to ask further questions, if that will be okay? But if it is not possible, Mr. Speaker, understanding order number 1, kindly guide the House so that members do not expect to ask. We can be good listeners and we can listen through, Mr. Speaker. Because mine was just simple. I just wanted to find out from the CS Mbadi what is the position of USAID on the payment of universal health coverage, for example. Because it's a live issue. I know you have UHC in Garissa, I have UHC, they are in Kericho. Mine was just to seek clarification. Is the cabinet minister in charge of Treasury, looking with the suspension of USAID? Is there a way that they have been catering for UHC? And finally, Mr. Speaker, is also, we need your ruling and interpretation, Mr. Speaker, understanding on the number 1. When a cabinet minister comes with the questions, even from your dashboard, you can tell whether there is a sufficient answer to the question. Is there, in your wisdom, understanding on the number 1 on the ruling, to provide to the House, if from the face value the minister has not answered the question adequately, is there, from your position, looking at the reaction of members, to direct that the minister withdraws that response and maybe comes back from 14 to 7 days, Mr. Speaker, so that we also don't waste time? The reason we're asking more questions is because maybe the response from the minister is not sufficient enough. So, Mr. Speaker, I need your guidance on standing order number 1, on where the cabinet ministers are giving answers that do not satisfy the House, or we feel that the cabinet minister, Mr. Speaker, has not taken the House seriously, Mr. Speaker. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to request, with your indulgence, if we're having Minister of Interior, we're having Minister of Treasury, we're having Minister of Labor, is there a possible way that going into the future, when we have ministers that have many questions, is there a way we can have them give us 2, for example, Minister of Treasury and Education, because we want to agree there are many issues? Is there a way Senate Business Committee can sit and agree, Mr. Speaker? I thank you for that indulgence.
Thank you very much, Senator Cherargei. What you're raising is very valid. And I think we will be taking it up with the SBC so that we cannot be cramping up ministries which are very big, with very big dockets and a lot of questions to the ministry. So I think today we had 3 cabinet secretaries, and it was quite evident that we were not able to manage our time properly. Now, as far as the questions to the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration, we seem to have 6 questions. Maybe I would like to propose that we get all the 6 questions asked. We see how much time we have after that, so that we can know how many supplementary questions we can take thereafter. So we will ask the 6 questions. without any supplementaries. And then after the 6 questions have been replied, we will see how many supplementary questions we can take. Is that in order, honorable senators? Very well, thank you. Question number 21 by Beatrice Ogola. Sorry, Cabinet Secretary, I did not welcome you into the House. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Beatrice, please give mic to Senator Beatrice. If you could please ask the question as it appears on the order paper so that we can save time.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My question is, one, could the Cabinet Secretary provide details on the level of preparedness in mitigation of drought and floods, given the devastation that was experienced in the country during the heavy rains in 2024 and in the previous years too? Are there specific areas that have been particularly mapped out for such mitigation? And what strategies have been put in place for such zones? And lastly, how much has been set aside in the year 2024-25 budget earmarking disaster and emergency response? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Senator. Cabinet Secretary? And also, with your indulgence, please, if we could request that you summarize the reply as much as possible, the response, because the answers have already been circulated to the members.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for giving me opportunity to be here. I thought I heard earlier from your directive that all the questions be asked once, then I ran through all of them once. I heard in your directive that all the questions be asked once, then I can run through all of them once. If it can.
Oh, very well. Very well. Then we can do that. Yeah. The next question, number 27, by Senator of Turkana, James Lomanen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I ask question 027. Could the Cabinet Secretary outline the measures in place to mitigate the persistent livestock theft and banditry that has plagued Turkana County for decades? B, what different strategies has the Ministry put in place to alleviate the unchecked raids that have exacerbated poverty and insecurity in the region, despite numerous government intervention? C, could the Ministry consider the adoption and implementation of modern technological solutions such as animal identification and traceability system, ANITRAC, to enhance livestock traceability and effectively curb cattle rustling? D, could the Cabinet Secretary provide mechanisms that can be implemented to enhance collaboration between Turkana County security agencies and neighboring counties to enforce livestock identification policies and ensure seamless livestock tracking and recovery? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Chute of Marsabit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I have 3 questions. Question number 1, could the Cabinet Secretary state the number of internally displaced persons in Marsabit town and provide details regarding the timeline and circumstances of their displacement, as well as the form and extent of support provided to them? Question number 2, could the Cabinet Secretary disclose plans and timelines for settling the IDPs and outline measures put in place to ensure their safety and well-being during and after resettlement? Question number 3, what are the terms of compensation of the IDPs And could the Cabinet Secretary indicate when the compensation will be paid? Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hamida Kibwana. Yes, Kajwang, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, not to challenge your directions, but when you look at the time, we've got just about 30 minutes before we close this session. And when you look at the order paper, there are quite a number of questions. We run the risk of asking the questions, and then time runs out, and then we end up taking the written responses from the CS, which will defeat the essence of this session. You know, when we put this in the standing orders, Mr. Speaker, this session was never there. It was meant to build interaction with the cabinet secretaries. I want to plead with you, Mr. Speaker, that let's not rush so that we finish. Let us have a substantive conversation and probably just take the first 3 of the first 4 questions, let the CS respond, and if he's able to respond satisfactorily within the time allowed, then the other questions could be asked. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, we'll be engaged in an academic exercise, which is not the spirit of this session.
Thank you, Senator, but we were proceeding very well before you interrupted. So what we will do is we'll continue, and you know the Speaker has a leeway to increase the time once it gets to 1 o'clock. So we'll see how well the Cabinet Secretary is doing in terms of his response, okay? Senator Hamida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also have 3 questions, Bwana Waziri. One, Bwana Waziri, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the deteriorating condition of Nyayo House in Nairobi Central Business District? Which houses the State Department for Immigration and Citizen Services, and indicate whether there are immediate plans to renovate it to ensure efficiency delivery of service to Kenyans. Number 2, what measures have the government put in place to ensure that both the public and government officials working at Nyayo House have access to adequate facilities, including clean water, sanitary amenities, and a conducive working environment? The last one, Bwana Waziri, could the Cabinet Secretary also confirm whether there's budgetary allocation for the renovation of Nyayo House in the 2024-2025 financial year, and if so, state the amount? Thank you.
Next question by Senator Joe Nyutu on behalf of Senator Kirinyaga County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in for Senator Murango of Kirinyaga County, and I have the following questions to the CS. 1, could the CS state the immediate actions taken to address the increase in incidents of insecurity in Kirinyaga County, particularly in Kiruguya Town, where 2 people have been killed by criminals in the last 1 month, and in Gruvani Town, where marauding gangs have been waylaying residents early in the morning and late in the evening? And number 2, Mr. Speaker, what is the status of investigations into an attempted robbery with violence incident in Meringairi area in Kiruguya Town on the night of 24th January 2025, in which Mr. Murimi was shot and later succumbed to injuries while undergoing treatment at Kiruguya County Referral Hospital? And could the Cabinet Secretary clarify the timelines within which police officers should investigate incidents of crime such as this? Number C, Mr. Speaker, what long-term plans does the ministry have to curb insecurity in Kiruguya Town and its environs? And finally, could the Cabinet Secretary also state the number of police officers who have served in one station within Kirinyaga County for more than 3 years, and state when those officers were transferred? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. And the last question by Senator of Tana River, Senator Danson Mungatana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 20. Why have the killers of Mr. Isaac Jarso, a resident of Kone Village in Tana River County, who was killed by suspected KWS officers on the 29th December 2024 not yet arrested? B, when will the killers be arrested, given that a similar incident happened in Nakuru County on the 18th January 2005, and within hours, arrests of the suspected KWS officers was made? C, could the Cabinet Secretary explain why the Directorate of Criminal Investigation, DCI officers, are yet to make arrests when the suspects are known KWS officers? And finally, when will the family of the late Mr. Jarso be compensated following his unfortunate death? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator. Cabinet Secretary, you may respond.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I will run through the questions in the order that was presented to us. First, Mr. Speaker, is the question 003 by Senator Marsabit. I'll jump a number of things there to save time, which are necessary, introductions which are necessary, and straight to the point that, Mr. Speaker, on part 1, which is the number of IDPs, between 2017 and 2022, sporadic ethnic, social, political skirmishes resulted in the displacement of people in various parts of Marsabit County. On record, we have 528 households whose houses were vandalized and 135 houses burned as follows. The list is provided, Mr. Speaker, with villages provided for the sublocation. And maybe just to mention the sublocation, in Jirimbe sublocation we have 12 households, in Milima Tatu 18, in Mataharba 33, in Kilta 35, all totaling in different villages as provided for, and I'm sure the advanced copy was shared. It's a total of 528 households, Mr. Speaker, and the burned houses are 135, and Mr. Speaker, the list is provided. Honorable Speaker, on question 2, the government has been distributing relief food to the affected households. In addition, there has been allocation of bursaries to the affected children. On the terms of compensating the IDPs and when they will be paid, most of the IDPs, Mr. Speaker, have returned to their original manyatas. Manyata Daba, Sales, Wako, Konso, Banjale, Isakon Umuro, and Gabra scheme. To ensure their safety and security, police posts have been established in the area. SACU CDF has put up a police post at Manyata Daba awaiting deployment of security officers. National Police Reservists have been deployed across the hotspots, and Mr. Speaker, peace dialogue has and dialogues have been conducted across the county, and peace structure committees are operational. There is enhanced intelligence gathering, and there is frequent public barazas being conducted in the area. Honorable Speaker, in the absence of budgetary allocation in my ministry to facilitate compensation for IDPs, the county resettlement committee is engaging the IDPs to voluntarily return to their manyatas. This has become possible since the security situation has stabilized. The government commits to ensuring that upon return of the displaced persons, adequate provisions is made to provide them with food and non-food items. Mr. Speaker, on question number 006 by nominated Senator Honorable Amida Kibwana, the Speaker, on part 1, which is the deteriorating situation of the Nyayo House, I would like to respond as follows. Nyayo House was commissioned around 42 years ago and currently accommodates over 58 national and county government departments, which offer different services to the citizens, especially immigration services. Previously, the ministry engaged the State Department of Public Works to assess the necessary maintenance works of Nyayo House, and they gave the ministry a bill of quantities amounting to 244 million shillings, 831 and 831,860 shillings, funds which the ministry does not have at the moment. The refurbishment will cover internal and external painting, electrical and mechanical works, including the lifts, Mr. Speaker, which are actually performing very poorly. The State Department of Immigration and Citizen Services occupies the majority of the floors in Nyayo House. All these floors currently occupied by the State Department are being refurbished to ensure efficient service delivery and a conducive working environment for both the staff and the clients. The floors that accommodate the Principal Secretary's office and on 23rd floor, the Director of E-Citizen Services on 23rd, 22nd and 17th floors have all been renovated and refurbished with modern furnishing and IT infrastructure. The service lobby on the ground floor, where the Directorate of Immigration and Citizen Services carries out passport application and issuance, was fully renovated and expanded to accommodate our targeted clientele. Plans are underway to renovate offices on 3rd, 4th, and 8th floors and refurbish all the washrooms and all floors that are occupied by State Department of Immigration and Citizen Services. On part 2, on the measures put in place to ensure both public and government officials working there have clean water, sanitary amenities, and conducive working environment, I'd like to respond as follows, Mr. Speaker. The government has ensured an uninterrupted clean water supply, which runs throughout the week from the Nairobi City's county. Nyayo House also has reserve tanks on the rooftop of the building in case we experience water supply shortages. The State Department of Immigration and Citizen Services has also outsourced cleaning services. On whether there is a budgetary allocation for the renovation in 2024-2025, Mr. Speaker, I wish to state that the State Department for Immigration and Citizen Services was allocated 70 million shillings in the financial year 2024-2025 budget for the renovation and refurbishment of our offices at the Nyayo House. However, due to the ongoing austerity measures, the National Treasury reallocated the funds. We do hope that the National Treasury will disperse the funds to allow the completion of the budgeted renovations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On question 012 by Senator James Murango of Kirinyaga County, Mr. Speaker, we have a very detailed response, but I'll try to summarize. Mr. Speaker, regarding the immediate actions that have been taken by the National Police Service to address increasing incidents of insecurity in Kirinyaga County, particularly in Kerukoya Town, I'd like to respond as follows. In January 2025, several security incidents were reported in Kerugoya and Gurubani towns within Kirinyaga County. Consequently, the following immediate measures were undertaken to arrest the situation. 1, increased patrols and rapid responses. The National Police Service intensified both foot and mobile patrols in Kerugoya Town and its environs, focusing on early morning and late evening hours when incidents were more frequent. 2, special operations. The National Police Service organized continuous special operations to get rid of the criminals. 3, public sensitization. Regular public security meetings were conducted to inform the residents about emerging crime trends and preventive measures. 4, stakeholder partnership. Collaboration was strengthened with community policing groups, Nyumba Kumi initiatives, and private security firms to facilitate information sharing for effective security management. 5, multi-agency coordination. Law enforcement worked closely with the national government administration, officers, other security agencies, and public to build confidence in security efforts. 6, targeted investigations. Specialized units were deployed to conduct thorough investigations leading to the arrest and prosecution of criminals. On the status of investigation to an attempted robbery with violence incident in Miringi Lira area in Kerukoya Town, and the death of one Mr. Murimi who was shot in the incident, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to respond as follows. On 24th of January 2025 at around 9:30 p.m., Gladys Nyambura Njuki, an M-Pesa shop operator in Kerukoya Town, closed her business and boarded a motorcycle registration number provided ridden by Eric Minor to her residence in Mudhaika area. Before reaching her destination, they were intercepted by assailants using 2 numberless motorcycles, each carrying a pillion passenger and armed with a pistol. The criminals confronted the complainant, brandishing pistols, and forcibly snatched her handbag while demanding money. Upon hearing a distress call, a resident, Mr. Peter Karimi Kamau, aged 44 years, responded in an attempt to assist. Unfortunately, one of the robbers shot him. They also fired 2 shots into the air to disperse bystanders before fleeing the scene on their motorcycles. Police officers arrived promptly, but criminals had already escaped. At the scene, the police officers recovered 2 spent cartridges and 5 rounds of ammunition. The injured victim was rushed to Kerugoya County Referral Hospital for treatment. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, he succumbed to these injuries the following day, on 25th January 2025. A post-mortem was done and confirmed that he had suffered a fatal gunshot wound to the abdomen. Investigation commenced under the offense of robbery with violence, contrary to Section 2962 of the Penal Code, and the reference is provided. Forensic done at the DCI headquarters by conducting ballistic examination on 2 spent cartridges recovered at the scene of crime, established that the firearm used in this incident had also been linked to the separate robbery with violence case in DCI Ruiru. Mr. Speaker, as now the suspect remain at large and the case is still under active investigation to apprehend those who are responsible. Regarding the long-term plans by the National Police Service to curb insecurity in Kerugoya town and its environs, Mr. Speaker, the government is committed to implementing long-term measures to enhance security and maintain law and order in Kerugoya town and its surrounding areas. The following strategies aim to provide sustainable solutions to crime and insecurity: strengthening the community policing and Nyumba Kumi initiative, increasing, and more details are provided for in the statement, increasing police presence and patrols, use of technology of crime prevention, especially CCTV cameras, and use of the toll-free emergency number, Fichua kwa DCI, capacity building and training of officers. We provide continuous training for the officers on modern crime-fighting techniques, intelligence gathering, and human rights practices, among others. Number 5, addressing socioeconomic drivers of crime. We would like to collaborate with the local community organization to provide social programs aimed at reducing criminal behavior, improved legal and judicial processes to enhance collaboration between the police and judiciary to ensure that these cases are handled swiftly, enhance intelligence and surveillance operations in the area, strengthening public-private partnership in security, working together with the private firms and the community, and finally periodic security audits and stakeholder engagement to ensure that we deal with these threats. On the list of police officers who have served in Kirinyaga County over 3 years and their transfer status, Honorable Speaker, the Service Standing Orders, SSO Cap 72, govern the transfer and deployment of police officers. As stipulated, the mandate for deployment lies with the Inspector General and is not used as a disciplinary measure or reward. Mr. Speaker, additionally, in line with the Maraga Task Force recommendations, officers should not serve in a single station for more than 3 years to enhance their professionalism, mitigate corruption, and ensure optimal service delivery. However, exceptional circumstances allow certain officers to remain in one station beyond this period, including those with medical conditions requiring family support, officers are undergoing disciplinary proceedings, and those nearing retirement who wish to serve closer home. In this regard, we have a total of 30 police officers who have served for more than 3 years in Kerugoya town. Mr. Speaker, on question number 020 by Senator of Tana River County, Honorable Danson Mukatana, on matter of Mr. Isaac Jarso, Mr. Speaker, I wish to respond as follows. On part 1 of the question, Mr. Speaker, which is the why the killers have not been arrested, I'd like to respond as follows. On 29th of December 2024, and approximately at approximately 10:30 hours, a contingent of 23 Kenya Wildlife Service Ranger embarked on an operation to remove cattle and herders who had allegedly settled inside Savo East National Park. During the operation, the Rangers encountered Isaac Abdullah Jarso, now deceased, his family and his friends at his Manyata. When the Rangers attempted to arrest the deceased, an altercation ensued, escalating into a physical confrontation, pitting him and his friends against the Rangers. The scuffles resulted in the fatal shoot of Isaac Abdullah Jarso. At 10:45 hours, Mr. Said Omar, Assistant Chief of Kone Sublocation, reported the incident at Garsen Police Station under OBIN number provided. Officers from Kone Police Post responded promptly and arrived at the scene, where they found the lifeless body of Isaac Abdullah Jarso, a 42-year-old male. The body had gunshot wounds on the upper right thigh. Investigations commenced under inquiry number 4 of 2024 of DCI Delta, with officers documenting evidence at the scene and recovering 4 spent cartridges. The body was moved to Malindi Sub-County Hospital mortuary for preservation, where a postmortem examination conducted, confirming that the cause of death was due to gunshot-inflicted injuries. As part of the investigation, statements were recorded from the key witnesses, including the deceased wife, 2 friends who were with him at the time of the incident, and 2 brothers who arrived after being alerted about the shooting. Additionally, statements were taken from KWS Rangers involved in the operation. To facilitate forensic analysis, all 23 rifles used by the Rangers during the operation were collected and escorted to the forensic laboratory in Nairobi for ballistic examination. The ballistic expert report is yet to be finalized. Once the investigations are concluded, the action will be taken against the KWS officers found culpable in the fatal shooting. Mr. Speaker, regarding when the killers will be arrested, given that similar incident happened in Nakuru, Mr. Speaker, as I said, investigations commenced immediately, and the inquiry was forwarded to the DPP via the number provided dated January 2025. In response, the ODPP, through a letter referencing this as provided dated 14 February 2025, directed that several additional matters be established through further investigation, including firearm ballistic report. As stated earlier, appropriate action will be taken against the officers found culpable. On number 3, only why the DCI officers yet to make arrests. Again, Mr. Speaker, the matter is still under active investigation by the DCI, and once concluded, appropriate action will be taken against anyone found culpable of the offense. Every effort is being made to expedite and conclude the investigation to ensure justice is served. Mr. Speaker, regarding when the family of Mr. Jarso will be compensated, Mr. Speaker, compensation for the family for the late Isaac Abdullah Jarso will be subjected to due process depending on the outcome of the investigations. Mr. Speaker, on question number 5 by Honorable Beatrice Ogola, I wish to respond as follows. On part 1, on the level of preparedness on the mitigation of drought and floods, Mr. Speaker, the prolonged 2024 rains resulted in flooding that impacted most parts of the country. A total of 315 people died due to the floods. 58,641 households, representing 293,205 individuals were displaced, and 412,262 persons were affected. The flooding caused havoc to roads, bridges, aerodromes, railways, railway lines, school infrastructure, and health facilities. 298,673 acres of agricultural land and 9,367 livestock were washed away. The government and partners supported the affected population with the evacuations and provision of shelter. Cut-off roads and railway lines were reopened. Further, the government distributed 3,798.1 metric tons of relief and other non-food items to affected population. Arising out of this experience, the government has strengthened early warning systems and disaster preparedness for anticipated flood risks. The government will issue timely alerts besides mobilizing emergency response efforts and awareness creation. The government is investing in climate-resilient infrastructure, flood control measures, and disaster mitigation strategies to reduce vulnerability. This includes improving drainage systems in towns and cities. Number 2, on the specific areas that are particularly been mapped out, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say as follows. 3 months weather forecast issued by Kenya Meteorological Department on March, April, and May indicates near to above normal rains for the western part of the country, below normal for the rest of the country. There is therefore likelihood of floods in only 3 counties, Kisumu, Busia, and Tana River. The government has employed the flooding strategies, among others, to mitigate against possible floods. Following strategies, among others, to mitigate against the possible floods. 1, promoting reforestation and soil conservation. 2, rehabilitation of roads.
3, acquisition of food and non-food items in preparedness for that season. 4, mobilizing emergency response efforts. 5, awareness creation among the stakeholders and members of the public. 6, improving drainage systems in towns. 7, developing and regularly updating emergency response to ensure swift and effective actions in event of flooding, including protocols of evacuation in event of flooding. Number 8, fostering collaboration among stakeholders to develop coordinated response to flooding incidents. Finally, Mr. Speaker, on that question, on how much has been set aside for 2024-2025, I'd like to say in the current financial year, the Minister has set aside 40 million for disaster and emergency response. This notwithstanding, the government will mobilize more resources should there be need to do so. Finally, Mr. Speaker, on question number 6, I hope it's finally, yes. On the, by Senator of Turkana, Senator James Lomenen, I'd like to respond as follows. On part 1, regarding the measures in place to mitigate persistent livestock theft and banditry that have plagued Turkana County for decades, Mr. Speaker, the government is committed to addressing the historical challenges of livestock theft and banditry in Turkana County and other regions by implementing several measures. The measures include enhanced security deployment. The Speaker, there is an increased presence now of through specialized units such as anti-stock theft, rapid deployment unit, and general service unit to deter criminal activities. B, strengthening border security, increased patrol along porous border with neighbor countries to prevent cross-border raids and smuggling of stolen livestock. C, strengthening the inter-county and cross-border collaborations, particularly with neighboring counties and countries to prevent movement of stolen livestock and spread conflict across borders. D, recruitment of training and equipping of national police reservists drawn from local communities to complement police efforts in intelligence gathering and security patrols. 5, strict legal action and prosecution of perpetrators. We're working closely with the Office of DPP and the judiciary to ensure swift prosecution of arrested bandits. And 6, disarmament of, or F, disarmament of weapon recovery. There are ongoing efforts to recover illegal firearms through voluntary surrender program and targeted security operations. Mr. Speaker, on part 2, on the different strategies put in place to elevate the unchecked rates that have exacerbated poverty and insecurity in the region, where, Mr. Speaker, I would like to respond as follows. The government has implemented multifaceted approach to address the persistent rates in the region by continuously assessing and adapting strategies to effectively tackle insecurity and restore sustainable peace and development in the region. They include community policing and intelligence gathering, Mr. Speaker, 2, interagency collaboration with KDF, Ngao, police working together. 3, marking and digitization of livestock identification. In some parts, we have already introduced livestock branding, microchipping, and digital database to facilitate tracing and recovery of stolen animals. 4, engagement of peace committees and elders, strengthening peace dialogues with community elders, religious leaders, and local administrators to promote conflict resolution, discourage territorial attacks, and foster long-term reconciliation among warring communities. 5, continuous training and capacity building of the National Police Service and the NPRs, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that they can respond effectively. And 6, purchase and distribution of new equipment for use by the security personnel, such as drones, mine-resistant and ambush-protected vehicles. Mr. Speaker, on part 3, on whether the government can consider adoption of implementation of modern technology, I'd like to respond as follows, Mr. Speaker. The National Police Service established a committee to oversee the implementation of GIS-based livestock tracking system in collaboration with the consultancy firm, Jibu Cyber Solutions, which was engaged to develop necessary software and infrastructure for livestock registration, movement tracking, and ownership verification. The system has been proposed for rollout in 3 counties in the Rift Valley and 4 counties in the eastern region. The process has reached the advanced stage with public participation planned to allow Jibu Cyber Solutions to conduct a proof of concept. These will test the feasibility, impact, and adaptability of GIS-based cattle tracking technology, which will be integrated with real-time monitoring. Once fully implemented, the solution will be linked to the existing police service infrastructure at the Integrated Control and Command Center, IC3, to enhance security and response to livestock theft incidents. On part 4, Mr. Speaker, regarding mechanisms that can be implemented to enhance collaboration between Turkana County security agencies and neighboring counties to enforce livestock identification policies and ensure seamless livestock tracking and recovery, I'd like to respond as follows. The government acknowledges the importance of livestock marking for identification and monitoring in the banditry-prone areas, as well as the need for inter-county collaboration in enforcing livestock identification policies and ensuring efficient tracking and recovery of stolen livestock. Our ministry, in collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Department, formed a joint committee to oversee the implementation of a GIS-based livestock tracking system. Additionally, to strengthen coordination, various mechanisms have been recommended to enhance cooperation, streamline livestock identification, and improve recovery efforts. They include the strengthening inter-county coordination of livestock management, 2, adoption of livestock identification system, 3, strengthening livestock market regulations, 4, cross-border security and regional cooperation, 5, legal and policy reforms, which includes the punishment and review of the punishment meted on cattle rustlers, among others, and finally, public awareness and sensitization programs. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. Honorable Senators, we are going to extend for not more than 15 minutes as per the provisions in the standing order. And I shall take, I think it will give us two questions from each side. So whoever is going to catch my eye on this side. No, we don't have time for that.
Okay, Senator Chute, you have the first question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm really shocked to hear the answer from the Cabinet Secretary telling this Honorable House that the IDPs in Marsabit were resettled, compensated, and bursaries given to those IDPs. I think the Cabinet Secretary is misled by being told that these people have been resettled. I want the Cabinet Secretary to provide evidence that shows that those IDPs were compensated or resettled or bursaries given. Any evidence that shows that the bursaries were given and by who? Because as far as I know, there were no bursaries given to IDPs. There were no settlement at all. So if there is any evidence, the Cabinet Secretary cannot just tell this
Senator
House.
Chute, you do realize we don't have much time.
Yes.
We've understood your question. Please, let's allow other senators.
Honorable Speaker.
Let us allow other senators to ask a
30
question.
Seconds, 30 seconds to conclude.
No, Senator, you've taken long enough.
But this is a
We've
very
understood the question.
Honorable Speaker, this is a very serious matter.
We've understood the question. You've made the question very clear. So it will be answered by the Cabinet Secretary. Just give other senators an opportunity. Senator Beatrice Ogola, under 1 minute.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. To the Cabinet Secretary, do we have disaster preparedness measures put in place that are gender sensitive because disasters affect genders differently?
Senator Mungatana.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister told us that 23 guns on the incident of Tana River in Kone were taken to the for ballistic examination, and the report hasn't come out. What I wanted him to tell us is, what is the capacity at the examinations place, ballistic examinations place? What is the problem? Since January, now we are heading towards March. In fact, very soon we'll be 4 months down the road. Mr. Speaker, what what is happening in the ballistic examinations place. Can he do something? Because this issue has caused a lot of tension in Tana River.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Lumanen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I would like to ask the CS, when will he lift the ban, curfew, in between West Pokot and Turkana? Because the former CS for Interior did the same. He said that the curfew has been removed, but up to now the traders are really suffering, and there is no highway robbery in that road.
Thank you. Let us allow the Cabinet Secretary to reply to those 4 questions, and then we'll take some more supplementaries.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. On Senator Chute's response, I was clear that we don't have money for compensation. However, the support that is working together with the CDF of the constituency, among others, some of the affected have been favored in terms of bursaries, including bursaries from the county government. I also want to say that since we don't have money for resettling people, as the statement indicates, the encouragement was to make the conditions better for people to go back to their manyatas in terms of security operations, and then give them a chance to go back. And as a result of the same, a good number of them have gone back. A few are yet to go back. Mr. Speaker, on the evidence of the same, it can be provided to the Honourable Senator in writing for the same. On the question of Honourable Beatrice Ogola, we have been and we will continue being gender sensitive in terms of disaster response. If you see what the government did last year, a lot of focus was on issues that are going to affect women, the needs, specific needs of women, specific needs for children, and this will continue. And we will continue perfecting, our responses based on the experience we get from every year. And I believe that the gender-based sensitive measures are continuing going to be revised to ensure that we are effectively responding to disasters. On Senator Mungatana's question of DCI, indeed, we have a financial challenge and capacity challenge at the DCI, and we are working to address that issue because there is a backlog. If you heard from my report earlier, the situation in Kirinyaga and the one in Tana River, both are still waiting for the report of the ballistic report to come out. But in my last visit, when I went to DCI office, they made certain requests that we are trying to factor in the incoming budget. And I believe that we should be able to make it to expedite the process, because these are 23 guns, so you have to really match each one of them until you find this is the one which was owned by or used by this particular officer. Finally, Mr. Speaker, on the question of Senator Lomenen, we will assess the security situation. We continuously receive intelligence reports about the situation in Turkana, between Turkana and West Pokot, including recent activities around mining areas in Aro and the border. And we still have a dicey situation in some cases, but we lifted the ban as soon as we are ready to do so, and we can work together with local leaders. Thank you.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. Senator Joe Nyutu, under 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am just following up on the question by Senator Murango, question number 1, about the actions that were taken by the ministry following the killing of 2 people. The CS has responded, and they said that they introduced patrols and special operations and many others. Mr. Speaker, then my question is, we were taught I think in lower primary school that prevention is better than cure. So what is the ministry doing to see to it that we have preventive measures other than responsive measures? Because, Mr. Speaker, 1 life lost is 1 too many. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Catherine Muma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is a follow-up on Senator Beatrice Ogola's question. CS, the time to prepare for disaster or management of the floods in Nyando is now. properly speaking, the machines for doing the dikes should be happening now. Why do we wait every year, and it is very predictable, for the floods to happen in Nyando, and then we purport to bring in dikes, including our senator purporting to create dikes with his own money, and then the same story of evacuating people. Why can't we build the dikes now, in the next 2 weeks, so that when the rains come, the water is diverted and you don't have to evacuate people?
Senator Sige, under 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In his response to Senator Hamida's question, the Honorable CS made reference to a reallocation of the funds that had been requested to renovate Naya House. I do not know whether the Honorable CS is aware that the basement to that particular building, which is actually an exit and entry to the lifts, is in a sorry state. There is leaking water or sewerage that is a serious health hazard. And secondly and lastly, whether the CS in his comment about the Maraga Task Force recommendation has plans to implement that particular report, and if so, when will that be implemented in the police force?
Those are 2 questions, Senator. So, Senator Mandago, final question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Mine is not a question, but I'd like to ask the CS that it looks like there are too many incidences associated with KWS officers. We had an incident in Nakuru. We had an incident in Tana River. Probably your ministry should put a little bit of focus on the officers. And finally, Honorable Speaker, I request the CS probably if we could visit Marsabit just to assess the situation. And
very
sure
well, Senator.
The other manyatas have police come so that they can go back.
You're only supposed to ask 1 question, so the CS will only answer 1 question. Senator Kavindu, final question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine is to ask Honorable CS about insecurity. This is insecurity that Senator Murango is asking about is not only in Murang'a, but also in Machakos. We have a lot of insecurity, especially in a place called Matungulu, Machakos County, and other small areas. What are you doing about it? And also transfers of the police, which have been in our station for more than 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Cabinet Secretary, you can respond. You only have 5 minutes to respond.
Thank you. I will be as brief as possible, Mr. Speaker. On the question of preventive measures in Kirinyaga, we have listed them in the statement on some of the preventive measures we apply, including preparation, early preparations, working with local community, strengthening Nyumba Kumi, intelligence gathering, training of the officers. So all of them are listed in the statement already, Mr. Speaker. On the question of Senator Muma, I agree with her that this is the time to do so. And this is not just a role that is played by national government. County government also has a responsibility. And to be fair, the county government last year did some good job working together with the national government. The only challenge we continue facing as a country is budgetary constraints. But to agree with you, because now Kisumu is one of the areas that is forecasted to have higher than normal rains, it is important for us to do what we need to do now. And I think we will do everything humanly possible within the budget that we have to do so. On the Senator Sige's on Nyayo, Nyayo actually is, to be honest, Nyayo needs urgent attention, particularly when it comes to the lifts. Anybody who, I have an office there, so I get stuck in the lift many times. So I have a personal experience, including using the basement you've talked about, leaking and so forth. But then when you have a budget situation on austerity measures, you are struggling between providing social services, health, and others, and renovations, and that's why we are facing the situation we are facing. But we will continue working to see what we'll do with Nyaya House, but I agree with Senator Sige. And also that in the Maraga report, Mr. Speaker, we are implementing Maraga report in total, including already improved salaries to police officers of a lower cadre, these issues about transfer is being worked out, among many other things. And I think I'll have an opportunity in future to come and expound further, because this is a very important report for us, as was the first task force that the President established when he came to office. On the question of Senator Mandago, indeed I'm going to Marsabit soon, and I'll inform the Senator of Marsabit so that we can have a personal view. There are many things that have been happening in Marsabit. We've done massive operation in Marsabit to deal with the issues of OLA and also drugs and many other things. So we will have an opportunity to visit with him so that we can see what's happening. On the KWS issue, indeed, it was of great concern for us what happened in Tana River and Nakuru. And I think we have been in conversation with the DG KWS. We will enhance this conversation between Kenya National Police Service and KWS to see whether there is a problem somewhere that needs to be dealt with among the officers that serve in KWS to ensure that we avert such situations in the future. And finally, I agree with Senator Kavindu, Agnes, that it is true that Machakos, we have had challenges in Matungulu, but those challenges, Mr. Speaker, were also related to criminal gangs, which are owned by politicians in the Matungulu area. And Mr. Speaker, like we have tried to do so across the country, we have been feeling the resurgence of political gangs or criminals posing as political gangs and pretending to be working with politicians across the country, in Western, in Rift Valley, in Mombasa, in Machakos, Matungulu area, among others. And Mr. Speaker, we are dealing with it. We will, I promise that we will dismantle these gangs, including in Matungu in Kakamega County. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary, and it was nice to have you, and looking forward to have you again. Honorable Senators, it is now 1:15 p.m. and having concluded the business for which I extended the hours of sitting pursuant to Standing Order 34-2A, the Senate stands adjourned until today, later today, 5th March 2025 at 2:30 p.m.
Thank you.
Our next conversation is about, financial management and where you put in your savings. So many people actually put in their savings through SACCOs. Savings and credit cooperative, because SACCO will give you money based on the amount of money that you've put in, and also because you are a community of people who are members of that SACCO, you co-guarantee one another. Now then the SACCOs put money in their own SACCO, where they also co-guarantee one another.
Yep.
It's called Cusco.
Yep.
Kumbe kimeumana huko Cusco. Where? Now, our next guest is going to help us unravel and understand these things, and then also understand the legal safeguards for the money that you have put in a SACCO. He is Ken Gishinga. He's an economist. Ken, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm very well. Happy 1 month anniversary.
Thank you. You're a fixer. If you know it's a 1 month anniversary, you're a fixer for sure.
He listens keenly.
Yeah. Oh,
he's a keen listener. Karibu sana.
Thank you so
Karibu
much.
sana. Our good girl Jano is offset for a bit. She'll be joining us in the conversation as we continue. She's handling 1-2-1-2. Say
Vitu moja mbili.
moja mbili like this.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But you're here, Ken, so that you can also help us just understand what's going on. The issue, the conversation around Cusco has been there for a number of years. And there was investigation that was commenced by the Ministry of Cooperatives and MSMEs. And there was then what we saw, arrests and arraignment in court of the top officials and some board members of Cusco. And then there was now the revelation of the impact that is having on individual SACCOs, when the SACCOs now started releasing their financial figures. And we are saying the kind of hit and how they're cushioning those hits. So you'll let us understand, is our money safe in the SACCOs? But before we get there, let us see what the Cabinet Secretary for Cooperatives and MSMEs, Wycliffe Oparanya, had said when he talked about the investigations and how far they'd gone and the fate of the money that was lost.
We have already met the members of Cusco, and we have already pointed to them that they are unlikely to recover this money. And even if a recovery process is undertaken, it will take too long. So we have told them that
in terms of accounting prudency, they make appropriate provision in the accounts, and we have given them, because some of them they were owed billions. So we have said, instead of making a provision in 1 year, they spread it over a period of time.
You saw, and I'm sure even that time when CS Oparanya spoke, you saw what he said. And he's saying we've been doing investigations, we've unearthed that there was a lot of stuff that was going on at Cusco. And the possibility of recovering all this money, it doesn't seem like we'll be able to recover all this money at the same time. Let's start from the very beginning. What is Cusco? And what's the relationship between Cusco, individual SACCOs, and the regulator?
Many thanks again for having me, Eric and Mariam. Indeed, this is a very bizarre development, and I think it's good to unpack the architecture of this situation. Many Kenyans are members of SACCOs. It's closer to people than the banking sector. Your next door neighbor is likely to be within a SACCO, much more likely than in a bank. So this is something that touches ordinary Mwananchi. And there are typically two types of SACCOs. You have the deposit taking and the non-deposit taking. You'll find more people in the deposit taking SACCOs. So you remit your monthly deposits into the SACCO, and typically within a few months you're eligible to get a facility.
Right.
And that's the phase that most Kenyans are familiar with. That's your everyday phase. If that process works well, that SACCO will make a profit. It'll take Mariam's deposit and make a loan for Latif and make a profit. Typically, these profits then can be reinvested. And now these SACCOs have their union where they can put some of these deposits and profits into those unions. Now that's two layers detached. So most Kenyans are not familiar with that secondary layer where the profits and deposits are stored. And that's where the mismanagement has been happening. Quite bizarre. Withdrawals have been happening. I don't know how it's possible for billions to be withdrawn and really with very little explanation. And I think that's what Kenyans are waking up to. A layer that is beyond their everyday layer of their ordinary SACCOs. And they are asking how much has our SACCOs lost. Obviously, each SACCOs has deposited different amounts. So the exposure is a bit different. Some will take a bigger hit than others. What the minister said in that clip you played, Eric, was in the end, nobody will lose money. But that's a very, it's not a very reassuring statement. And that's
in
why
the end, nobody will lose money.
Right.
Okay.
Ken, 101, you start your first job,
Yes.
and it's like, join a SACCO, join a SACCO. If you
Right.
know what's good for you, join a SACCO.
SACCO.
Safest place to put your money. And then fast forward a few years, you see Cusco. You're like, okay, I don't know what Cusco is necessarily, but it sounds dangerous. So from a individual saver perspective, I know there's a lot of tension. People are worried. Did my SACCO have its money in Cusco? Does that expose me to any risk? And can people, no. But it doesn't, help to calm people down unless there's a surety that they will not lose money. So one, how will people not lose money? What are the safeguards? Are they real actually? That's the question. Or are we just hoping that people don't lose money?
That's a great question, Mariam. And that surety you're asking for is really anchored in the law and the regulations. There are a couple of laws that govern the SACCO industry. Number one, you have the SACCO, the SASRA, the one that establishes SASRA. It's called the SACCO's Act of 2008, the one that establishes SASRA, who is the regulator. This is the CBK for SACCOs. Then you have a couple
What is
of
SASRA in full?
SASRA is the regulator. It stands for SACCO Society for it's a long phrase.
Regulatory
Basically,
Regulatory Authority.
what
Yes.
CBK does for banks is what SASRA does
for SACCOs.
Exactly. It's the policeman that cracks the whip if you don't meet certain targets. Again, as I said, there are two types of SACCOs. You have the the deposit taking SACCOs, the majority. Then you have the non-deposit taking SACCOs. You can't withdraw those deposits. So those are two different entities, two different business models. The first one operates almost like banks. You can have your deposits, you can have your loans, you can have facilities. The second one really are more credit lending, credit facilities, and you can't really withdraw. So there are two legislations that govern that. There are a couple of other peripheral legislations, such as the Finance Act 2021 that introduced excise taxes, but those are sort of on the periphery. So SASRA really is the authority.
Body. Okay.
There are about 5,000, about 4,000 of these SACCOs. The deposit taking about 300. So the mandate for SASRA is actually far bigger than CBK. CBK has to play with about 30, 40 banks. SASRA has to deal with about 4,000. So obviously capacity again is another issue. Do they have the requisite capacity? So in terms of those safeguards, those are the safeguards that are supposed to help SASRA help these entities determine the liquidity concerns so that you're never out of money. Because as I said, your deposits have been lent to somebody else. So there has to be something that's left in the reserves in the event that people want to withdraw, they can be able to withdraw. That's it's called the fractional reserve banking approach. So SASRA is meant to look at that, but again, capacity becomes an issue. As I said, you're looking at a much larger ambit, much larger than CBK, and the capacity again in most of these SACCOs is quite light in terms of governance, in terms of, it depends. You have the big ones that really run super professionally, and of course you have the small ones. And it's good to say that the top 50 of them control about 3/4 of the industry. So if you really get the top 50 right, you've really...
Then you're shaping the industry.
You're shaping the industry. So in a sense, it shouldn't be as difficult as it is. If you get the top 50 right, you've secured about 75% of the industry. Now, I think capacity has been an issue because we're talking of illegal withdrawals. So it's, it sounds odd, that 6 billion.
What do you mean by capacity though, Ken?
Well, as I said...
Whose capacity? Capacity of SASRA?
First, the SACCOs amongst themselves, but more importantly, SASRA in terms of being able to make sure the sector is liquid, make sure the sector is viable. Now, one of the challenges that has come up is the issue of provisioning. Anytime you make a loan and that loan does not come good, you have to make a provision for it. And the knee-jerk requirement in this type of crisis is that different SACCOs should make provisions for any bad loans that have been made. The problem when you do that, you can create a liquidity crisis because banks, SACCOs can end up using all their money
for provisioning,
for provisioning, and they don't have anything for their members. So I think in the spirit of the wisdom, they've said, let's try and stagger these things over the next few years, which I think is wisdom.
Okay.
You have to apply that. Otherwise, you can, sometimes when you apply these things to the letter, what they call IFRS 9, you can really get into situations where you have a liquidity crunch and even a run on a SACCO where everybody says, oh wow, my SACCO is in problems, let me go and take out, which we've also seen in the banking sector. So I think there's a level of prudence. It's almost similar to what happened during COVID, where there was a crisis and you have to manage the industry, make sure nobody loses money, make sure liquidity, confidence is still there. And I think that's why those arrests had to be very public to give people that sense of confidence. But definitely we are not, the industry is not where it needs to be in terms of really being world class, if you like, being ready to be a bank.
Right.
Stepping back, right? So we know that SACCO is a savings and credit cooperative, which is member driven. We join together, we form a
right.
form
Make a SACCO.
Make a SACCO. Right?
3,
so
4.
we put in money, and then from that pool, we are then able to take facilities out of it. And then the SACCO starts making money. That's those things. It's regulated by SASRA, which is a legal entity, which is taxpayer funded to regulate. Who's Cusco?
So Cusco is a union, is not a regulator. So once SASRA is a regulator.
Right. What is a union? Is it a SACCO?
I would say it's more of
a SACCO of SACCOs.
A SACCO of SACCOs. That's it. So it's almost the way you have in the insurance industry, you have the reinsurance sector versus the regulator IRA. So this is the SACCOs. Actually, that's the best definition. The SACCOs of SACCOs, because they need to pull money somewhere. Because remember, also the members want returns, and as an individual SACCO, you might not have the muscle maybe to pull off a real estate investment. But if you pull it together with other big SACCOs, you can be able to build a plaza, for example, buy a bigger asset. So that is the wisdom behind the SACCO.
So SACCOs put money in Cusco.
Correct.
And then what does Cusco do with that money?
They invest it. They invest it in various assets. They try to make returns for their members.
Can SACCOs borrow from Cusco?
They can't borrow from SACCO, but they also do have capital reserves sitting with the regulator, sitting with SASRA, and that should be their first line. If you're in a problem, the capital reserves should be your first line, but they
Same
can
way
access,
banks have with the CBK.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, but they can definitely be able to. They are a corporate entity. The way you're an individual member and you have your rights, there are corporate members and they do have their rights in terms of maybe if their members require more liquidity, they can be able to borrow.
I'm asking these ones, just so granularly, so that we know how our SACCOs operate, right? So we are members of a SACCO, and we know we are trustees, and we know we elect those people who get into the trustee board, and those are the ones who report to us. Right? Every year they call an AGM, and all of us as members of a SACCO go for that AGM and we listen. How has this SACCO performed? Where is the money? Are we getting a dividend? Are we able to withdraw? All those kind of things. So if then SACCOs create a SACCO called Cusco, are those SACCOs doing the same with Cusco? Are they the ones who choose the leadership of Cusco? Are they called by Cusco for an AGM? Do they look at the statements of accounts for Cusco? Do they then see the health or unhealth status of Cusco?
Depending on their deposits, quote unquote their shares, because the deposits really become your shareholding into Cusco, that becomes the shareholding of Cusco. So obviously you'll have the bigger SACCOs having a bigger say, in the sense that they have a bigger shareholding. So absolutely, they do operate like that. And what's the wisdom behind this? As I said, these smaller SACCOs have capacity issues. They don't have the best investment minds. They are membership driven, ordinary Mwananchi members. So they may not have your CFA, your banker, who has insights on stocks and bonds. But if they pool their resources together, they can be able to at least get an expert to tell them, put some of this in real estate, put some of this. So it's not just pulling money, but it's also the collective wisdom of where money should go. That's the ideal. It's very similar to retirement benefit schemes.
Right.
You'll find every entity has a retirement benefit scheme, a pension fund, but you'll find they put that money with a fund manager somewhere else, and that fund manager is the one who has all the expertise to be able. So you'll find at the SACCO level, it's more of administrative, but really in terms of the strategy, should we put our money in stocks versus bonds, it might not be at that level, and that's why you need to pull your resources. Has been the wisdom behind that.
I think I have two questions, but I think maybe we can get through one before the break, and they're all to do with member exposure. You said it very clearly, so at an individual point shouldn't issue, but then there was like a red flag I had, which is sometimes we're not as stringent with the rules. So if SACCOs don't have enough, I think fractional revenue, could there be exposure on individual members' parts?
Well, each entity will definitely have a haircut because they're talking about a significant amount of money has been unaccounted for. And obviously the bigger institutions will have a big exposure. That said, each of these SACCOs also has within them a framework to make sure, even as they lend money to the union, they amongst themselves have enough to meet the liquidity needs for the members. So you might not feel it on the outright part in terms of you going and not getting your money back. I don't think you'll feel that. But in terms of maybe the returns you'll start getting,
It's time for dividends now.
Dividends time. I think that's when you'll be like, oh wow, I was expecting more, but this is much less. So it'll be felt a bit down later down the cycle than now, which is not a bad problem to have, because the big crisis right now is when if people can't access their facilities.
It's panic.
That's actually what triggers panic. But definitely when it comes to dividend season, definitely there'll be eyebrows will be raised there.
Right. There's also the question of the Cusco Housing Fund, where individual members now put their money in Cusco. Is there exposure for them?
That fund has been there for particular reasons. I think the identification there was that segment was a lucrative segment, even for the members, the housing fund. But again, what is emerging is perhaps people do not have the visibility on all the outcomes that would have come. And I think that's what's triggering the confusion in that particular sector. I think it was a good concept, because you'll find most of these entities, most Kenyans use SACCOs for about three things: real estate, agriculture, and probably trading. You'll find most Kenyans fees, emergency things. You'll find most people, but on the business side, it has to be in those three areas: either a real estate venture, farming, agriculture venture, or trading. Maybe you want to buy wares and to sell. So you'll find most of this funding tends to be structured, such as with the housing fund, to look at real estate. So it is an aspirational thing, but it definitely needs to be thought through in terms of the various clauses guiding it.
Okay. And I think we'll come back to maybe a little more of the exposure, but the red flags and green flags when it comes to SACCOs, even unions of SACCOs. But there's also some feedback on YouTube regarding our conversation, as well as on TikTok. And of course, we want, of course, more information about the fraud. That's what people are asking about. And we'll definitely get into a little bit more of what exactly happened at Cusco as we figure out what are the red flags, green flags when it comes to operating a SACCO, joining a SACCO, when it's time to leave a SACCO, if there ever is a time.
I mean, we're hosting Ken Geshenga, who's an economist, and we're talking about SACCO. Is your money safe in a SACCO? What do you look out for? First, it's important to understand that whole structure, because many times you just think about, okay, so we have to come together and we've called ourselves what? Fix a SACCO. So we all put in money, and then, by the way, Mariam alichukua 3 million juzi na amelipa. So pia nani achukue. And we don't know, so how do we manage this SACCO? How do we govern this SACCO? Does this SACCO report to anybody or anyone? Beyond what we know. Should this SACCO be licensed? Should it not? And that's where the regulation and the licensure comes in. And the questions also coming in, like Sakina is asking, if KBA is able to have oversight on banks, why was SASRA and why was it unable to have a proper oversight on Cusco? Yusuf is also asking questions on this. Questions on the recent fraud. Have you investigated about fraud and knowing exactly what questions should we be asking ourselves in this? This is a conversation that continues shortly. It's 7:30. Fixing the nation, one conversation at a time. How safe is your money in SACCO? Ken Geshinga is still with us here in the studio. He's an economist and he's educating us on safety and what to look out for when it comes to SACCOs. Let's understand the global structure of the Savings and Credit Society. It is regulated, okay? Number one. Number one, there is a law that regulates SACCOs. It's called what? The SACCOs Act of
2008.
2008. It creates a regulator called the SACCO SACCO Societies Regulatory Authority,
yes.
SASRA. That regulator is the one that licenses all SACCOs, deposit-taking SACCOs or non-deposit-taking SACCOs. Not all SACCOs can take your money as deposits.
Yeah.
So the ones that are non-deposit-taking, what do?
Well, they issue credit facilities, but the deposit cannot be withdrawn. So you can put in your money, but you cannot withdraw it like in a normal deposit-taking facility.
And the deposit-taking SACCO, you can put in money and you can withdraw your
Absolutely.
deposits. Okay.
Just like in a bank.
So you need to understand, if you're a member of a SACCO, what's yours? Is that a deposit-taking SACCO or is a non-deposit-taking SACCO? There are 76 deposit-taking SACCOs according to the SASRA, and I'm on the SASRA website, which also says there are 185 specified non-deposit-taking SACCOs. What is the mandate of SASRA? This is it. Their vision: financially inclusive, member-centric, and stable SACCO industry. You see, member-centric. Yeah? To regulate, supervise, and develop the SACCO industry through promotion of prudent practices to protect members' interests, enhance access to financial services, and foster financial stability. Basically, they're supposed to be here to make sure that SACCOs are run properly. Integrity, we act with honesty and promote a culture of trust in the conduct of our business. Those are the core values of SASRA. SASRA regulates all of them. Cusco is a union of SACCOs. It's a SACCO of SACCOs. Right. Whereas now SACCOs decide to put money into Cusco. And then Cusco goes and invests that money and brings in the returns and distributes to the SACCOs according to how much they're putting.
Correct.
And then that money from that, when it comes to SACCOs, it then goes and it's taken to the members of the SACCO for their benefit. They can decide we are declaring a dividend, or an AGM can even decide no dividend this year, let's grow our, right?
Correct.
Okay. Sawa. So when money goes from my SACCO to Cusco, who decides that my money will go to Cusco?
It would be the administrators of your SACCO who make, first of all, a determination of the profit made and how much is available to be reinvested with the Cusco.
Okay.
Yeah.
And those are the administrators, those are the officials also that we have elected.
Correct.
And those that we have employed.
Correct.
To work in the SACCO.
Correct.
So they are experts on these financial matters.
I would not say they're experts on matters financial. They tend to be more administrators.
Okay.
And they tend to be people who make sure that the administrative processes are followed. In one of the questions that you read from one of your listeners, they talked about KBA. Why can't they be like KBA? And it's interesting. That was an interesting question because KBA is a lobby for bankers. CBK is a regulator.
It's a regulator.
So CBK is a referee. KBA is the coach, if you have to use footballing terms.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's the same relationship these SACCO societies work. SASRA is the referee, but Cusco is almost like the coach. It's on your side.
Cusco is just, it's a club.
Correct.
That you put in money. I'm heading to somewhere with this question, which is when my SACCO has put money in to Cusco, who ensures financial probity?
Indeed, it is the administrators of your SACCO who should have full oversight into all the activities. Cusco has mandatory reporting that is supposed to provide the SACCO members, the leadership, the administrators of your SACCO, say they need to go through the reportings. If you look at the charges that the DCI have preferred against the Cusco leadership, one of them is conspiracy to defraud, presenting false documents. So there is a possibility that even the SACCO leaders could have been misled by false documents.
Okay.
For example, somebody at Cusco issues a fake invoice. It's very hard for somebody at the SACCO level to say this was a genuine invoice. So there are also limitations that also, and these are the things that have been proposed to be strengthened, especially when big payments have to be made. What are the processes to be followed? So there are gaps, definitely.
But how do we close them? And I think it's a good place to pick up from. I've seen two questions here. One around auditing. That's Professor, who asks, Cusco is being audited for the past 10 years, I think probably since its inception, right? And including by the regulator. Cusco had professionals certified by ISPAC. You need professionals to execute this. So how did all this slip through the cracks? Again, might be hard for a SACCO official to be able to see those things, but an auditor should be able to see some of these gaps, no?
We've seen cases in the past where even auditors have been blindsided. If you think of Mumias, Mumias had a clean bill of health from its auditor when we knew things were not going very well. KQ had a clean bill of health from its auditors, and those matters were raised up much later. So even auditors, they can issue queries, but it's not foolproof. And that's why these processes need to be constantly reevaluated. It's not something you create a legislation 15 years ago and expect it to work in 2025. We have cyber crimes that have come up over the last few years. You have much more intelligent defrauding techniques. So one of the things that SASRA should do is frequent review of policies. There are some old regulations that govern SACCOs, also like the Cooperatives Act, which is much older, much weaker, and that explains why you'll find some SACCOs are not regulated by SASRA. I know that was one of the questions one of your listeners was asking.
Let me actually just pose it to you so that Alex feels heard. If the SACCO isn't SASRA regulated, is it safe? I saw the list of regulated SACCOs of 2025, and the SACCO where I'm a member and it's a deposit-taking SACCO wasn't part of the list. How safe is my money? So one, maybe, how do SACCOs exist without being regulated by SASRA? And then how safe is Alex's money?
That's an incredible question, Mariam. And I think we should go back to the history of cooperative movement. Kenya has one of the largest cooperative movements. And some of these cooperatives, some of these SACCOs are from very humble backgrounds, deep in the rural parts of Kenya, where people have sat down around a table and they have pooled resources, and they've been able to educate children, they've been able to pay medical bills, they've been able to buy property. So it's such a deep part of the Kenyan psyche. It's almost part of the Harambee philosophy that's in there. So some of these cultures almost predate even some of this legislation. So you might find some of these have these very humble origins where many things are not even documented, people are not experts, but they worked still. And you'll find some of them have these legacy histories that have been there, and they've been there for a long time. And the fact that they have worked meant they gave people confidence that they can still work, even without these regulatory powers. But obviously, we're in a new age. We're in an age with new risks. Investment risks are quite huge. Credit risks are quite huge. So the mums and paps approach that could have worked 20, 30, 40 years ago, when the objectives were very simple. Let's pull it together, let's buy a shamba. Now have become much more sophisticated. You are now banking, you're taking deposits from this Gen Z who has far deeper aspirations. So the complexities have increased, and that's why SASRA was formed. SASRA was formed in 2008. That's very recent, if you think about it, compared to how long the cooperatives have been. So it tells it's still for an industry that's been well since independence, really, and a regulator that is less than 15 years, there's a lot of work. So I'm not surprised that not all these have entered, but I think SASRA's mandate at some point is to come up with a cut-off date and say times have changed. It's important now everybody plays to the same rules. has the same safeguards.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does the law allow anybody to hold money for other people if you're not regulated or licensed?
It doesn't.
So they operate illegally.
So you can't be you cannot call yourself a SACCO if you're not licensed by SASRA.
So at the
long and short of it.
Okay, so at the banking level, absolutely, you cannot call yourself a bank
if you're not regulated
yes.
by Central Bank of Kenya,
and you cannot be a deposit taking. At the SACCO level, as I said, we have some of these entities that predate legislation that have been operating, and I think possibly even out of political reasons, they could not just be done away with,
and they have to be regulated.
They have to be, and this is a push. They have to be now to be regulated. I think you see, the IMF and the World Bank gave some recommendations to Kenya about a couple of decades ago. It said it's important also some of these SACCOs eventually become banks.
Yeah, that's how you grow.
Exactly, and I thought that was a very profound wisdom, because it's an aspirational sense. You can have good management, tell your members, if we practice good management, one day we can be a fully fledged commercial bank.
Okay, so one of the things that you expect out of SASRA when it was formed is look at those old ones,
right,
and go and show them how to join the formal
age, yeah.
licensed SACCOs, right? Or just become licensed. You can go to sasra.go.ke, and under that you'll find publications. If you just click under publications, you'll see the licensed and the licensed SACCOs. Licensed deposit taking SACCOs, like now there's this list of licensed and authorized SACCO societies in Kenya for the financial year ending 31st December 2025, and they publish them every year. This was published in January 27th this year. Last year, they published the ones for license for 2024, license for 2023, and so on and so forth if you go down. So if you'd like to know whether your SACCO is licensed, you can just go and find it on the list under sasra.go.ke. You talked about capacity. But sometimes this capacity story is an excuse for very many things, right? So for instance, if there's one entity called Cusco. Well, I know there are several others. It's not just Cusco that is a union of cooperatives. But if there's an entity called Cusco where SACCOs are putting in money, SASRA should have visibility into that. SASRA should know that then Cusco, you're supposed to report, is how you're supposed to report. You're supposed to send us your reports. Let's also look at how well you're doing financially, how your systems are operating. They should have seen the red flags as a regulator. Again, the leadership of SACCOs should have seen the red flags as the people who have put money into these SACCOs. Again, we have a commissioner for cooperatives who should have seen the red flags. How did these red flags just become green to all these entities?
I think also the reporting of this scandal can be oversimplified. And especially when they use the word illegal withdrawals. You know, it gives the ordinary Kenyan the perception that somebody went to the account, removed money and put it
in a bag.
Yeah. So and it obviously now begs the question: how is that? How does that even work?
Right.
But if you look at the DCI charges that have been presented, it presents a more cunning approach to fraud. It's people presenting false documents. I mean, even today the national government is struggling with pending bills. And one of the things, they even set up a verification committee. And even then, it's very hard for them to say these are legitimate bills versus not, even with the whole committee. And that's at the national level with all the capacity that Treasury has. So how much less? So I think also the reporting of the story has been oversimplified. And I think that's why Kenyans are finding it a bit unusual. But if you look at the DCI charges, it's conspiracy to defraud, but it's presenting false documents and dealing with false documents. And Kenya, it's very easy to get fake documents to be able to discharge some of these things. I think once you look at it from that perspective, you appreciate the complexity.
Apana.
Why are you saying no?
If we are able to investigate now and find it, right? What's a regulator's job? To make sure that you're playing everything by the rules and by the book.
Right.
And at the very least, you could say that something has happened. Kawanov could sleep. But over and over and over again until billions are lost? Come on.
I mean, I'm not excusing the action. I'm just saying that I think sometimes it's very possible, especially if you look at even in the banking sector, some of the banks that went down in the last decade or so, the tracing was very complex. It was not just it was not very in your face type of fraud. And all I'm saying is without, again, going back to the issue of SASRA is dealing with about 5,000 entities, you know, so I think for me a big part should be, are we boosting the capacity? Yes, you're right, Eric, when you say sometimes capacity can be overused, can be abused, but it's true. If you really look at the numbers, even if you have one official at SASRA looking at one SACCO,
you'd need 4,000.
You need 4,000. I mean, that's enough to fill this whole building.
Right.
On a very modest
scale.
I
get what you mean. The capacity issue, you know, we could argue about it, but I think from a regulatory perspective, then the question is, what more can we do? Fine, you know, first of all, I always like to go back to the money. Where does SASRA get its funding from? That's a great place to start, so that we can see, you know, where they're coming from, who pays the piper, how much they have to do this regulatory work. So who does fund SASRA?
Well, it's a state agency. It's regulated just like CBK.
Right.
It's part of the Treasury, Ministry of National Treasury. So it does have its allocation. If you want to get the exact amount, you'd have to go to the quarterly budget review to see exactly how much. And that's a good question, to see how much it's getting vis-a-vis
the work it's expected
the work
to do.
That's a type of question I think now policymakers need to be asking.
Right, because like 4,000 SACCOs is a lot. A lot of, I don't know the amount in total, you know, like share deposit from members across, but it's in the billions, obviously. Something that could weaken an economy. But more so, if I am joining a SACCO, for example, and I'm not going to be the one to make the decision to join Cusco, but I will make the decision to join a SACCO. What are some of those green flags that I can look out for that can give me confidence that this SACCO is heading in the right direction? And yeah, potentially, should even something like this happen, the fractional revenue will be okay. Small things just to keep me, you know, feeling safe.
That's a good question, Mariam. And even before I answer that, I'd like to make a policy proposal. Earlier on, I'd said about 50 of the top SACCOs contribute to about 75% of the industry performance. So one easy way of fixing this capacity issue is saying this top 50, can we have a special club for them? You know, the KRA has large taxpayers, medium taxpayers, small. So only 50, if you get this 50 right, chances of getting an industry crisis is minimal. And we'll make it more rigorous, almost maybe like CBK level of rigor, but also they'll enjoy more benefits because whenever there's privilege, there has to be responsibility.
I like that. Okay.
So that also helps to your second question of how should I choose? So if that person was asking that question, they'll be able to say, okay, I'm with a tier 1 SACCO, I'm with a tier 2 SACCO, I'm with a tier 3. And even the banking sector have tier 1 banks, tier 2 banks, tier 3 banks. So if I'm choosing to work with a tier 3 SACCOs, I should be ready for maybe looser standards. But if I'm in a tier 1, I should be able to say the standards are almost, they keep saying a shilling in a SACCO should be as safe as a shilling in a bank. It should be at that level. So now people have the choice. They say, you know what, I'll be in a tier 3 SACCO for my own personal reasons, and it's a risk I'm willing to take. And I think that information will sort out even the capacity issues we are talking about.
Right. But if I walk into the SACCO and I'm just shopping around, maybe it's the SACCO from where I work, it's the Nation SACCO, maybe it's a SACCO I got from my mom. What are those things that I should look out for? And I'm just like, yeah, that's a good idea. Or red flags as well, things that I see, whether I attend an AGM or, you know, a meeting or I'm handed papers and I'm like, maybe not be a good idea.
The best answer to that is what you've exactly said, looking at some of their filings in terms of the previous AGM, you know, what was the level of disclosures that were coming out? Do you have confidence? But you're right in saying, you know, your young Gen Z walking in might not have the time to go download
the papers and
the paperwork, and they may not even understand.
Even attending that AGM, it's a tall order.
And I think this is why they should create these tiers of tier 1, tier 2, Even at the bank, they have a sticker. They say we are a tier 1 SACCO. That's it's a green flag.
Okay.
In fact, have the post in green. You're a tier 1 SACCO. So when somebody asks, what does a tier 1 SACCO mean? They say we are held to higher standards, blah, blah, blah. Or we are at tier 2, come up with a color. So it's very, even to somebody who's uneducated, somebody who doesn't know much about reading annual general meeting reports, but they see a red tier 3 poster. They're like, okay.
Because I think even at tier 3, I still deserve good governance.
Yes.
I deserve, a good, practice.
You do, but you also have to appreciate the reason that those tier 3 are tier 3 is sometimes they cannot not afford some of the costs. I mean, just to get a governance consultant on your board, and how much do you need to pay a top-notch governance consultant here in Nairobi? I mean, it's quite significant. So even them, they understand they might not have the best investment mind, the best governance consultant, but they still have a purpose, and you can identify with that purpose. So I think for me, it's giving people all the information they need to work with. But of course, I agree with you. There should be some base minimums.
Yes.
There should be, and they do have. They keep saying they have liquidity ratios that you need to maintain 15% liquidity ratio. So even the smallest of the smallest still have some basics in terms of liquidity ratios, but the quality of governance management definitely improves with the budget that you have to work with.
Definitely, because you want to grow.
Yes.
But then the bottom line should be that you all
should not lose money.
Yeah, and you're all bound by the same regulations. Yes. The same set of regulations cut across, whether you're tier 1 or tier 3, the regulations are the same. That you're taking money, and therefore this is what you shall do with that money. That you shall not do, you shall not lose people's money. Bottom line. I want to conclude with on the website of SASRA, they have a quote by their CEO Peter Njogona, and it's about the SACCO and member relationship.
Okay.
It says, a SACCO member, in a practical sense, finds himself in a dilemma, being the owner, depositor, and the borrower. This complexity is best manifested when a SACCO is in financial distress. What do you think he meant by that, Ken?
Please repeat that.
A SACCO member is, in a practical sense, finds himself in a dilemma, being the owner, depositor, and borrower. This complexity is best manifested when a SACCO is in financial distress.
Well, it's true. For me, I think it's true, and I think it's a reflection on the trajectory that SACCOs need to take. As you said, some start with very humble beginnings, but if we can create a path of growth, eventually to become fully fledged commercial banks, I think you incentivize even the staff to be able to upgrade, because you say, if you guys meet ABCD, we might be able to get a license to become a bank. So there's that incentive. And for me, I think if CBK can be open to those type of conversations where new members are coming in from the SACCO community that have been centers of excellence, it propagates even downwards.
Indeed. Ken Gishinga, economist, thank you very much for joining us. Our next conversation is on matters of budget and public finance management. Our guest is the president of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Dr. Eric Ruto. We'll be talking about the business barometer. The Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry usually releases a business barometer looking at what's the business environment in the country in a quarter, in a half, in a year. And we will look at that and then base that on what then the industry would like to see in the next financial year in terms of budget, in terms of government expenditure, and in terms of even revenue raising measures. Eric Ruto, our guest, coming up next. It's 8 a.m. Keep it here.
We have invited the president of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Dr. Eric Ruto, to come, and let's talk from the sector of business. And the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry talks to, small businesses to large businesses, all of them coming together. He'll tell us about their membership and all. And every year they look at what's happening in the business environment. We'll look at that. It's called the barometer. And he'll also tell us now, this is why then the businesses would like this to be the focus areas for the government.
So let's talk about the chamber, and then we'll talk about the barometer. So who is the National Chamber of Commerce and Industry?
The Kenya National Chambers of Commerce and Industry is the longest and the largest voice of the private sector. We do represent the interests of the private sector, for the last 6 years. As currently constituted is that we are in each and every corner of this country. We have 47 chapters that is in each and every county, where we have membership across all the 47 chapters. So therefore, we are able to know the pulse of the economy through our membership, which consists of over 50,000 registered companies, and another one through business associations, around 2 million micro businesses. So that is the Kenya National Chambers of Commerce and Industry. We look at two things when we are representing the interest of our members. One is issues of policy and advocacy. What is a business environment? What is the cost of doing business? Then after we sort out that is that we now provide opportunities, issues about networking, market linkages, business intelligence information, both locally as a country, within the region, that is Africa, and even outside. We have related to 177 chapters globally. And I'm very happy with the subject that you've talked about, that is fixing the nation. So I would be able to briefly tell you how Kenya National Chambers of Commerce and Industry has been and is currently fixing the nation.
Right.
Thank you.
You conduct regular surveys amongst your members just to gauge how they're doing, their sense in terms of doing business, the ease of doing business, their health of doing business, the concerns and areas that they're doing well, and where they want things to improve. And you released the 2025 barometer, which has several aspects, and you pick one and let's talk about.
And we take a look at it, right? The employment outlook. I worry about our unemployment numbers, especially among young people. But 60% of surveyed businesses do not anticipate to expand their workforce in 2025. Of course, that marks quite a notable shift from previous years, maybe where there was a bit more positivity as far as expanding workforces. And of course, this can be attributed to a lot of things, but I know Dr. Ruto will speak to that. First of all, 60% of businesses do not anticipate to expand their workforce in 2025.
Okay.
What does that number mean? What does that statement mean?
Thank you very much. And maybe before I go there, is a little bit about fixing the nation.
Yes.
I think if we actually want to fix our nation, before we come to the issues of employment, which is a big crisis currently, is that you have to love your country. You have to love yourself. And how do you do it? As a media and the people watching us, I want you to go to our social media handles at Kenya National Chambers of Commerce and Industry. Just go to our website, you'll get all our social media handles. See what Kenya National Chamber has done for the last 1 month. As we talk right now, because we love the nation, because we love our country, I have sent currently 11 business people, SMEs, to Zambia to market Kenyan products. And if you watch the video, they're getting opportunities there. That is how to fix the nation.
Right.
In a big way, in a small way.
I like
but as we come back to the issue of the majority of the businesses are not expecting to add
to their workforce.
First of all, for the last 1 week, I've been under a lot of pressure and stress. Why? Because my phone that I bought here is a Samsung. The weight of this phone has increased 5,700 times. The weight. So carrying this phone is giving me a lot of pressure and stress. Why? Myself, I'm an employer, and for the first time, when I advertised to employ 32 young Kenyans, within a period of 7 days, I received 5,700 applicants, and I'm only looking for 32.
32
All
positions.
of them are super qualified, super qualified. Therefore, it speaks into our business barometer. What I have as personal experience myself,
right,
which is I'm under stress and I'm under pressure. You're getting 5,700 applications for only 32 positions.
Right.
Within a period of 1 week. So it speaks into our business barometer here, and we did poll 1,981 businesses across the country. And from this I want you to interpret it in terms of context. We usually release business barometer quarterly. So I want to compare in terms of what was the expectation of businesses in Q3 of 2024. That was between July 1st and September. And then the last quarter that was starting October to December, and currently now the quarter that we're going to complete this month.
Right.
So in quarter 3, that is last year, 25% of the businesses did not expect to hire new.
In quarter 3?
In quarter 3.
Yeah.
In quarter 4, it is 47%. In quarter 1 of 2025, it's gone to 60%.
It grows up by 60%.
So what is happening?
This is a huge jump.
This is a surety. And I want to give you the proper statistics.
Hold
now.
on.
If you look at the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, before we
contextualize the number.
We sit in that 25
because
to 47.
this is a very huge number.
Yes.
When we say, and this is it on the screen,
yes,
we're saying quarter 3, 2024.
Yes.
25% did not expect to grow their numbers.
Yes.
Right. That jumps to 47%.
Yes.
In quarter 4.
Yes.
That jumps to 60% in quarter 1.
Yes.
This is a very huge jump. It's more than double from just halfway last year to the beginning of this year.
Yes.
I mean, explain them. What are they saying?
Yes. So the businesses are saying the business environment is not healthy. The cost of doing business is not healthy. Of course, we know there was a little bit of economic recession in 2024, and it can be predicted by the pressures that we had and the issue of saving of the finance bill of 2024-2025, and you saw what happened. So looking at those statistics is that in the formal sector, in terms of statistics, is that there was growth of 4%, in the informal sector 4.5%, and I want to put that in perspective. So that is why you are seeing these statistics. As per the statistics of government, 4% in the formal sector. And how many people do we employ in the formal sector? Around 3.3.3 million. Government is 30% of that, private sector. Ourselves is another 70%. There was only a growth of paltry 4%, which is not commensurate with the growth of the economy. It was estimated that we grew by around 4.6%, 5.6%.
Yeah.
So it means the growth of the economy is not commensurate with the growth of job opportunities in Kenya. So therefore, we went further to see why are businesses not expecting to hire. So we had 3 indicators of what is the business environment. So quite a number of things that were there. Is the first that was appearing is that cost of credit and access to credit. So 2 things. That is 1. 2. And appearing very closely was the issue about high taxation and unpredictable government policy. And finally, of course, lack of market, which means it presents a little bit about the purchasing power of Kenyans and the cost of living. So that explained a little bit of why businesses are not expecting to hire. And of course, if you go to the industry, which I'll be able to tell you, we did some polling, what is happening in our manufacturing sector, why do we have over 50% of our manufacturing capacity laying idle.
Right.
And the goods that we are importing, we have cheap imports. And cheap doesn't mean it's of low quality or of similar quality, but Kenya is not competitive. And we went further to look at why are we not competitive. So if you look at our business barometer, which you can find it online, I know you've just given me 1 hour how to fix the nation. Those are some of the things. But of course, it's a big opportunity if we address those matters. And I would say we can be able to turn around so that these young people who, if you look at the last 10 years, and I started by saying is that to fix the nation, we have to love our country.
Right.
And for us to be able to fix the nation, to love our country, the media, you have to be the leader. And I really appreciate this topic that you've started of fixing the nation.
Thank you.
Yes.
I want to juxtapose 2 things.
Yes.
60% of surveyed businesses don't anticipate expanding their workforce.
Yes.
We've gone through the why, right? And we've contextualized it.
Yes.
However, 65% of respondents remain optimistic for revenue growth in 2025. Those 2.
Yes. Okay. I would want to a little bit compare.
Yes.
If you are in an economy that is growing, what do you expect?
Revenue growth.
100% growth of business. And how do we measure our economic growth? It's about turnover. So when we are getting that 65% only of businesses are not expecting to grow their revenue, so it means this economy that you're saying is growing at 5.6%, meaning that we are leaving approximately 1/3 of businesses not growing, and even they are contracting.
1/3
Yes. So what that statement means is that our expectation of our economic growth is not happening across board. So that is what is happening. But maybe on that statistic is that you have to look at those ones who do not expect their revenue to grow. You getting?
The 1/3, yeah.
Yeah, no, those ones who are not expecting to grow. So what's happening is from quarter 3 of 2024, quarter 4 of 2024, and quarter 5 is that those ones who are not expecting to grow, the revenue is increasing. So it means we are talking about the macroeconomics, about our economic growth in terms of GDP, but more businesses are seeing that they are not expecting to grow the economy.
Right.
Here, actually, would expect that 100%, or maybe 99% of businesses
are
will be
expecting to.
But from another way, I would say is that you see the businesses that we polled, and it's very important that it was a representative sample of the current business environment in terms of the size of business.
Yeah.
That 75%, approximately 3/3, were the small businesses across the country.
And not small.
Yes. So if you look at our economy, it's a little bit, there's a little bit I would say the service sector is a little bit more overrepresented in our economy, the service sector. So therefore, if you're talking about the financial sector, the banks, the ICT, the telecoms, those are the businesses that are growing. But those are only facilitators of the economy. If you look at the core, that is agriculture, manufacturing, they are contracting. So therefore, it's a serious problem, because what will happen is, with the time, that curve of growth will go down, especially now the service industry, which is serving the core economy of the country, will also contract. Thank you.
Cost of primary input, and this is like raw materials, is also expected to grow, to increase by all these businesses that you've sampled. And they're saying the reasons for this: high taxes, levies, and unfavorable government policies, 44%. Poor macroeconomic conditions, that is inflation, 33%. Supply chain instability, 13.7%. Climate change and weather patterns, 6.6%, and so on. Now, they say raw materials will be expensive because of new taxes on imported goods. There's a respondent in Kisumu County who said that. And another one in Taita Taveta said, uncertainty of government policy on the way of exporting macadamia nuts, if in processed form or unprocessed. A respondent in Taita Taveta County. And we talked about, this issue that's happening in the macadamia nuts industry, where those processed and non-processed, and the government just waiving so that we can allow non-processed macadamia nuts to get out of the country, unlike before where there was a proper ban on that. And this is the Taita Taveta respondent saying, this is going to affect me because of this uncertainty. But it brings us into the conversation that we're having, which is just looking at budget and budget policy and government in terms of its financial outlook. The biggest expectation here that my costs are going to increase is taxes, levies, and favorable government policies. Did you go further to ask them, what exactly do you mean? What's your experience this year?
Yes, we went further, maybe a little bit on the issue of the cost of inputs, and you've talked about the macadamia issue. I have really followed the macadamia issue from the farmer to the processor to the market. And I would say is that I know government would want to ban exports of unprocessed macadamia. It's good news for Kenya. And it's going to create employment.
Right.
But ask yourself, in the value chain of macadamia, when I followed it to the market, the kernel that is outside, when it goes to the markets that we're exporting, is more expensive than the nut that is inside. Therefore, the market requires the kernel because it is used in food processing. The kernel produces very nice something called activated charcoal.
Okay.
So the prices of unprocessed macadamia for export is higher than our processors buying from the farmer. Okay. So we have to look at the value chain. So now we look at ourselves and say, do we have the industry that is competitive to be able to process macadamia, the nut itself,
right,
and the kernel, to a point whereby the kernel which is used, which is a byproduct and used in industry, and be able to export to that market. One is that we are not competitive in terms of processing the kernel. So therefore now what happens if government bans export of unprocessed, the prices for the farmer goes down.
Yeah.
It used to be 150 shillings. Right now, I think it has come as down as Last year I was checking, it was 30 shillings.
Per
Of
kilo.
course, it was post-COVID because nuts are used mainly in the hospitality industry. So it came down almost 5 times. So we have to balance and see when we ban, what is happening? What does the market require? So it's not only the nut, it is also the kernel. So that is how I analyzed. And how I know is that for the first time as Kenya National Chambers of Commerce, we've established international offices.
Right.
I did an office in China, which is one of the largest destinations of unprocessed macadamia. And that is how I came to know that actually what is more expensive is
unprocessed.
Is
the processed.
Is unprocessed.
It's the unprocessed.
Yes,
That's
and
the one
that's
that
what the
earns
market
more.
demands. So you have to balance. Do you create jobs for the farmer and good and money to the pocket of the farmer, or do you want to create jobs now for the processor? And you have to balance the two.
Speaks to something larger. I think when we get back from the break, we'll definitely talk about the policy shifts that we've seen over the last year, how haphazard they have been and how they've affected. Because when you say at the end of the day, the unprocessed macadamia fetches more for the farmer than if they sell to a processor, then someone who was effecting this ban should have seen that coming, should have done their research and known exactly what that means, right? So we'll talk about the haphazardness, whether it's financial policy, whether it's things like this. But we'll be right back after this break. If you have any questions, of course, for Dr. Ruto, hashtag is Fixing the Nation NTV, or call us on 0719 058. Let me make sure I have the number correctly. 038 858. 0719 038 858. We'll be right back.
We're having a conversation with Dr. Eric Ruto. He's the president of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and this represents the small to medium enterprises and even to large enterprises to an extent across the country, across all the 47 counties. And they did a survey last year. We just combined the sentiment of the businesses, private sector operating in Kenya on various issues, on how they have faced the business environment, how they think about the sentiment going forward into this financial year. Do they expect their businesses to grow? Do they expect their revenues to grow? Do they expect to hire more people? Do they expect to expand? Do they expect any favorable conditions from the government? And some of them are saying that they expect a rise in primary costs, that is the cost of their inputs, and they largely anticipate slight increases fueled by poor macroeconomic conditions, high taxation, and unfavorable business policies. And that's why I asked you, Dr. Ari, before we went to the break, did you go further into asking them, what exactly do you mean when you say you anticipate high taxation or poor macroeconomic conditions or unfavorable government policies? What is that sentiment? What are they saying?
Okay, thank you very much, Latif. And I would like to contextualize, especially in terms of a stable regulatory environment. Eric, which is the largest private sector company in Kenya?
The largest private sector company in Kenya is the Safaricom.
Exactly. Yes. Did you see a letter from the CEO of Safaricom last year about the regulatory environment?
Yeah.
Yes. So if the largest company that is owned by government at 60% is having a problem about unpredictable regulatory environment, because Safaricom was writing to the regulator that there's an international company which is coming. They are not paying the license fees that Safaricom paid. And that is the largest company complaining. What will happen to my members who have turnovers of less than 1 million? And maybe move very quickly in terms of that issue of constancy in terms of the regulatory environment. I've got right now my member who is in the manufacturing industry, textile. When there was overcrowding, which of course I will not blame this government, overcrowding of credit, a government borrowing from the private sector. This company had borrowed almost 500 million. So the interest rate went up from 12% to 18%. So if it comes in terms of money, it's around 20 million that you have to pay over and above.
What you had planned for.
Yes. Secondly, is the cost of electricity. And I would give you a contextual example. The same company, using the same, calculated in terms of the same consumption. In Uganda, that company would pay 3 million Kenyan shillings. The same company with the same consumption would pay 7 million Kenyan shillings. So that's a difference of 4 million. Going further, what is your profit after tax? Is almost that. So you see even the cost of electricity alone. And I went further to do more research. Because you see, if you compare ourselves with countries that we are importing finished goods from, in terms of cost of electricity, which is very, very significant and very important for us, is that we pay 3.2 times higher in terms of cost of electricity. And to put that to figures is, I think, in Kenya, in terms of USN, 0.256 from the countries that we are importing from, the top three. It's around 0.078 to around 0.8, so around 3.2 times in terms only of cost of electricity. So that is what we need to have a conversation as a country, because one is that the jobs that we have, that naturally God has given us through the sun, through soil, and the rain, and government are over. We have to be creative. If we do not address, first of all, the environment, which is stable, regulated environment, that even the largest company with the muscle it has to complain, and even the cost of production. However, many finance bills that we're going to pass we are not going to go to any extra step. So, and that speaks into the barometer here. In the industry, our members of the chamber, approximately 40%, in terms of the capacity to process, to produce, 40% of that are saying 50% of their capacity is lying idle. So therefore, what I would like government to focus very much on is, before we look for the international investor, and even as Chamber of Commerce, we have quite a number of network international, even to bring investors. Can we address this 50% idle space in our factories?
Please
there
explain
are issues
this.
about the cost of credit, which I've mentioned by contextualizing one member in the textile industry. The second one is unfavorable and high taxation, and it has to be predictable. Take, for instance, I was a company that invested, and I would say that the average salary in Kenya is between, I think, the minimum is 16,000, 17,000 currently, to maybe, so the average is between 15 to maybe 40,000. Now, those staff are coming to me right now because of the issue of the pay slip. We have had the housing levy, we have had SHA and the savings. By the way, I don't have a problem with that as a business person. But how does that money move after you have deducted from the salaries is the most important question that we have to ask. You see, what is happening is there is a normal adage that capital is not efficient in government hands. So this was capital that was available for the private sector.
Right.
You're getting?
Yeah.
So the environment has to be predictable. And is it the right time? I would give it as an analogy. Just think, for instance, that there's famine and there's drought. You don't have water in your house and you don't have food. Would you save any food for tomorrow? You eat what is there. You're getting? So this is not the time. When our economy there is economic recession. And it is global, it's not a problem for Kenya. And I think we have to think a little bit with the policies of government, that we have to, first of all, have we have to have an economic stimulus for the economy. So I would say that is what we want to see as a private sector.
Right.
And as the president of Kenya National Chambers of Commerce, these are the statistics that are coming out across the country. 1,981 businesses. And if you can go and look at the survey that was done by Central Bank, it's almost the same number and distribution.
Same
in terms
findings.
Of, yes. Not same findings, but distribution.
Okay.
And I think there was actually a survey of CEOs by Central Bank, which was released recently. I think maybe you can ask your people to go to the archives and check. Yes. So the picture there, we know what is
It's the same.
happening.
It's a similar picture.
The prescription is not right. So we have to sit down as a country and love our country and prescribe the proper medicine for this country.
What does that medicine look like in a finance bill that's coming in a few months? We're in budget season.
Yes. Maybe what we would want to see is that I know in terms of the policy statement from the Cabinet Secretary for Treasury, Honorable Mbadi, who is a great friend of the private sector. I have met him when he came to the office. He's got fantastic ideas on how to be able to change the economy of this country. He's been the chair for PIC, so I think he's got a lot of experience. So the first thing in their statement is that they've said that they want to reduce the cost of doing business, the cost of living, create jobs, and have a balanced budget. So a balanced budget means that they are not going to over budget. So I think government has to tighten its shoes in terms of its spending so that they don't have to borrow and overcrowd the private sector in terms of credit. Because that is the number one problem when I go around the country. In the last 2 weeks, I've visited almost 10 counties, and I visit small businesses across our counties. They've got fantastic products. They've got fantastic factories. But the main problem they have is that issue of cost of credit. Of course, now cost of doing business is something. So what we want to see is we want a very predictable. The government should come up with a policy of the next 5 years. Because as an investor, I will only invest when I know that in the next 5 years,
right,
by law, that things are not going to change. In terms even of raw materials that we're importing, government is introducing, I think there is a levy about what we use after manufacturing in terms of packaging.
Yeah.
So it's a serious issue that's happening. And sometimes, and from where I come, in the healthcare sector, what we use to package the medicine is very important. Sometimes it's more expensive than even the medicine itself. So if we're talking about universal care, we should be able to look at what is the total cost. And finally, let me give you an example. I did interview one of members who used to be in the wine industry. And we used to produce, we had just started as a country. So what used to happen is that the raw material or the things that we are not producing bottles, we are not producing the corks and the labels. So what happened is that government was taxing if you import the bottles, if you import the corks and the labeling. So what happened is that, and when you import ready produced wine, they only tax what is inside. So in addition to now taxing the content inside, for the imported finished product, they are not taxing the
bottle and the
cork. Yes, and the cork. So it makes ourselves non-competitive, and it's almost happening in each and every sector. I would say in a country like Kenya, for instance, textile, and I'm a little bit I'm uncomfortable because we are wearing 90% of the clothes that we import ready-made. We have manufacturers, we have tailors across the country. So we have to relook at having a constant regulatory environment in all those sectors so that if I'm an investor and a small investor, like for instance, Kiabu, last year, I polled 200 cobblers and 300 tailors. They would like to invest. But are they sure that the shirt that they're going to produce is going to be competitive and we are not going to have our customs porous? And finally, let me mention, as a country, we have to be very serious about what we need to protect our economy. For instance, we cannot get an international manufacturer to go to the last value chain of retailing. You've seen currently, in terms of modern trade and retailing, that international manufacturers are coming to open distribution channels across the country. There is not going to be technology transfer and even capital transfer. And if we do that as a country, finally, we will sell all our jobs. And I want to give you an example, and you take it. Because of opening that modern retail value chain, and they're doing a lot of furniture. The guys in Gong Road, the guys in Kariobangi there will close shop. We are seeing that the customer is going to get a cheaper price, but indirectly, we're going to lose jobs.
We're losing jobs.
So there are some sectors that we have to protect our economy for local businesses. And when those businesses, like for instance, those in modern retail value chain, in real estate, when they make their profits, as a country, we have had this story of saying you repatriate 100% of your profits. And I see that in terms of statistics. If you look at the FDIs, inflows and outflows for Kenya.
Right.
In 2021, 2022, the outflows was almost equivalent to inflows, which means people are repatriating their profits.
People are investing the money, making the
that
profit and taking the money away.
That should be preserved for the small business.
I want to jump in here,
Yes.
Daktari, and just ask the question. Because all these conversations that what you're raising today is not new.
Yes.
We've heard it. As Chamber of Commerce, as a private sector, you've had meetings with not just this administration, with the previous administrations, and you've been saying the same thing over and over again. We, as a manufacturing sector, have capacity, but it's 50% idle.
Yes.
We'd like to be supported so that then we can ramp this up, we'll employ more people, we will be able to export, we will earn foreign exchange, we will grow our economy. We, as farmers, we have these capacities, we'd like to be supported. You have these conversations all the time on roundtables with the presidents, with the officials from the National Treasury. Where does it end? How come it does not find itself at the implementation table? What's the missing link here?
Eric Latif, I would say I think there's a little bit of missing link and in sync with what is happening in the economy. You know, we've been independent for 60 years. I totally agree. We have had conversations at the highest level, at the ministry, with the cabinet secretary, Minister of Treasury. Even we have, in my tenure, I've had 2 presidential roundtables. But the problem we have is the issue of government knows. We know what's supposed to be done, but the implementation is a problem. So what I would say is that, and also we have our parliament, the people who make the finance bill. I would say as Kenya, we've not been fair to our leaders, from where I sit. The demands that we have for them. For me, we don't love our country and we don't have our leaders. You see, every nation, I know you've done statistics, every election cycle, 80% of the members of parliament don't come back.
Yeah.
Why?
Because they don't deserve to come back.
No. It is us who make them not to come back.
Yeah, we vote them out.
What is expectation of a common mananchi to a politician? You must come, give me a job. You must come, do fundraising for churches. You're getting? You don't ask yourself that for you to be able to go and listen to a politician, they have to bribe you. You're getting? So from where I sit, is that these guys is like holding something in the hand. Are you alive or not alive?
I'd like to
So what is
challenge
happening
that.
for the politician? From where I sit.
I don't think the expectation is that you'll come
no.
give me a bribe or you'll give me
No,
a job.
no,
I think the first expectation is you'll create an environment that allows me to work and play and live a good life. When that isn't met, then comes you've come and you're speaking to me and you're saying the same thing you were saying 3 years ago. At least give me something. I think the first expectation of a voter is service delivery, provision, etc. All the work that we think of from our legislature.
I want you to do polling of the 20% who come back and see the kind of the activities they have in the constituency. You know,
the 20% who?
The ones who
Those who get
Okay.
re-elected.
Yes. Can you look at what they do in the constituency?
Okay.
You're getting? And see whether it is a real work as per our constitution of our legislature and our
I'm sorry, Dr.
legislators.
Ruto, but are you saying that when you have the presidential roundtable, the people who sit in that are president and his advisors, technocrats. When you have a meeting at the Treasury, it's a cabinet secretary who is a political appointee, and until recently, this time we have a politician, but before that we had technocrats, and the PSs were technocrats, and the others who are in the National Treasury. They retreat and they draft the policy, which they take then to Parliament. Are you saying that even the technocrats who are working in government are thinking the same way? I mean, I'm asking, what's the disconnect between when you sit at that round table and you present this case,
right?
And these technocrats are listening to the case. Why don't we see that on policy paper being presented? And let's argue that they took a strong policy proposal to the politicians in Parliament, and the politicians just didn't get it. Or they looked at, this is not what our people expect, and they changed it.
Yes, I would say their commitment during those discussions, you cannot doubt, is 100%. I don't know what happens in between those dialogues and the Treasury and even our Parliament. If you go and look at our 2024-2025 financial bill, we presented our memorandum as Kenya National Chambers of Commerce and Industry. And what we presented, I'm happy to report, is that out of the 22 issues that Parliament changed, that Treasury had done, 7 were coming from Kenya National Chambers of Commerce, out of 122 organizations who presented memorandums in Parliament. So we do present. But, you know, the ones which are very key, you're getting, And I would say, like for instance, you see the finance bill for 2024-25 was about the issue of digital tax, was taxing about when you are transferring money, the revenue you're taxing, all those things. Those are things we had presented. And those were things that people had a lot of resistance to, and which was making our economy to be a little bit more expensive. So what I would say is that the issue is the implementation. I don't know what happens along the way. I think the economists look at the whole economy and say, for me to run government, which is recurrent expenditure, which is payment of a debt, by the way, we have a debt crisis, I would say it's not enjoyable currently to be a leader in this country. If you collect 10 shillings, 7 shillings goes to repayment of debt. It's a debt crisis. I don't think relative, if you're given that seat, you'll be comfortable. And expect now, and we do a lot of demands. You expect the government comes, please give me a road, give me a new road, give me electricity, give me all this infrastructure. We've done these things for 60 years. Why don't we now focus on the productive economy? I would want, when the president visits your constituency, we know the roads have been developed. It might not be 100%, but please, let's stop these demands for infrastructure development. Let us demand and say, like when I visited a village in Vihiga, there's this young lady. We have a program with MasterCard. We gave her 200,000 Kenya shillings. She was able to hire more for people. Why don't we tell government, instead of you giving us, we have all the weather roads done. Why don't we say, give us affordable credit? Don't borrow a lot from the sector. Yes,
we're removing the government from its core duty, which is to provide these services, which is to provide infrastructure. So there's no reason to pass the buck down to well-wishers, to foundations, etc., when the government is mandated with that work and to provide the business environment that allows people to flourish, that allows all members of KNCCI, to be able to do their work efficiently. I feel like we are excusing the government from their mandate, which is very odd, I would say, from someone who sits in a place where policy really does make a difference. Like you've said, you've given us, several examples of policy affecting members of KNCCI, and then now you're saying, okay, let's take our foot off the gas and give the government some breathing room. And why are we passing the buck when the people who can make the changes
we have employed them
have the
to provide
opportunity
solutions.
to do so? Yeah.
Yes.
To lead.
In a realistic economic environment. You see our budget is 4.2 trillion. I think we are supposed to pay, is it 1 trillion every year? Of what we collect is around 2.6, I think 2.7 trillion. So what is this? Where do you demand those kind of new capital projects? Where do you expect government to get money? And you see, if I was a politician and I come to the ground and you tell me I need a road, I need electricity, you're getting?
Yeah.
Yes, we know it's an enabler, but even if you are building your own house, you're getting? There are things you have to forego to save for the future and to produce for the future. So from where I sit,
we could forego corruption.
We demand.
We could forego corruption, government expenditure, travel.
Yes, those
we
things.
could.
Yeah, those things.
Why do you have to forego critical infrastructure?
What I would say is that this subject of corruption has been there for very long. And by the way, this corrupt money, when these guys take money, where does it go? It goes into the economy, but we are not seeing it in the economy.
Or into offshore accounts, into immovable assets, etc.
Yes.
Yeah, it doesn't always go into the economy.
Maybe what does corruption in terms of of course the perception by itself will damage the economy. But I would say we are over focusing so much on that, and maybe a little bit of the media. If you look, and I started by saying that you look at our social media handles. If you, for instance, do an experiment and do a pilot for the next 6 months, like today, Kenya National Chambers of Commerce and Industry has got a new market for Kenyan products in Zambia. We're talking about SCFTA. You're getting? If you make that one to be the headline news, you're getting?
Yeah.
By the way, let me tell you, and most of the Kenyans, they would rarely watch your first 10 minutes of the news. You're getting? So what I would say is that, can we change the other way around? Can we focus on the economy? Can we focus on what is happening right? You're getting? So that these guys you are talking about even taking money offshore can say we are confident to invest in this country.
We would love to focus on what is going right with the economy. If there were things going right with the economy, I think it's dismissive to focus on what's going right. And I think we do give credit where it's due. But when there's so many glaring gaps, as we have covered just over this last hour, and there's policy problems, and you have the duty bearers who can change those things. If we take that mantle away from them and give it back to the people, you can't elect a person, give them the work to do, and then decide to do the work yourself because you want to, give them a day off. I don't get where that is coming from.
In terms of content for economy, in terms of content and headline news, I'll tell you, there's quite a lot. Just visit even our pages. I'll give you one example.
We used your business barometer.
Yes,
but, give us an example.
I'll give you one example.
Okay.
There's a young man in Narok. Is in the poultry business. His cost of production of one egg is 8.7. He's employed quite a number of people. He's doing almost 100,000 eggs per day. You're getting? So that is good news because he's trying to address the issue of food security in this country. An egg from Uganda, and we must trade with our neighbors. I get surprised that an egg from Uganda can wholesale at 10 shillings in Nairobi here. While that young man who is producing 100,000 eggs cannot wholesale that price at 10 shillings, is going to go at a loss. The minimum he has to is at 11 shillings. So we have to look at now, you have to make that headline news. That why is it that the cost of production of an egg in Kenya is higher than cost of production of an egg in Uganda? And Narok is an agricultural, is getting most of the raw material from that environment. So it is these other factors of cost of production, labor cost, unpredictable environment, the cost of fuel, By the way,
so the ordinary Kenyan is working very hard.
Extremely hard.
The ordinary Kenyan is optimistic. The ordinary Kenyan is looking forward to, just investing their sweat, their energy, their blood, their money, their everything for a better Kenya. Okay?
Yes.
They are let down by those that they have employed to sort out the policy issues and the regulation issues. And that's why we are saying. So if the ordinary Kenyan is already optimistic, you can't tell the ordinary Kenyan, look, be positive, love your country. That's why people don't sleep, Dr. Ruto. That's why people wake up very early in the morning to go and eke out a living. They love their country, they love themselves, they love their families. That's what they're doing, right? But then they expect that I have hired somebody to go and create a policy that makes this thing easier for me. That I have access to my market for my produce. Whether it's livestock, whether it's chicken, I have access to market. And it's going to be affordable enough for it to give me a good return. Then I can expand, I can grow, I can flourish. The missing link, and what we need to fix, is what I was asking you. How do we fix this link between all these things that you presented, the barometer and your meetings with the Treasury and your proposals, to making them make sense so that then they become the reality? How do we fix it? In a sentence or a statement?
From my seat, I think we should stop referring ourselves as ordinary Mwananchi. I think the person who is the ordinary Mwananchi are the leaders that we put in power. The moment we start first conceptualizing and having that as a population, and then asking the right questions and demanding for the right policy and the right answers.
Okay, so you're already doing that.
From where I sit is that the population is demanding for now. And let me tell you, it's not, you see, we've changed all these.
No, don't get my question wrong.
Yes,
I want to
we've changed, yes. It's not.
Don't get my question wrong.
Yes.
You have the barometer.
Yes.
You have memoranda.
Yes.
You have proposals.
Yes.
For this year's budget.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
How do we make sure that at least all the proposals that come are considered and those that are good are taken so that we see an improvement? This barometer is showing a lack of confidence across the board for all your members.
Yes.
How do we make sure that what their sentiment is taken into account and improved?
I think we have to make the noise a little bit, increase the volume, And how do we do that? I started by saying that we have 50,000 companies who are members of Kenya National Chambers of Commerce and Industry.
Yeah.
But how many SMEs do we have in the country? 7.4 million. We need to do an orchestra whereby we are presenting to government music that they can hear in terms of what direction we want to do. So one of the things is that these organizations, business membership organizations, is one of the things is that we have to put government in check.
Okay.
And we have to tell government the right policies that we need to do.
Okay.
Yes, I do it on behalf of 50,000 companies, the largest voice of the private sector. But I would like these other 7.2, because if I walk today to NMG and I say, I have 7.2 million who are my members and who have given me their proposals. And today I tell government, if you don't do this, we are not going to re-elect you. They're going to listen. Just like what happened, the revolution that is happening in the world. Why was Donald Trump elected? The business community said enough is enough, and they went for it. So we need the business community to come up, be united, become members of Kenya National Chambers of Commerce, become members of your sectoral business membership organizations. And therefore, now we can be able to present to Parliament. Sometimes, some of those members of Parliament, they are even paid. They say, can you bring us information? You're getting? So we need this kind of united and strong voice of the private sector.
Okay.
Yes, we've left this thing. Every 5 years, we discuss economics. By the way, there's something that, I don't know, this government, for it to win, is that they had economic agreements with 47 chapters, 47 counties.
Yep.
If they were to go back to that, I looked at it, it was proper. That is where, that is what we need to be acted by government. So what I would say is that we have the information out there. We know what we are supposed to do it. Let us just follow it to the letter. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. Dr. Eric Ruto is the president of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and he says this is the oldest and largest representation of the private sector in Kenya, present across all the 47 counties with over 50,000 members, and representing across the board from those that have revenues of about $1 million a year to as high as
over $1 billion.
Over $1 billion.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's from the small business to the large businesses all represented, and saying, let's all come together, let's all be active, and let's all be engaged. Time for that break as we say goodbye to Dr. Ruto, and then we come back and we say, miss me with that. Let's have the conversation among ourselves, shall we? Among all of us as the community of fixers, online, on phone. We'll open the phone lines as well. 7 minutes after 9.
So our sales ya milk pale increased to around 200 liters. So we had to have another freezer. Now what happened and destabilized us from that business is Madam was pregnant. So now she had to deliver. And she worked to the last day. Nonile sikuwa naondoka kwa biashara kwenda kudeliver.
She didn't, si ati alifika 7 months akakuwa hizi work tena, ama 5 months hizi work tena. Aliwork hadi 9th month the last day. Alitoka kwa shop akienda kudeliver.
But you see destabilization. See, from there she started making her own meal.
How it is? Come on.
I withdraw. At 29 years old, Morara amenunua V8. Morara akona sijui nyumba gani. Morara KRA wanamtafuta for 180 million Kenya shillings. How did he make that money?
Hii ni biashara.
Atuhesabu hiyo. So exclusively minus nini. Hii do yenye 140 million.
Yes.
This is new transactions.
Yes.
Right?
Hii ni pesa imekuja kwangu.
From those many questions, our guest for this episode, Morara Kebaso, one of the top youth leaders in the 254, has agreed to come share with us his full money syllabus.
And Mala used to make good profit. Because haikuwa na viscosity mzito, ilikuwa inaingia vikombe mingi na price ilikuwa fiti. Na ilikuwa inaenda, tukiunda Mala 5 liters inaenda. So we used to make more profit from 10 liters of Mala than 100 liters of milk.
Morara Kebaso has been gracious enough to share with us his full money syllabus, Ichambueni, and be the judge. This, hey bro, we are talking dollar millionaire, legit.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
How do you unlock multiplication? And this is based on conversations that we've had on this platform. You cannot access a certain level of money without big money.
Mahali kuna place inafika, you need big money to reach big.
Exactly. How do you get the big money?
Now, to get there,
I'm your host Dr. Kingori, and here's another reason to stay subscribed to our channel. Kama hauja subscribe, this right here is another reason to hit subscribe and turn on the notifications bell. Na kama unapenda location yetu, set yetu inakubamba, this is Wojo Africa. Kama uko familiar na the concept ya co-working space, look no further than Wojo Africa. It's a premium co-working space located in Upper Hill, Nairobi. Kama unahitaji ofisi, you need a place to meet somewhere respectable, furnished to international standards na very good and competitive rates. You need to look no further than Wojo. Contact details on how to reach the team at Wojo ndio hizi tumewekea hapa kwa screen. You're in a good mood?
I'm in a perfect mood.
Sawa basi. This starts in a very interesting way. I got a DM from Jeff Cowboy. Nasema tuletee Murara kwa show. Msiongee siasa, msiguze siasa. He was very categorical. Hata hakunisalimia. Akasema just business. If he is willing to share with us.
Yes.
That was his key request.
Yes.
If he is willing.
If he is willing
to share with us.
I am willing.
Thank you. So now I've spent, I think last year 2024 yote, we are 1 year having conversations to understand how money works.
Yes.
And listening, I introduced a conversation to you when I reached out about Jeff. Nikakwambia our friend, he's a friend of the show, anaitwa Tony Mello. He made submissions that most people agree with.
Yes.
On the evolution ya money.
Yes.
Or how people, as in money is something you grow into.
Yes.
And he said that you in your 20s you experiment, in your 30s you start you start investing something of the sort. In your 40s you start to get money, and then in your 50s you start showing it. It's like a map. Nilikwambia story ukasema you can debunk that.
Yeah. You can do it much faster than that.
You can do it much faster.
Yes, much faster than that.
Let's start backwards. When do you touch your first million?
I touched my first million at the age of 22.
22?
Yeah, that was about 7 years ago.
Take us through it.
First, it's been a long journey, but my first million, I made it from furniture business.
Okay.
And that time I didn't even have a furniture shop. I was actually selling on behalf of other people for commission. But the beginning is actually of business is actually when I was 16 years old. That's when I actually began hustling. I'd just been suspended from Maseno school. I needed something to do. And since I needed something to do, I decided to use my talent because I was very good at drama and music. So I became an MC, emceeing at road shows. I was a dancer for a group called G Crew Dancers in Kisii. I was generally an entertainer. And through that, I was able to meet the management of Mwalimu International Hotel in Kisii, and they gave me a tender to print posters and flyers for something they were called Rumba Night by Radio Maisha, and something else that was called the Churchill Kids Festival. Used to come there for the festival. So because of that, I was able to do very many posters. I was giving them a poster at 15 shillings, an A3 poster, but I was doing it at about 10 bob, so I was making like 5 bob. So if I do 5,000 posters, I make 25,000 from posters alone. And that's in one weekend. So I moved at the age of 16, 17 Apple. I already had moved to a 2-bedroom apartment somewhere in Kisii. I could already afford a 2,000 shillings belt.
During suspension?
Hiyo time ya nimetoka shule na I'm not in school.
So you get
I was out of school.
The
whole of Form 3 I was out of school. Nilikuwa na hustle tu. Mi sijasoma Form 3.
Now, where is your parent in all this? Like, they accepted, like, any aje?
No, but I was a rebellious young gentleman. I was like, vile lion inakuanga kwa zoo, ina pace up and down. Juu instinct yake inaiambia there's something better out there.
Okay.
So you see, my parents, they were trying to, there's a way parents try to shape you to be something based on the knowledge they have and their experiences. but they forget that the world is new and things are changing. So sometimes I felt like maybe they were overbearing, and also they were disappointed that I was suspended from school. So we were not in a very good relationship, but they were still my parents. I loved them, but I just decided to chart my own path, and you know, they were not going to abduct me. They left me to do what I want to do.
So it is this season, at 16, Form 3 not going to school, it's where unaanza kutengeneza hii pesa.
I think in 16, 17. Either when I'm supposed to be in Form 3, around 17 years ago.
Okay.
So as I did this business, my stepbrother opened an account for me at a bank called Post Bank. So akanifungulia account, akanipea ATM. So mimi nilikuwa na deposit do, naenda withdraw na ATM, but the account was not mine. Yeye ndiye alikuwa amenifungulia. So but I decided to go back to school because the girlfriend I had at that time was from Alliance High School, and we had kind of a party somewhere, and somewhere in the exam, unajua wakati zimeshika ndo watu wanasemanga ukweli. So zake zilishika, akasema she doesn't think she'll ever settle down in life with somebody who's not educated. So I realized you can actually make money, but education keeps you at the table. It informs the quality of your conversation and how people relate with you and how you relate with people. It's possible to be a rich fool. So then I decided to go back to school and get education.
Without that statement, you're not completing school whatsoever.
Sikuwa na shughuli, si watu ingia shule ili wapate job, wapate do. Na mimi nishaipata. If I'm making up to 30,000 shillings a week, why do I need to be in school? I don't need to be in school. Si nishapata pesa yenye watu wanaenda kutafuta shule. But I decided to go back to school just to always have a seat at the table and to be able, yani ile heshima tu.
Sit at the table ama to always have a girlfriend. Unajua unatuchanganya. Don't mix issues.
No, she was an eye opener to how society will treat me if I have money without education. So you know, if you have money without education, you have a limited view of life. It even informs your taste. It even informs your reasoning. It even informs your investments. So money with a little education is a good combination. It's good to have education. Too much of education is also not good. At least that's how I see it. The more you get educated, the more sometimes it makes money look like it's not a factor in life when it's actually a factor. Yes.
So you take yourself back to school.
So we agree with a friend of mine, it's called Jared. We say tutafute shule, lakini we cannot go to my village because my village inajulikana na kuna ile aibu ya huyo mtu alifukuzwa kutoka national school.
Yes.
So kwa sababu ya hiyo aibu tukaenda kwa village yao. It's somewhere in North Mogirango. So huko mahali Nyakemincha iko. So we went and found a school called Nyakenimo. But the principal of Nyakenimo told us, no. This school and the facilities it has, sioni kama itawasaidia. Let me take you to a slightly better school around this place. So that's how we ended up in Gekendo Secondary School. The principal was actually an alumni of Maseno School, so he was excited to meet me. He asked me, which house were you? I told him Bauer's house. He told me I used to be in Stansfield House. So tukakuwa mabeshte. So he told me, look here, unataka kusoma Now, I am going to give you an offer, and this is the offer. Don't pay school fees, but get an A. Of course, it was a good deal because A napata tu. So I went back to school. I scored the first A. Okay. Since the school was established, the top grade in 1979, I was first to get it. And apart from that, I made it to National Drama Festival for the school. I even beat Maseno School. I even made it to the National Science Congress with a physics project where we were creating automatic ventilation using a system of transistors called logic gates. And then after that, I got back into town. This time round, I began as a waiter because, you know, when I decided to go back to school, I lost most of my stuff because now I didn't have my deals anymore. I had to hand over kazi ifanywe na wengine. And now I came back to begin from zero.
Which year is this?
This is around 2013.
And how does your mindset change? Like having tasted money, how do you balance with your, of course, there's a deal to get an A. That's
Yes.
enough drive.
Yes.
But how do you balance the mindset, every day choosing the high that money brings versus just an A?
Well, for me, having money is a good thing, but it has never been the reason for living. I've never seen money as the driver of life, as what I should seek in life above other things. There's joy and luxury that comes with money, but I'm always quick to adjust. There's also some joy in not having money. Kuna raha inakuja na kutokuwa na pesa.
Well, that's a delicate statement na uta-explain. But ukimaliza unasema you finish, you get an A first before you start working as a waiter, ama
so
as
I finish
results?
while I'm waiting for the results, I enroll as a waiter for Ufanisi Results. So as I'm working for Ufanisi Results, one of the clients for that hotel was the former governor of Kisii, Scott James Ongwae. So I happened to be one of the people that served him. Okay, let me roll you back a bit. When I got this job as a waiter, my salary was 4K shillings. So down from 30 a week to 4,000, because now what I need is survival.
From 30,000 a week
to 4,000.
You can adjust to 4,000.
I can. I did. Okay, you know, this is 1 year later. See, I've been in school for 1 year. This is 1 year later. I'm coming back to begin again.
Na hii 1 year ndio una catch up na syllabus ya form 3 yote.
Of course, nilishika haraka sana. You know, mimi, I've always been, I want to brag, but I've always been naturally intelligent. Like, si lazima nisome ndio ni deliver kwa exam. Naweza kaa na nyinyi daro, tucheze na nyinyi kwa field, tuende na nyinyi drama, na ikifika time ya exam ni Excel.
Wewe ni AI.
Sio AI. Like, let me say this. Nikiwa nimeketi, bora nisikize mwalimu. I'll get the concept. Once I get the concept, what I usually do is I reproduce it in my own words and in my own style. Like, bora nimeiget, I don't need to read and then reproduce word for word.
Okay.
Si lazima nisome textbook alafu ile kitu niliona kwa textbook nikiulizwa hiyo swali nipeane hiyo answer word for word. I just need to understand how it functions. Once I understand how the concept functions, nikifika pale nitaisema venye mimi naijua.
Okay.
And the person marking will understand.
Nilifanya hivyo sana hata mimi. So hii nini inaitwaje ukisema you take me back.
So salary kangu kalikuwa 4K. Nilipandishiwa of course kidogo to 6K, then I was promoted. Nikapromotiwa, kumbe ni demotion, because when I was promoted nilipelekwa front office reception. So I'm now behind a computer. When I was a waiter, I was making of tips of up to 2K a day, 1,500. So apart from the 4K salary, sikufumbe macho, nilikuwa na kama 2,000, 1,500 a day in tips. Lakini sasa nimepelekwa nyuma ya computer huko mbele, nimeongezewa mshahara 2,000. Now I've lost the tips. So I was demotivated and demoralized pale kwa computer. But it happened that you know, the wait staff were too busy and somebody needed to serve a VIP guest at the VIP lounge and I was there. So I was told, you kuna experience, wendo umserve. So nikavaa apron mbio nikaenda kumserve. So he took an interest. He said, "Hi young man, where did you go to school? Nini." When I told him about my story, he said, "Come and see me on Monday." So that's the first day I wore a suit. Chukua ile pesa yangu savings kidogo nikanunua suti, Tuskies. Mimi nilikuwa najua suti inapatikana supermarket.
Zile suti za Manila zile.
Hata sikutoa hii karatasi ya hapa.
Ulienda nayo?
Nilienda na hiyo karatasi, hata sikujua inafaa kupelekwa kwa fundi. We fold. Nilienda venye niko nayo.
Kabla ufike kwa governor, unasema ukaenda ukatoa savings.
Nilitoa savings kanunua suti.
So uko na concept ya savings already this early.
Let me tell you when I understood savings, or rather working for money. You know, my aunt is the one who raised me up. She's called Grace. My aunt Grace was a very strict teacher, primary school teacher. So she was like my mom.
Yes.
She raises me at home and still my school teacher in school. Now, how she taught us the concept of money, and that's a very young age, hapo niko class 1, class 2. How she taught us is that ile time ya kuharvest mahindi, kuna mahindi when you are removing the mahindi kutoka kwa cobwebs, kuna yenye inaruka inaingia kwa nyasi nini hivyo. So finally wakati wanakunja hii tandarua yenye kuna mahindi, kuna yenye imeingia kwa nyasi huko.
Yes.
Nilikuwa napewa hii 1 kg tin. Naambiwa okota hii mahindi moja moja. Ukimanage kujaza hii kitu, nitakupea 5 bob. So naokota nang'ang'ana kujaza. Sometimes nafikisha nusu, sometimes nafikisha 3/4, lakini napeleka nasema hapo ndio imefika. Napewa 5 bob. Now 5 bob could do wonders to a class 2 kid.
Yes.
Because that 5 bob nilikuwa naingia kiosk. Natoka na kuna tu sweet tukua tu 50 cents. Ko.
Yes.
Natoka nazo 10. Unajua mimi nilikuwa na mabeshte hapo hiyo area, nilikuwa MP. Sasa nikipiga kila mtu ko yake. Mafans. Unashika sasa.
Yes.
So there was that joy of working for my 5 bob and knowing that it is mine, I worked for it.
Yes.
So by then I'd already understood the concept of money. Now when I was in Maseno school, I used to sell kitu inaitwa writing pad. Sasa nilikuwa nenda nanunua, kuna book iko na flowery papers. Kuna maua. Now there was a very good culture ya kuandika barua tukiwa huko Maseno school. Tunaandika kwenda kwa Magad school. Unaandika kwenda kwa demu yako Alliance, kwenda kwa demu yako Kenya High, kwenda Loreto, kwenda Bishop Gatimu Ngandu. So I used to do kuuza writing pad, writing paper, kufanya calligraphy in case you need calligraphy, na pia dis. Nilikuwa kwa committee ya kujibu dis. Tukidisiwa na jibu. Sasa hii writing pad nilikuwa nauza karatasi moja 20 bob. Na you know Maseno school ni mahali hata watoto wa watu rich wamekaa. Juu kulikuwa na mtoto wa babu na mwamba huko.
Hiyo ni corruption.
Hiyo ni profit. Kulikuwa na mtoto wa babu na mwamba huko, nilisoma na mtoto wa Franklin Bet, nilisoma na mtoto wa Masha.
Babu na mwamba ni huyu wa karate mwenye alikuwa kwa gazeti at some point juu ya.
Yeah. Okay. Nilisoma na watu wengi. So huko the who is who. Kulikuwa na sisi wenye tumetoka kwa background ya kawaida, na kulikuwa na pia wale wametoka from a rich background. So 20 bob iko shida kwa watu ku afford.
Okay.
So 20 bob karatasi moja, na mimi nimenunua hiyo kitabu mzima yenye iko na almost 100 pages, nimenunua maybe 120 bob. Na ninauza kila karatasi 20 bob. No, that's 2000 bob.
Yes.
From one book yenye nimenunua 100 bob. I used to make good profit. Then I used to charge 100 bob for calligraphy. Kama unataka nikufanyie design poa kwa envelope ya barua yako yenye inaenda kwa mpoa wako, I used to do that. Back to primary. In primary school, I used to sell bread and mandazi. So concept ya pesa haikuwa new to me.
Now we trace
it was not my first time at in a handle though.
We trace it back to your aunt.
You trace it back to my aunt huko nikiwa class 1. You come through to primary. Nikiwa primo nilikuwa nasoma shule yenye ilikuwa kaa jela. In fact my primary school hiyo ilikuwa jela, unless imechange saa hii. Because that school njaa ilikuwa inatufanya tunakula Colgate. We used to eat our Colgate.
You eat it ama muna brush muna meza.
Tunakula Colgate like tunachukua Colgate unafinya hivi tunakula. Njaa ilikuwa
alafu kishamaliza kukula una brush like vile mtu anafaa.
Kulikuwa na shida huko mzee.
Okay.
Tulikuwa tunakaa hivi when it nears lunch time. Tukisikia sufuria ya ugali imeanguka, juu kuna venye inarushwa hiyo drum ya ugali, kuna venye wa kuku wa skolo mbwero knew how to throw it. I think alikuwa anairusha nje ya kitchen, na huko nje ilikuwa concrete. Inalia grrrr, tunasikia hiyo kitu imeshuka. Ndaro hakuna concentration, excuse, may I go out? Tunaenda kufanya nini? Kuchukua ukoko. Ukoko tunaenda ni nyeusi, so tunaenda kuiscrub kwa wall ya bafu. In fact mimi si kuoga primo. Hiyo nikiwa boarding school. We never used to shower. Used to shower either wakati tunaenda funky ama wakati maybe tuko na function kubwa. Lakini mostly we never used to shower. So
that's when you become a politician.
My opportunity ya kwenda bafu ilikuwa kwenda kuscrub ukoko kwa ukuta juu the wall ya bafu ilikuwa very rough. So tunai clean the black part. Tuko tunaiba mahindi ya shule, tunaenda kukaanga kwa dustbin. Unaona ile jivu yenye imetoka kitchen imemwagwa kwa dustbin. Tunaenda tunaifanya hivi, tunapata bado kuna ile makaa inawaka, tunaleta geometrical set, tunaweka hapo, mahindi kidogo tunakaanga hapo. It
Okay.
was that bad.
Yes.
It was bad to the extent that ukinunua, when we used to go to church, we used to go to church 5 in the morning. Hiyo time tunakimbia church, there are few hotels wenye walikuwa wamegundua tutapita hii route. It was a mission Catholic school. So wajua tutapita hii route. Tukua tunakimbia kwenda kununua mandazi. Alafu unaiweka hapa ndani. Unaificha hapa ndani ya boxer. Unaenda nayo church. Ndio uende kukula. Siku ingine
mandazi kwa sausage.
Siku ingine hawakuni prepare psychologically. So sikuwa najua ati mimi ndo naenda kusoma first reading huko mbele. Na nimenunua mandazi nimeweka hapa ndani. And then nimetoboa shimo kwa short ya shule. So kuna kashimo ndani ya mfuko. Ukiingiza mkono ndani ya mfuko, kuna shimo.
Unafikia mandazi direct.
Naichuna hapo, naiweka kwa mdomo. Najua wakiona nikitafuna wataniandika. Unajua kuna maspive. Ninaiweka na lubricate na mate na aje na dissolve pole pole kwa mdomo na imeza. Sasa hii siku wameniita ati now our first reading is going to be read by Morara Kebaso. Naamka na unajua ni short. Nafika pale, there's a way when you are a Catholic you have to cut pale kwa altar, lazima ubend na mguu. So wakati nafanya hivyo nikasikia imeshuka. Itadunda sasa. Na father amekaa hapa, catechist amekaa hapa, church ni church mzima. Nikaingiza mkono ndani ya mfuko, nikapitisha mkono kwa ile shimo, nikaishika. Nikaenda pale nikasoma hiyo first reading, nikamaliza, nikashuka nayo. Nilikuwa nimesweat hadi mikono. So that's how bad it was. So I came up with a plan. Why don't we sneak out of school at night, go and buy bread? There was no school canteen. There was nothing. Ni ile chakula mbaya ya shule. Unajua tulikuwa tunaweka ugali yenye umekula sapa. We used to call it jakwar. Tulikuwa tunaiweka usiku ili ukunywe nayo uji haina sukari asubuhi. Na hii uji ni uji ya mahindi. Na ugali ni ugali ya unga ya mahindi. So ni kama ugali kubwa na ugali kidogo. Ama ugali solid
by then a liquid.
Na ugali liquid. But it was tastier a little bit. So that's how bad the issue of food was. So I came up with a plan. So we used to run away from school at night. Around 2 a.m. in the night or 1 a.m. we escaped from the boarding school. We had made links with the mtu anauza kwa canteen, secondary school iko karibu. So we crossed the fence. Naenda huko kwa secondary school, tunanunua kuna camping bag. Ilikuwa inaitwa Kenya. Kwa inabeba mikate 30. Naenda huko tunaweka mikate asubuhi. That time a loaf of bread was 30 bob. Okay? We used to sell a loaf of bread at 60 bob. Double. Because of the risk. So kama unataka chukua, kama utaki shida yako. We came up with a better plan ya kukuja na sugar shuleni. Tulikuja na kagunia ka 25 kg ka sugar. Tukakasmuggle into school. We used to sell 1 spoon of sugar at 20 bob. Because uji ya shule hainanga sukari. So kama uko na do na uko na 20 bob na unahitaji kijiko tablespoon ya sugar, kuja kwangu. Siku nyingine tumekuwa ratted out to the administration. Wakakuja kutafuta hiyo sukari kwa dormitory. But we had information prior. Tukamwaga hiyo sukari kwa bed sheet, tukaitandaza flat, tukatandika kitanda. Wakakuja wakasearch boxes zote za student chini ya vitanda, hawakupata. Kumbe tumeitandika tu kwa kitanda. After that, bei ya sukari ikapanda. 40 bob kijiko. So business, but that was illegal business anyway. I'm not encouraging pupils on this show to do
I'd
that.
like to hear what you say about corruption tukifika hapo, but so far tuko sawa.
That was survival.
It was corruption.
That's how I
but
see
that's
it.
fine.
It's not corruption. Because it was not theft of public funds.
No, it was.
It was we were escaping a system to go find a better life.
Tutafika kwa hiyo debate.
Aya.
Na tutaona kama utashinda.
So tukafika high school. I used to do that business as I've told you.
Yes.
So now I'm done with high school. I've left Maseno school. I've gone to Gekendo secondary school.
Before hapo,
finished.
What's the money like? Wakati hii unauza sukari moja 30 bob, how rich are you under those circumstances?
Extremely rich. Mimi ni mtu nilikuwa tukifunga shule primary school, siendi home kwanza. Tunaenda the nearest town.
Umekafunga like
pesa uko na kama 10,000 a pupil, primary school pupil. Uko na 10k. Ni nini huwezi kuwa? Si utakuwa hata mbunge.
10k. Uko na na
you are a primary school kid
na haikulipui
ushago with 10k.
Haikulipui kichwa, as in haikupatii excitement, haikupatii nini?
Hapo nayo, by the money has never excited me to the extent that okay, kuna point nitafika ndakwambia something has ever excited me, but it wasn't money. It was my first car. Hiyo ilinibamba. Lakini money in itself haijainifanya nikose usingizi. Unaonanga ile style yenye sometimes I talk to my workers na wauliza, you guys, why can't you save some money? Wananiambia ati boss, pesa na sisi hatuwezi lala kwa nyumba moja. Lazima mmoja alale nje.
Yes.
Unaona? Na nauliza, what is it with money? Mbona nawalipa sahi kesho hamna? Ati pesa ya jana haiwezi kutana na pesa ya leo kwa mfuko, ati they will fight. Zitapigana. So mimi sijai kuwa na hiyo issue ati nikiwa na pesa inaniuma paka na feel I need to spend this money. If I don't spend it now. Mimi naweza kuwa na pesa hivi na hakuna mtu atajua niko nayo. Nitacheza chini kabisa paka nipate an exact thing yenye nataka kufanya na hiyo do. Hata kama ni kupiga sherehe ama luxury, nipate the exact kind of luxury I want to enjoy.
Sawa. So primary school uko na 10k ushago, that's a billionaire by ushago standards. Ni ukweli, ni ukweli. And we can trace mahali unatoa hii mindset ya I have money, right? At this point, do you have target ambitions ama the idea of I can load up, because loading up is very important. I can load up to 10k, okay? I can load up to 10k, but you'll find utapata what you do with it when you have it. Do you have like bado hujaanza kukuwa na
time? Mimi si kwa mtu wa kuinvest, si mtu ati nataka kununua ploti ama nijinunulie nguo. Bado najua nguo ni responsibility ya mzazi.
Yes.
Pesa ni ya consumption.
Pesa ni ya consumption.
As at that time I knew that money is meant for my stomach and my friends. So I had friends, lots of friends. Okay. I don't know why I had them, whether they were there because I'm a friend of them, but I had friends.
Okay.
So we could go to hotels. Our version of fun was quite interesting though. We would enjoy things like, just going to a big hotel and eating the most expensive thing on the menu. Kujibamba tu, just to surprise ourselves.
Alafu mnamaliza.
To check off the list kwamba hiyo tumefanya.
Alafu mnamaliza.
Hiyo pesa iishe. Turudi tu na fare.
Okay, sawa. So governor tells you hapa kwa reception.
Aliniita.
Kuja unione Monday.
Aliniita, yeah. He took interest. So nilipoenda kumuona nikapata ako busy. You know how politicians are.
Take interest?
I don't know. Me, I was just serving him. Probably I served him well. But he did ask me a few questions. Where did you go to school? What did you get? Then what? That storyline. So I don't know why he took interest, but he did. And
could be, this is my theory. Akikuuliza what you get, unamwambia ulipata A, right?
Yes.
And then you're working kwa reception.
Unajua primary school I was number 5 in Nyanza province. So
I believe
400 yangu ilikuwa 400 zile quality.
Sasa hii connect nafikiri inakuja kwa in my thinking, like how humble can an A student be to work in a reception?
Probably yes. So when he called me, I met Walter Nyambane. He was the director of communications. So akaniambia the governor is leaving for a meeting, kuja umuone sahi. So nikakuja, akasema, young man, habari yako? So I wondered, kumbe mwanasiasa meets a lot of people na anakumbuka. He said, Nyambane, I'm leaving for a meeting, but find this young man something to be doing here in my office. So I think it was a mentorship. So nikapewa kazi. Na kazi nilipewa ni social media. Kupost, kutravel na governor, kupost, kumonitor social media. What is the perception about county government programs? What is the perception about the governor? What's the perception about decisions he's taking? And it was so serious, I used to prepare a social media report.
And you've never done this before?
I've never done this before. Ni wamesema tu there's a young man here. Si hawa vijana ndio wanajua mambo hiyo ya social media. Patia huyo atuambie nini inaendelea kwa hiyo Facebook. At that time Facebook was the most serious. It was the most impactful. So I used to monitor a lot on social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, but mostly Facebook. and I did an awesome job. Then I received my letter to join Kenyatta University Law School. While I'm there, I went to the governor, told him nimeitwa KU nisome law. He said, go. Akaniambia, I'll give you a bursary. He gave me a very good bursary ya kwenda kusoma KU. Considering that I was a government sponsored student, na gava ikisha nilipia kila kitu na HELB ilipe part of it, I was being left with a balance of like maybe 8k because fee 13k, HELB itume 6k direct kwa shule, you know, ndabaki na kama 9 probably about 8,000, you know. So na yeye amenipea basari ya 75,000. So hiyo basari ina deduct wangu atu, so always niko na overpayment. So he really helped me on that end and I was grateful. So for preparation to university, I had to come to Nairobi. So I came to Nairobi and the place I knew people was in Kawangware. So I came to Kawangware and settled down at a place called Soko Mjinga with my friend called Nelson. Together, we found a gig to keep teaching at a school called Kabiro Secondary School as mathematics and I was a mathematics and physics teacher. Later, of course, I also became a mathematics and English teacher. So I was teaching in this school, in Islam school. Hii shule, huu student kwao kunauzwa bangi, huyu kwao kunauzwa chang'aa. How, yani, unajua, huko ni Islam school kabisa. So the challenges that this kind of students have are not normal challenges. So you have to be really wise. You have to act with them with wisdom. Kuna siku hata nimeibiwa simu pale Soko Mjinga. I was teaching people overtime. So I had taken some overtime classes kufunza watu usiku. Nikamalizana nao saa 4 ya usiku. Nikitembea kwenda home, I was mugged. Kanyang'anywa simu. Ponyang'anywa simu next day in the classroom, nikasema by the way, my phone was stolen yesterday at Soko Mjinga. Nikasikia watu wanacheka huko nyuma. Shindo ala, kwani mnajua? Break time wakaniambia usijali mwalimu, simu yako utapata.
Walai.
So sijui kama walijua mwenye amechukua akaenda wakaniletea, but it came back. Only that I had to buy it back.
Oh, they sold it to you.
So I had to buy it at 2,500 shillings. But because of the information that was inside, I bought it back. These are kind of the challenges I went through there. Then I joined the Kenyatta University School of Law. You know, did my law, did my internship. Now my next touch with business was after I did my internship. I worked at
You didn't touch business in campus whatsoever?
No, niliguza business nikiwa Kawangware for some time. I tried to open a hotel at Kawangware 56 with my friend who was a chef at Carnival, but we didn't go very far.
Why?
Because of school. Law school is very involving.
Okay.
It is very taxing. Ni kitu inakuhitaji mchana daro, usiku kwa vitabu. Inakuhitaji weekend library for you to be able to get any grade that is worth a grade in law school. It needs like your time, almost 90% of your time. So
the game now changes from wewe kusikia tu mwalimu.
It's very difficult by the law school si mchezo. Huko, you know, it's not exam based. Unajua campus is not exam based. Hausomei exam. Primary unasomea KCPE unless sasa tuende kwa CBC. Lakini hiyo system yetu tulikuwa nasomea KCPE. Hizi vitu zingine hata they didn't matter. Hata uanguke mock, it does not matter. Bora upite KCPE, that's what will determine your life.
Yeah.
KCSE matters a lot. Hizi 4 years hapa hata usipofanya kitu, but ufanye something kwa KCSE, it's done. Okay? But now campus is different. Campus there is cut 1. It goes into your marks. There is cut 2. It goes into your overall marks, into your GPA. Then there is the exam. It goes into your GPA. And this exam is only for this semester. And it will determine whether you will graduate after 4 years. Imagine that what you did in first year, second semester, can determine whether you will graduate at 4th year, 4th semester. Kama ulimesa hapo huko nyuma utarudi huko nyuma ku rectify. So then hakuna end of term exam, hakuna end of 4-year exam in campus. It's an incremental kind of thing. Is you have to keep working every day.
Okay.
For you to actually make it at the end. So because of that, I was not able to focus on the business, and therefore it went down because mama mwenye tuliachia apikange mandazi na chai alikuwa mjanja pia, anapika mfuko moja ni yetu, mfuko moja ni yake.
Okay.
Na sisi ndio tunalipa rent na tunamlipa pia. So see, at the end of the day, yeye hiyo yake ni faida.
Yes.
So sisi yenye tunapata ni ya kulipa tu rent, so it's not beneficial in any way. So we left it. But when I did my internship, I happened to do a really good job. At that time, internship, you're not paid. But I was so hardworking. I used to come 5 a.m., to the office. Sometimes I leave at 9. Watu wananiwacha kwa ofisi in this law firm. Napewa do, nipande ndege. It was a big law firm. Nikimbie Kisumu because there's a matter that's supposed to be filed in Kisumu, nipeleke documents because there was no online filing. Documents lazima upeleke. So because of that, nikipewa do 5,000-6,000 kupanda ndege, mimi naweka kwa mfuko na ingia easy coach na save hiyo. Nikipewa pesa ya Uber nipeleke hii Milimani low cost, naweka pesa kwa mfuko na cross Uhuru Park, natembea na mguu. So I was working really hard. But because of that hard work, people recognized it. And because they recognized it, when I was leaving, they said, umefanya kazi safi, we'd like to give you an exit kind of gift. So they gave me 100K as an exit gift. Sasa mimi nilienda nika-invest hiyo 100K kwa Wines and Spirit.
How old are you around this time?
Hapa sasa niko second year kampo. Nikaenda kafungua Wines and Spirit, nilianza na kawa skari. Ilikuwa inaitwa Tribal Wines and Spirit. I don't even know where I came up with the name.
Tribal.
Ilikuwa inaitwa Tribal Wines.
Oh, Tribeless ni after sasa mwingia Gen Z.
I don't know why. I don't even know where the name came from. So nikaanza kuuza madrinks huko. Legend, Smirnoff, kitaka Jameson niko nayo, kitaka Jack Daniels iko.
Yes.
Kitaka beer niko nayo, can ama chupa.
Yes.
So I started this business, but niliface a lot of challenges nikifanya biashara ya pombe. Askari ni customers wako daily. Like you owe them. It's like you are a drug dealer, yet you are selling something that is legal in this country.
But you are a drug dealer.
You see,
alcohol is not a drug.
It's a substance. It's a substance, not a drug. Yeah. So the police, okay, kabla open Wines and Spirit place, lazima, na niko sure hiyo kitu inaendelea hadi sahi. You have to go and see the local OCS of the local police station. Hiyo police station yenye hiyo jurisdiction huko, lazima uende uone askari. Uambie uko na plan ya kufungua Wines and Spirit pale. Wao wenyewe OCS umuende na uende bure, unaenda na bahasha. Ndio kuambia sasa fungua. Sasa mimi sikuenda. Mimi nilifungua tu. Sasa walinikujia ili kuniremind mimi na wengine wenye tabia kama yangu kwamba huwezi fungua kitu hapa kama hujawaona. So they came and carried the alcohol za pesa mingi, wakapeleka huko station wakafungia. Mimi mwenyewe nikaenda huko kuteta, wakanifungia pia mimi na hiyo vitu, wakasema ni exhibit. So we had to have a conversation. Mwishowe wakaninyang'anya mzinga 2 za Jack Daniels, wakaniacha nikarudi na hizo zingine. So I learned my lesson that you have to see the police. Na watakujia 200 or 300 bob every day kutoka kwako. The tax collection.
How do you arrive? Uko na 100K. How do you arrive at the decision of all businesses? Wines and Spirits ndio itawaka.
Okay, I had mi sikuwa mlevi in campus. I never used to drink. And
sikuwa unaongelea ulevi in past tense. Okay.
So, but I had friends in campus, and I used to see how much they spend on alcohol. And
so this is an observation.
In your observation too. In my own calculation, they were spending more on alcohol than food. Nikipiga sababu yao
sijaiona hiyo kitu hivyo. I've never seen it like that.
Piga sababu ya food unakula.
Yes.
Na pombe wanakunywa. Maana hii pombe can feed several families. So because I used to have friends, help inashuka hivi, watu wanaingia club. You know the kind of clubs that used to do well that time, ilikuwa Scratch, kulikuwa na Avenida, kulikuwa na nyingine ilikuwa inaitwa Waves hapa town, alafu huko Kawaskari kulikuwa na nyingine ilikuwa inaitwa Comfy Inn. So easy club, when unajua mimi nawapeleka, yani sitaki kuboeka nikae peke yangu kwa hostel. But because sikuwa mtu wa pombe, na si ati nilikatazwa na mzazi ama ni maombi ama ni kuokoka sana. I just didn't see mbona nikunywe kitu yenye ni kali badala ya juice kitu tamu.
Ukifanya hivyo atafikiria hiyo ni pombe. Afadhali
okay, look, kuna Del Monte mango hapa.
Yes.
And it's so sweet.
Yes.
As compared to whiskey hapa yenye unakunywa unafanya macho hivi. So nilikuwa nashindwa. Sasa mbona why take alcohol? Kitu kali. Na hii ni tamu. Yes. So to me it made more sense kunywa hii. And anyway, first day in campus, a friend of mine called Theophanos took me out and told me to try alcohol. And when I tried it, I vomited my intestines. They almost came out. So tulikosana tu na pombe. So, but I made an observation that these people spend a lot on alcohol. What if I had a kachum? Okay? What if I could get at wholesale and retail it? Wouldn't I make more money? And I was not wrong. I was not wrong at all. I used to make money. Biashara pombe inaanza Wednesday. Then inashika Thursday. Then Friday inashika. Saturday inashika proper. Alafu inashuka Sunday. So sasa hizi siku 3 kwa wiki ama siku 4, I used to make sales every week. My profit used to come to around 10K. My profit per week, because I was running it small at that time. So my profit per week used to come to about 10K. As I grew, my profit went up to 30K a week. Not sales,
from this seed capital ya 100K.
From 100K, unajua sikuanza nikiunda 10K a week. Nilianza maybe na profit ya around 4K, 5K a week. But base ya pombe ushika mbio sana. In fact, ikiwa mpya ndo watu wanaipenda. You've never seen clubs they hit for like 2 years, then people don't want to go there again.
Nimesikia hiyo math.
Yes, that's true. So wakati iko mpya ndo inashika. So the first weeks, I never used to make as much. I was able to cover my rent and pay myself to work there. A salary of 10,000 a month. I've always believed that the best way to run a business is to pay yourself a salary. That's the only way you can ever know your true profit. Otherwise, if you're running a business and you take money from the business, sijui sistangu alipewa pesa ya chama akakula, wacha nimpea warudishia atanirudishia, sijui nani akona harusi, wacha nimpei kwanza alipie gown. The moment you start taking money out of your business without calculating your profits first, you'll always lose, because siku moja utakula stock.
So you limit any expenses related to you to the 10K you are paying yourself.
The best way to run a business is always calculate your expenses, deduct them. Then pay yourself a salary so that you know your true profit. Jidecide unataka kujilipa pesa ngapi. Assume you are not there in that business. Mtu ungeemploy hapo ungemlipa how much? Mimi nilisema mtu ningeemploy hapa ningemlipa 10K.
Alafu so unaweza kuwa unajilipa 10K but uko na 90K tena separate yenye busy na make but 10K ndio yako.
Yeah, you must separate your money and the business money. You must treat your business as someone else, as a different entity. What your business has made is not you. You've made your salary. That's why there's a difference between income tax and tax on sales, or what we call turnover tax. All right, there's a difference between income. Income tax is what you made. Turnover tax is what you sold, isn't it? So when this business became profitable, I expanded. I opened another one in Kao and Dani, a place called Bex, Kafungwa ya pili. So now I had 2 and employees. Hapo ndo nilifunzwa lesson ya biashara sasa. Now, I never thought in my wildest dreams that the employees you employ can buy their own stock and sell it and leave your stock on the shelf.
So haiuzi but inauza.
It never occurred to me that it is something that can happen. But it was happening. Employees wana buy pombe yao kutoka kwa wholesaler. Si wao ndio unatumanga waende. Enda kwa so akupe nini unitumie nilipe. They go buy also their own stock. Now their own stock, they don't keep it in your shop. No, they've made friends with the person who was the next shop. The next shop was a nail parlor ya kuunda tu manicure. But wako na kabox kwa kona mahali huyu ameweka stock. So client akikuja, anamwambia acha nikuchukulia hapa, kuna yenye iko kwa store. Anaingia hapo, anatoa yake, anauza hiyo. So they are running their business from your business
on your costs.
On your costs, without paying the rent, without paying the steamer, without paying the salaries or which you are paying them. So you are paying them to steal from you.
Okay.
Aya, now there's another thing I never thought possible. I never thought ati mtu anaweza toa pombe kwa bottle, wauze tots, na waweke maji ama strong tea, na waifunge waiweke kwa box pale juu. Because mimi nilikuwa najua ukifungua hiyo bottle, hiyo seal imebreak. That's the end of it. Kumbe kuna vile unaweza ngoa ile kifuniko pamoja na seal.
Mimi nataka tu kusikia vile unawashika like watu wanakunywa strong tea azishiki.
This is what happened. One weekend on Sunday we used to have off days. So Sunday funga busy, kila mtu anaenda fanya vitu zake. So on this particular Sunday sina form na hakuna stima kwa nyumba. Sunday ilikuwa time yangu ya kuwatch movies kwa Netflix. So hakuna stima, sina form. Nikatoka nikasema na hizi duka si nizione. So si niko na key. Jo padlock inakuja na keys kama 3, 4, so niko na spare. Kaenda nikafungua. Sema very nice, very nice. Kaanza kufungua zile ma bottle. Okay? So a friend of mine calls me and asks me, ni aje bro, uko wapi? Nikamwambia niko base yangu, nafanya tu stock check. Anambia acha nikupitia hapo. Si akapitia. Akaniitisha, hiyo drink mnauzaje? Nikamwambia bottle ni do. Akaniambia hebu shukisha hiyo. Utaki kukunywa? Siwezi kushikisha hata katot kamoja, hebu mimi nishukishie kwanza, nipe tumbler. So nikampea. Nilipompea, anamwaga, anapata ni maji bana. Na unajua ni bottle ya nini? Jameson. Sasa unajua bottle ya Jameson it's not clear. It's not a clear bottle. Yenye ukiweka maji utajua ni maji. It has a color, green color. Yeah. So kitu ikiwa ndani hujui nini iko ndani. So anapomwaga bana ni maji. Akaniambia, kwani nani anakuzia stock? Kwani watu wanakuosha nini? So si nikakuwa wary, tukaanza kuzifungua, hata akasahau chenye alikuwa afanye. We started opening all of them and we find wow, mizinga za very high amounts of money.